Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another day in paradise. Another day stuck inside this range because now we're down a bit. I mean, we had a pretty decent day yesterday. We closed pretty close to the high, but you can see, let's just ignore today. Let's go to like a 30-minute chart. We got up to that high. We did that double top that we saw on stream. We fell down. We came back to it, and we just kind of closed right here. Looked a little bit promising after hours for a second, and right back down again. So these, again, I know we're being like super repetitive with this, but it's kind of just the story now, is that this range is going to persist until one of two things occur, in my opinion. One is that the rotation is done. And what I mean by that is, we're seeing some areas of the market getting killed and some area of the market doing fine. Well, the market, as we call it, the Qs or the SPY, or not so much the Dow, but the Qs and the SPY are market cap weighted indices. So it means that these guys who've like recently come from nowhere and become over $1 trillion, they're having huge effects on the market. That doesn't always have to be that way. If we start to see Micron and Marvell continue to come down and other names come up to replace it, that just works its way through the system over time. And then you can have more of an impact from XLF and XLV, which are both doing very well, even though everything else is kind of pulling back a bit. So it just is what it is. There's really nothing we can do about it. We just have to wait. The other big thing is just earnings. More and more earnings can come out, and with that, we can start to get a better picture. We just always need to remember the reason we say, hey, there's times to really, stomp on it, and there's times to chill out. The reason that that's so important is because that's how large institutions think, right? None of them are like, we have to take a trade right now. I'm jonesing for a trade. They're not looking at like daily performance or year-end performance or any of that type of stuff. They are looking at, longer term, like quarterly or annual performance or whatever. So for them, you've got, the earnings is starting to trickle out, right? We have UAL, we have some of these names, we have some of the banks. But I think I don't know if it's next week or the week after, it's when the big AI names, right here. So next Wednesday before the market or after the market close, we have Tesla and we have Google. This is when we start to get some of these names. We have Intel over here. A lot of these, we don't have a huge day like we did last earnings season where they all report on one day. But to me, this is the new catalyst is, okay, Meta, Hood, ARM, all of this happening again the Thursday after that or the Wednesday after that. So now it's good. Again, we need the banks reporting. Banks are important. I talk about all that all the time, but we need to understand that the big AI plays, those are the ones that are really going to move the market when it comes to how we are going to end up playing this thing. And, it's just, we're in a range. So, we talked about this a bunch, and the way you deal with a range is you either start buying the dips and selling the rips really quickly. It means you rotate into the crazy name du jour. I don't know, VE is still one of those, but it was a great trade yesterday. We talked about this, took a short yesterday. This thing just kind of collapsed. Ended up being a really wicked winner. Can I see this from range? I just go yesterday from to, so that was VE shorted at the 5-minute opening range break, and then it covered down here at the low of the day, or at the close, which is pretty close to the low of the day. So sidestepping it makes sense, trying to figure out ways around it make sense. Playing the rotation also makes sense. If you do something like, I'm buying an MU or selling the MU and selling the Marvell and selling these things that are getting killed and using that money to buy the things that are doing well, great. I see someone asking a question, will MU ever get back over 1,000? I don't know. But this was, I remember, right? We were getting yelled at a bit. This is when this thing was ripping, just saying, hey, it's probably going to chill out at some point, and we're better focusing on other things. And we were, and I still think we're better on focusing on other things. I think the back and forth action of we're just going to go from one to the other over and over and over again, and we're just going to go back to semis. I don't think that's right. And I think the market is very smart and kind of price a lot of this in. So MU was not worth this, right? And now it wasn't worth 1,200, and now it's probably worth this. And this is the repricing that happens in the market. Doesn't mean it has to come back down. Doesn't mean it has to continue higher. It can simply just exist in this new range. And I always use NVIDIA as an example, right? Where when AI came out, NVIDIA was no longer worth what it was when they were just selling GPUs, right? Down in 2024, 2023. They weren't worth 20. Right? They're now worth 200-ish. And just moves that price. And that's why you have fun in the trends as long as you can. You don't get married to it at all. You just hang back and have a good time, right? Find the next thing. Who knows what that is? And that's always the hard part. But that's the mission. That's the goal, is to find whatever the thing is that exists next. Like TSM, MU, I'm looking at stock twits here and just seeing this is all the stuff down in the day. Someone already mentioned this, but we're seeing like UNH is starting to move. So maybe the focus turns back to healthcare, right? They had great earnings. They completely smashed estimates, which, again, the way I look at it means that estimates were wrong. The analysts completely flubbed estimates, not the other way around. So you start to look at some of the other names, right? The Oscar that I'm out of, maybe it starts to get a little bit of perk up. Maybe I get back into Oscar at some point. And I got out of Oscar for the same reason. This is the exact same example. You got the trend, and then the trend just started to move sideways. So it becomes an opportunity cost situation, in which you're not really hunting for something that's, I'm not saying it's going to go down, right? I'm not hunting for a name that's going to go up and this thing's going to go down and I'm worried about it. I'm just hunting for something that I think is going to have better performance over a period of time, and just something that hasn't quite done that trend yet. One area that I'm looking at more and more, and full disclosure, I already own some, is IVG is doing a really good, right? You guys were here live on stream when I bought right here. I was selling, I wish I could say I nailed the top, but I was selling some as we were kind of ripping into that 90s, 100s. Came back down, I bought some down here, and it's been consolidating sideways, but it's starting to look like this is maybe building a base. So maybe a rotation back into software could be interesting, because this thing hasn't moved. And just, right, over and over and over again into different sectors of the market. This is the game. And it's one of those that the edge exists, and the edge has to exist, and the edge is going to exist for some time, because the funds have to do it, right? You can't have a hedge fund and your sole job and purpose and everything that you do is simply just, oh, I hold Micron. So at some point they have to sell their Micron. They have to buy other names. They have to, push through. And what's very interesting is we're seeing almost like a flight to safety in SMH. So SMH had a decently down day. It recovered quite a bit from its lows yesterday, but some did great and some did poorly. Like MU sold off, had a bit of a bad time. However, if you just look at like NVIDIA still closed up again. So right? This is the whole top-down analysis. If you read any technical analysis book, top-down analysis is the first thing they teach you. It is the simplest way to look at markets. It is not something that is new by any respects. No one's kind of invented, oh, I'm the top-down analysis guy. It's just the way markets work. Is you look top level at S&P 500, Dow, whatever your top level pick is. And then from there, you go down to the individual sectors and components that make up from it. And then from there, you go into individual names that look interesting within that. So I'm identifying, is the market in a bull regime? Yes or no? What sectors are looking like they could potentially take a big move? Let me take a shot at those. And then from there, you can either use the ETFs, or you can just dive in a little bit deeper into individual names if that's the way you like to do it. And with that, you're going to get no beta with the SPY, and a little bit higher beta with the sectors, and then a lot higher beta with individual names. And then it's just a risk scale thing, right? So if I believe, for example, all of healthcare is going to move, I can do a UNH, which is going to be a fairly low beta play. Right. Or I could look for, I keep doing Oscar because it's the only other one I know, but, XYZ, tiny, who knows or cares, healthcare provider name. What's that other one? Clover. That just sucks. But yeah, this has just been a crapper. However, right, if you like this one, it's going to just be higher beta. So where UNH, if you're right, you're going to make a couple percent. And if you're wrong, you're going to lose a couple percent. With a Clover, if you're right, you're going to make 20, 30, 50%. And if you're wrong, you're going to lose 20, 30, 50%. So it's just how deep down the risk curve do you want to live? And that's a completely different question for everybody out there. And it's like an unanswerable question. It's why... right? There's literally nothing we can say here can be financial advice, because what you're going to do is going to be completely different than what I would do, because we have different sizes of account and we're at different places in our lives, and you guys might be young and I'm old, and you might not have kids and I do. And this is, again, financial advice is just so important or so personal. And it has to be guided kind of personally, because no one knows, right? No one knows what it is that each person is going to take a look at. And before anyone says it, before Crow comes in, I don't even, because I haven't seen him here. Yes, we're getting some movement in the psychedelic space. ATAI got bought out in what is one of the most nightmarish deals. I had Claude explain this buyout to me, and just a pain in the ass of a deal. You get some amount upfront in cash, and then based off of FDA approvals and regulatories, you get sent more cash over 5 years. So just FYI, if you're holding this, you're going to get $675 cash immediately whenever the buyout closes. That's just going to hit your account. Then you're going to get these weird ass special purpose vehicles that are going to hang out in your account, and they're going to appreciate in value solely based off of milestones that are made, and you have to wait 5 years to utilize the full thing, which if they pass every milestone is $9.50 a share. Just a nightmare for me. I'd probably take, if it was me, again, we're just talking about how personal all this stuff is. I would just go. I would just take the cash. I'd have a good time. I'd move on to something else. But of course, that's up to you for sure. Oh, let's go on back and I'll just mute that. Bing bang.
What's going on? What's up? Talking to Ty?
Yeah, all bought out. And again, the most annoying deal I've read in history of mankind.
Yeah. I mean, we were just talking about this. Don't worry. I know some of the companies behind this, and I know some of the people behind this. So I'm going to do my best to just... Canada already wanted me to go up there to talk and
Well, again, good for them, right? It's either way, you get a good premium over market price, and you get a good, right? It ends up being a great trade, but it's just, right, you're getting almost all-time highs, but just a night having to hold for 5 years to get your full value. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, we'll see what happens. Best of luck to all those guys out there. Those companies are pretty interesting, let me just say, when you look underneath the hood. All right. Wish you the best of luck for all those Atai people out there. Enjoying the market action, man. Are you getting chopped up in the chop? What's going on?
It's been such a light week for me. I haven't done anything. And it's the beauty of having systems, right? To know when to push the gas and when not to. I think I've taken like 3 trades this week. I think one was a winner and one was a loser, and the other one hasn't moved. And it's like, it's okay. A younger me would be upset. An old man me is like, it's fine. Just take a day off. Who cares?
Well, good thing you're not a younger man then, because I know a lot of traders out there struggling right now and trying to deal with this market. We'll see what happens today. Definitely yesterday you clearly saw what? Mags, right? That's what I was pointing to, and that's exactly what was playing in. So look to see that continue to play in. Now, one thing I will say, though, is today we are set up for a down day in the Qs. So watch out there, as you could see a value type of day. Qs already bounced around the 710 level. That is your line in the sand. Like, if we bounce today, that 710, I think, holds purely. Why? Because it's right on the symmetrical triangle. That's the support there. That's where you can pull back and kind of turn things around. I think one of your proxies is going to be TSM, right? Really good report, yet getting trashed on the report. Don't know if you saw that action, but definitely down big, already down there towards the 400. We could take a look at the chart there, but it's down there to the 400s, really breaking down. So I think that's one name that you definitely keep your eyes open for. TSM down big this morning, weighing in on the market, right? And to tell you the truth, this report was really good. So it just goes to show you, and further investment in the United States, right?
Well, and I think that's a good, this is why having the streets number is so important, because it doesn't matter if it's good, it matters if it's better than everyone expected, right? And that's the kind of, you can have these great numbers. It's like if you make $1 billion and they expected you to make $2 billion, you go, okay, well, you made $1 billion. That's great.
They beat expectations. The numbers are great here.
Not enough, though.
Michael.
Right? It's
no, that's not the way it works.
Action.
That's not the way it works, man. Come on, man. You know earnings, dude.
There is something they said in their either future projections.
No, dude. Did you look at it?
No, I looked at the price, and if it was good and they loved it, the price goes up. And if it's bad and they don't like it, the price goes down.
Guys, I'm about to walk off set, man. That's not the way it works. Right? That's not the way it works off of earnings, Michael. Come on, man. You know that. It has everything to do with the current environment on earnings. You can beat expectations. You can give good guidance, and still the stock go down.
Why is there a bunch of stocks that reported earnings last night that are ripping? It's the same environment.
Is UNH a tech stock?
Well, no, but let me find some tech stocks. You're saying it has nothing to do with you said I beat earnings by 1,000,000%.
Nothing to do with the earnings. Nothing to do with the numbers. It has nothing to do with the fundamentals.
So what was their guidance? Because that's the thing that really, right? So what was their guidance? Was it up or down? Did they guide higher next year or lower?
We'll run through the earnings here so that you guys can see it there.
Take a look. Because that's right. At the end of the day, they either said good things and people liked them, or they said bad things and people didn't like them. Right? What was TSM's future guidance? And did they beat? So there we go. We'll just ask. But yeah, it's like it's, yes, of course, vibes are going to have somewhat to do with it. But if a hedge fund says, oh, this company is beating expectations and guiding higher, then great. So the revenue was 39 billion versus margin guidance. They beat the quarter slightly. Guidance in the range. So they lowered guidance. They're expecting to make a little less next year. And they barely beat. So it's like, okay. It's just, I guess it's the difference. So here it is. If you're right, you got to buy a bunch of it because the market will figure it out eventually. And if I'm right,
it happens often, man.
The price will figure.
Am I the only one that feels this way? Chat, let us know. Am I delusional today, or what's going on?
I guess the difference is I believe in price. I believe that
I don't know what's going on.
The price is right. The market is correct, and people are not correct, right? And that's the way. But that's what makes a market. Is we can have disagreements. And that's what makes a market, is that some people can think, I just look at it as that if they said great things, the market would be happy about them saying great things. So there's something out there. I don't know what it is. And I'm not going to read the earnings report to find out. But they said something that they didn't like. Right? If you said, hey, I'm going to make 1,000,000% more next year, the thing would go up. So at some point, what they say matters. Or the other thing is that the market doesn't believe them. They guided up, they said everything's great, and the market's like, we don't buy you. We don't believe your thing, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of things have to happen. It's usually has to do with kind of the outlook going forward into the sector and industry more than the stock itself, right? So let's say an example, another one that did really well is ASML yesterday, right? So ASML's earnings was great, but what happened to the semiconductor equipment stocks yesterday?
Well, ASML it gapped up, closed positive on the day. It's gapping down a little bit today.
Yeah, I'm talking about the industry though. What happened to it yesterday? It got destroyed. It got destroyed. And this is why I focus so much on rotation. Guys, this is just a pure rotationary move.
But isn't that also an example is if the report was great and they liked it, that's how, even though the whole market was selling, they were able to close positive on the day. So they were able to buck the trend because whatever they said in the report, people must have liked so much. So they were going upstream and they were able to battle upstream. So then I look at TSM, and TSM I think is doing worse than some of its competitors. What's Intel doing today? Yeah, it's down a bit too, but Micron's down more. SanDisk is down way more. Marvell's down more. Shaz, Shaz is a different thing. Western Digital, down 8-9%. So it's maybe we look at the fact that they're not down as much as their competitors as saying, okay, well, the whole sector's down anyway, and they're holding on a little bit better. I guess that's the short lining.
So the gross margins were at 67.7 above the consensus, right? Consensus was 65.5. The high end was 67.5, right, for TSM. The full year revenue growth was raised slightly above to 40 from 30%. So full year revenue guidance was actually raised, not lowered, right? So everything looking good underneath the hood. Yeah, the stock went down.
Yeah.
So
there's got to be something. They don't just go down because everyone else goes. They got to have said something that they don't like.
We'll find out today.
Right?
You'll find out. We'll find out at the open, right?
Yeah.
We'll find out because price action doesn't lie, right?
No, that's it. So if it was a smash out report, generally speaking, they gap up. And if it's a report that was in line with what actual investors were thinking was going to happen, which is going to be slightly different from what analysts are thinking to happen, right? Analysts always lowball everything because if analysts, it's easier to come in and lowball than it is. That's why if you run the stats, it's 70% companies beat earnings because I think they're just too worried for like the career risk that they're going to go too high. So that's why beating is the norm. Missing is like devastating because why can't you beat like 70% of other people do?
I think we should run some data on this, and then maybe we come back to this, right? Like it's a fun conversation to run some data on. So the outlook would be, does a beat on expectation cause price up in the like off the earnings, right? Because that's, if you're telling me that if they beat expectations and guide up, does the stock go up, right? Because that's what you're telling me, right?
It's a multivariable thing. No, I'm saying as long as those things happen and they haven't said anything in their conference call or their earnings report that spook people. But I'm not just, and you're saying that it's just the entire environment. A company could come in, and if the environment was bad, and a company could come in and smoke everything and say all the right things in the conference call, and it still goes lower. I don't think that's right.
I think this is the fun part. This is the fun part. Let's find a way to test it data-wise, because I think this would be a really fun test.
So I was wrong. 84% of S&P 500 companies beat earnings. The 5-year average is 78% beat.
They just
and
didn't
the 10-year average is 76% beat.
Rando saying they just didn't like it, Mitch. Doesn't matter why. It does matter why. It usually has to do with sector and industry outlooks. But it's fine, guys. We will find out, and this is a fun one, right? Because this is one that we can actually do some data. I think we can do the data search on this. There's data to be had there, and I think there's edge to be had there. And I think this is why I always say that it doesn't, like, earnings are very binary, because you could be going into the earnings, you can beat and still go down. Like a perfect example, why did JPM go down on their earnings?
I don't know,
perfect example. Literally. Like this happened this week, guys. Look at JPM's chart. Look at my screen right now.
I don't think you're sharing.
Oh, that's probably what it is there. You should yell at me, Ayush. But that was my fault. There we go.
JP Morgan closed up all-time highs yesterday, didn't it? Yeah.
Well, let's go to the screen here. What when we came in and it was looking like this? Does this look kind of like TSM looks today? Would you agree with that?
A little bit, yeah. And when was their conference call?
But then look what happened at the open. Bam!
Yeah, when was their conference call, though, right?
No, this was just a turn of sentiment. This is just a turn of sentiment. It had nothing to do with anything they said on the earnings call.
You have... If I look and their earnings call is on the open, then you have no way of knowing that. Unless you have a psychic... Because you would have been here when they had their earnings call.
I'm at least bringing a chart to prove it, right? So,
well, it depends if they had their conference call there, right? Then it's about what they said.
Did Bank of America also say the perfect things at their conference call?
When was their conference call? I don't know. Like if it wasn't, then yeah. But
that's that. Okay. I'm just bringing the charts to prove it there, guys, just to show you guys it there. But there it is, guys.
Well, we are open, so let's see here.
We'll see what happens there. Let's get to the open, guys. Let's see what happens. And financials on the radar, defensive names on the radar, and we'll see what happens out there. Walmart on the watch here. We'll see if it does a little takeoff there. Defensives starting the action. Healthcare starting the action to the upside. Those two areas to watch for trades.
All right. SPY is trying to kind of wind its way up. The first opening 2 seconds of a tick anyway are higher. So we'll take that. RSP, however, right? This is one of those things. RSP is higher. So RSP, the average large cap stock, is doing just fine. There are just some sectors that are struggling just a bit. So just know that, make sure you are in those particular sectors and you're not really focused on the other ones, right? Focus on the things that are holding up strong. If you want to buy dips in the bad ones, you certainly can. I just think the data in the long run and what's been working the last little bit is things like financials, making new all-time highs. A lot of those names there are doing great. And then we're not so much in the semiconductor space. So semis are down 2% off the open. Let's see what happens a little bit after, just to see if we get some sort of a rebound from here and if things start moving.
All right, HIMS is one trade I tried to get right here, guys. I could not get filled. It just ran on me, guys. I literally put the limit like 5 cents behind it, and it just kept going up there to 37.60s. We'll see what happens as a stock that is in both areas that are doing good today, defensive and in healthcare, right? I consider it healthcare.
Yeah, healthcare.
For some reason, HIMS got shifted over to the defensive area on my index outlook, so...
Isn't that
it's kind of interesting?
Isn't it still like heavily speculative? Like heavily speculative?
Yeah, it definitely is. So it has a tendency of. So now they put it in the defensive area, but it's like the growth name in the defensive area. So we'll look to see what happens there. HIMS, an area to watch. I'm watching energy. Energy's starting to look strong here, guys. That's an area I want to watch for today for another rip to the upside. Valero doing well right out the gates. Names like that I keep an eye out for. Let's see what happens.
I thought they like sold peptides and stuff, which seems
XLE looking good here.
Seems unusual. Should
we gush it? Do we gush it?
Is Gush a pure play? Oil and gas explorers. Yeah, like is there no pure play like USO? Like just double
looking good.
Oh, maybe they're worried about doing a USO double because of the whole oil going negative thing. I don't know what that would do to a double leveraged ETF. That would probably be
filled there on
pretty
some
wacky.
Chevron. Long some Chevron here, guys. Gonna look for oil to start pushing to the upside. This was a trade I was watching for in the pre-market, looking to see names go to the upside.
Sober got. So. I know there's people trading this Sober yesterday. It got Sober this morning. Holy smokes.
Walmart lifting, guys. That's a name that I'm watching for. Defensive names leading the action. Dollar Tree, Dollar General, really big rip there. So that's kind of like your leader there. Ollie doing well too. Beverages doing well. Coca-Cola on the radar. Look at the breakout. I was watching this before the open, and look at the breakout there. Big lift off there. So we'll see what happens out there. Getting a nice push here in an oil name in Chevron. So might load into some Chevron. Look to see some names like Pepsi catch the dip. There's
PayPal
strong.
Actually might be getting bought out.
Yeah, that's was mentioned yesterday.
Riddance. Yeah, well, I think they're still working on the price.
Deal?
They don't know the deal is. So again, if you're someone who likes to trade breaking news, that's a good place to look, because when they announce, there should be a quick move, but it's a hard game, but you definitely can play it. You just got to be able to move quickly to whatever you think that deal price is going to be, and hopefully it's not as like a super complicated deal. Financials usually not nearly as complicated as biotechs. It's just, we're going to give you this for this price, and away you go.
All right, guys, just loaded in here in Chevron, looking for a nice little continued upside break here. So just added there. Now got about 50 shares here of Chevron. So want to see if this could just continue to ride higher. The ad still puts me in the green here, so I'm just looking to see if I can get a quick move higher. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, XLV, new highs of the day. RSP, almost through yesterday's high, up 0.4% on the average stock. And then we have the Qs looking like we may roll over here, so be careful. We're at pre-market lows on the Qs and yesterday's lows, both sitting there on the Qs. So just be a little bit cognizant of that. That looks like it's kind of threatening that breakdown. So just showing you the space is, you want to be in somewhere that's going up, unless you're okay with shorting. Just focus on this, the places that everyone's loving right now, which is healthcare, finance a little bit, even IWM trying to tick green here. So your average small cap stock is doing fantastic there as well. We just need that to continue in the other names, right? Imagine a world in which semiconductors isn't falling apart with the IWM doing just fine. That would be that'd be great. It's really interesting. Let's check NVIDIA, because like we talked about this morning, NVIDIA was able to close green yesterday. So it was able to hold even though the rest of the market was selling as well, right?
Trying to add here on Gilead.
This market is here. Upsetting. Just watch my long terms bleed and bleed. It's a sector thing, Tyler, right? So you got to look at it and you say, are you just in one sector? Is all of your trades, right, semiconductor, AI related type names? If so, right, it might be time to diversify a bit, look around, see if that's something that interests you. Obviously not advice, but check that out. Tax shorting Tesla, DSLA. Ooh, yeah, that's now that's a turtle trade, Tac. I'll give you that one, right? That's a clean breakdown of a short-term base. I was ragging on you a bit for not turtle trades, but no, that's pretty clean.
Cyclicals continuing to rise there, so look to see if maybe you see some flippening there, because of course that falls into there. That's autos, but cyclicals doing really well. Recreational vehicles, home improvement, luxury goods. I was talking about this yesterday, how you could see the pickup here. Macy's had a great day yesterday. KSS continuing that day that it had yesterday. That's a good looking stock. Talked about ANF also in the space there. ANF, look at the breakout that you got yesterday, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that breakout. We were mentioning this name on Monday, looking for the cyclicals to start getting hot, and look at the action since Monday. 1, 2, 3 days to the upside. AEO could be another name to look for. Lift off of that. You're seeing it lift right now, so I'm looking to see if maybe I'd take a dip buy here in AEO. Good looking action here out the gates. Retail sales came in this morning. That's another thing to talk about, right? They didn't look too bad, at least, because the reaction doesn't look too bad, right? So let's just focus on that. We'll see what happens there. I'll give you guys the retail sales in just a second here. I just got to pull up the number.
Well, that's AEO. That was the Sweeney one, I think. So good, I guess. Good for them, turning it around. But yeah, retail sales, and we talked about this. You saw that with the banks, right? If the consumer would be having a bad time, then the banks would be the first ones to see it. Right? They would know that this is. You're going to see it in like credit card spending, and how much. Right, people use checking accounts to spend. There's probably people out there, they're probably not married, so they don't need to use their credit cards to spend, but that's generally the way that you end up seeing that. But explain the move back to Mag 7. We're not seeing the Mag 7, I think, was led by yesterday, had a great day, but it was led by NVIDIA holding up. So NVIDIA held up even though the whole semiconductor space was down. Amazon's had a great time.
You could get some pullback today, especially though. One thing to note is that you had the extension on Google, you had the extension on Amazon, Apple, right? So these pullback opportunities are going to be good looks. Don't forget Google reports next week, Wednesday, right? Then you get Apple on the 30th, right? That's on Thursday, right? So watch for the action. That's the following week. The next 2 weeks are what? Mega cap tech.
We were looking at that.
The next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is a big determining factor of how you bring the Qs back, right? So you wash it here. You wash out anybody that had exuberance before this earnings season. You wash them, and then you bring it back, right? So
that's how you get out of this range.
That's what you're seeing.
One way or another, right? If we're gonna break down here, it makes sense we do so because earnings are shitty. And if we're going to break out here, it makes sense we're going to do so because earnings are good. Now, sadly, there's not the mega day there was last quarter where like they all reported on one day. I think next Wednesday is a bunch. We just looked at it. Yeah, it was right here. So next Wednesday we had a couple, and then the Wednesday after we have a couple. So sadly, it's split over 2 weeks instead of just
lift off and Gilead, guys. Lift off. Houston, we have lift off. Let's go.
I wonder what's happened with Lilly with that, because they're the ones that did the buy out, yeah, they're getting. That's usually the way it works.
I love this chart, Michael. Look at this chart. I think you would love this chart, man. This is a pretty one.
Yeah,
Look at
Gilead's
this.
drugs,
Like,
isn't it?
yeah, but just like the actual technicals of this. Like
yeah.
if you just got this like on like a CMC chart, right? Like you know, this is technicals, right? Now if it works, it works. We'll find out, right? But long-term trend line, especially anything like over like 3 or 4 months, when you break that, you usually get some exuberance, right? So it seems to me like somebody knew something because it loaded in here, right? That big volume pop here. Ever since then, right? What has happened? Holding of the 9, we popped above it. You get the throwback look. Let's see if we want to go up into that 140 spot and really push above, right? Healthcare is the area where I could see growth searching, right? Like if you're searching for growth and you're selling off some of your tech, where do you go? Well, you probably are not running to the industrial trade anymore. Reason why, you're seeing energy lift off. Then you're not running to the financials trade because usually it doesn't have that much beta, right? Like it has this first move from the earnings because banks all report, but after that, no one cares about the banks, so it kind of slows down. So you're probably looking healthcare, and then you're playing some defensive action as a way to diversify in your portfolio. And the equally weighted outlook for defensives is looking like a trend line break. You're seeing discount stores rip higher today, confectioners rip higher, soft drinks rip higher. Every industry green there from the open except pharmaceutical retailers, but everything else in the green. And it's like over 1% green. So that tells me something, right? It tells me that value is definitely playing in today. We'll see what happens in Chevron. Now I'm starting to get green on Chevron. I got green on Gilead. I'm going with energy. I'm going with essentially healthcare, and I would like to play some defensive, but didn't get it out the gates. Walmart looks good here as it starts to rip here higher. I like Walmart. I like Target. So maybe I take a little scalp here in Walmart. Let's see if I can get a little scalp.
Spot scalp. AAOI. I know this was something you guys were talking about a while ago. Buying
AAOI. I like that one.
Oversold. Pullback. Just a dip buy.
This one's off to 200. I like this. This is you're definitely getting your monthly pullback, right? And your monthly support is right underneath around the 93s. Good looking, interesting trade there on AAOI reversal.
Yeah, it's just a pure mean reversion, right? So if you look at it and you put an RSI on the weekly chart, it's just the short-term RSI is just getting crushed. You're down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be 6 weeks in a row. So the probability you just bounce is like 55, 60%, right?
Walmart continuing higher there, guys. I was looking to see if we'd get a 90 MA attempt. It's just pushing strong, so we'll see what happens on that one. Target, another one that I'm going to look to see if it starts to take off. Costco. Let's see if it take off. There's Costco up a good amount there. So good trades there going on, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying it.
XLV just ripping here now, up over 2%.
Yep.
And semiconductors down 3%. So you can see it. It's just, that's all you got to kind of look at. This is a more defensive type sector, and it's doing great. And then the whole AI trade related, not doing bad time. Altria.
Costco continuing here. Let's see if Costco.
Oh, that's a nice looking chart. ATPC. Crow talking about.
Nice takeoff there in Gilead. Nice takeoff there. So at this point,
health technologies, pharmaceutical. Is that what?
Chevron continuing now, going really now, starting to really push. I like this look.
It's the.
All right, I'll take that off. I'll just set it. Forget it. Set it.
Just looking. I don't see Chevron. Any news in this APTC, but it looks interesting, right? Big gap up from 250 up to $5, then nice kind of controlled pullback here.
Really nice lift off in Gilead, up already a full percent, guys. It's just offer. Like when you're seeing gaps on the 1 minute chart, you already know what's going on there. Like it's literally gapping up. Like that's what you want to see. So good lift off there in Gilead today, up there to the 133s. Dip bought it, added to it, now going higher. A pretty good amount there. I got like almost $8,000 into this. So we'll see what happens there. Let's keep pushing.
Someone's talking about SMPL. Interesting, right? It's what, food? Yeah. So I don't know what happened on this day, but it gapped all the way up to 15 to close down 13 and then just bled off to 12. But nice little gap up. It's doing well. It's in the spaces that are doing fine today, which would be your small caps, are actually just ripping here right off the open. Right? Again, semiconductors, new lows, and with the SPY looking that's rolling over. And then we have the Qs ripping as well, right? USAR. Reminds me of the Beatles song. Oh, that's a good looking mean reversion candidate there.
I like Celsius.
USAR. Yeah, this thing is kind of oversold on any metric you want to use. Right? You grab your RSI. Now, it's important that for me, right, you obviously do what you want, but when I'm mean reverting, they're quick hits. Right? Trends need time to develop. They need space. You need to give it room to breathe. When I do mean reversion, it is I want a reversal candle. I want the thing to start moving higher. Right? I want to get my money. I want to move pretty quickly because I just know I'm countering the trend. Right? I'm against the money, the big guys. Right?
Yeah. The longer you give the trade against you, the longer it should. It's not probably going to work, right? It should be more that when you get into that trade, the timing should be instant gratification. And if you're not seeing instant gratification, then you just take the trade off, right? Yep. But I like that trade. Those trades are some of the best, right? I think you do really well in those trades. I think that's probably one of your best ways of playing, man. At least from, I think everyone here has seen you for a while now and knows that you are good at actually doing the contrarian. Right. And so a lot of times that's mean reversion in the first place. Right. That's what you're told not to do. Right. You're fighting the trend essentially.
Yeah. Well, and you're right. You just need to know your place. Like, again, a trend, you don't want the instant gratification, right? A trend, a news story, a theme or something. These just take whiles to like propagate through things and to kind of get going and all of that. But yeah, if you're buying a dip, you just want that dip to happen quick, and you're basically making money off the short sellers covering their shorts, right? Or some amount of value investor coming in or something. But yeah, I see what you're looking at the long term. You're saying a long term zoom out. Yes, this is an uptrend, but this is a very hard and ugly uptrend in most respects. Again, this is why time frame is everything. It's, everyone should just, before you talk about a trade, just talk about your time frame, because I'm looking at it as a swing, and then I look at this as it's obviously in a downtrend over the last like month or so, and that's more my time frame. I don't really care too much what it's done since in the last couple of years if I'm going to be in it for a short period of time. But that's just different. That's different for everyone, right? Some people are really long-term in nature. I know swing traders who will be in stuff for months, swing traders who will be in stuff for like a day and a half.
Long Celsius.
What's Matt doing? Mattel?
So, two trades that I like here. I'm taking Celsius, but I also like longer-term UNFI. That's a food distribution play. I mean, I know that's not sexy to hear, but it's looking nice too. I'm going with more beta. I'm going with some Celsius. I need some energy. Pun intended. Let's go.
Is VEE going back up, Crow? Great trade yesterday, but yeah, it's right back at it. So yesterday's trade was great, and now we're right back to it. So that could scare everyone who got a good short yesterday and maybe didn't get out of their position, because it looks like it's going to take another shot, like triple highs around $40. These are, man, do we even look to see what this isn't the protein one, is it? That was another one.
The proteins.
Recreational products. So like ATVs? That's what I think.
Sounds important.
Recreational and commercial catamaran boats. That's it. So they make like party boats, and the stock is up 100x. And what they do, make the world's greatest party boat,
dude.
Like,
It's twin turboed, right? Isn't the name like Twin V? It has to be twin turboed. It has to be twin turbo. If that thing's not twin turboed, I'm like, they don't know what they're doing.
Twin V power. It looks like it's like maybe electric party boats.
This thing has done this in the past. You just look at the monthly. This is what tells you if it's a pump and dump, guys. You just look at the back chart, right? And you look at this back chart, and you'll scare the living bejesus out of you.
I like Crow's comment there. It's just best not to know. You know what? You're probably right. It's best not to know. Stock go up, buy it.
This doesn't do it justice. I don't have enough data here. I might have to pull my other chart.
I got it.
Oh, you're gonna pull it up. All right.
Yeah,
I haven't been trying to pull my TC, but
there you go. It used to be 3,000 at some point, and just
dude, above 3,000. I have like one that went to like 3,256. Holy moly!
Oh, there you go. Well, listen, Crow. I hope you make enough to buy an electric party boat and invite us all to your new fancy electric party boat. That's all we need. Just hilarious. Let's talk about the SPY. We're breaking down. Oh no, a little bounce there. Okay, so we broke the pre-market low. We put in a nice little bounce. So no, we're not seeing that in semis yet. So this is other sectors still.
Yeah, I think this is a lot to do with what we might see today. With so many sectors up, but tech red, you might see a trickle down on the SPY, yet you're still seeing some sectors push green. Why is that? It's so much of that rotationary effect that we're seeing. Tech drags it still a little bit, the SPY down, but still holding in. Not a complete leak in the SPY is what I'm expecting to see. Because right now, I mean, there's only from the open, right? Because I like to focus, and you can do it overall. There's only 3 sectors down: financial services, technology, and basic materials. Of course, they're starting to turn on the financial services. It seems like that's starting to get a little bit of a, okay, we gave you enough for 2 days. Technology continuing to be down. It's down almost a full % here from the open. And what's getting wrecked again is the memory trade, computer systems, just getting absolutely hammered again. Dell, SanDisk, right? ANET. All these names just getting crushed. And I talked about how you didn't want to be in these names for sure going into this day, because it just looked like it could just be further takedowns. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Quantum really getting hammered. If you're looking at quantum names, I see those names really starting to fall and could see further downside, right? ANET down, STX down almost over 8% now, and did pop out the gates. We'll see what happens out there, but definitely seeing that rotationary turn continuing away from tech. And I think this is the reason why we started to see down action early on. And it's an interesting one. If you go to the semiconductors, there is a lot of semis that are down big. But guess what's up today? TSM, of course, baby.
Is it up today? Oh, I show it down 2.5%
from the open.
Oh,
that's what I focus on there. It's up 0.8% from the open. We'll see if it continues to hold on. Definitely kind of hanging in there right now. Can it hang on the day and still reverse, even though all the other ones are in the red? That would be interesting, because all the other ones are deep red. You got ARM deep red down almost 7%, almost 4% from the open. So those are the names really kind of leaking right now. ARM down big.
Speaking of ANET, I bought a bit today. I'll show some of the stuff here that I sent to people. There is here we go. Here is the performance of ANET after a big move like that. Right? There's 50-50 shot. It's up today. Then you're talking 60-ish% that you're up in 2 weeks from this point. But it draws down pretty deep first. Right? So this is the trade plan. And I'm just using the 50-day moving average. Close below the 50-day, I'm out. But, and again, nice little dip buy. You can take a look at some of the numbers here. Top 5% down day, and with the trend still intact. So it got killed, but in an overall uptrend. So just if you guys want to see, this is how I look at the market, right? It's just show me what happened a bunch of times in the past, and I'll take a shot when the numbers line up. And the chart looks okay, right? Again, it's down. Bad day yesterday, just back into this range. So just looking for a little bit of a bounce out of that. And then I'll add the indicator here. Just not because I think it's got any like superpower to it, but it's just a nice way to denote the exit. So that was the test I did, is just what happens on a break of the 50. And that's usually when things start to look a little bit gross. So buying it here, stop is closed below the 50, and then just looking for a bounce. And you can see the average numbers here. It's like 1% a week out, 2% after that, and up to 7% 3 months out. I'm not going to hold that long. Give me a couple of percent pop here, and I'm done. Do you look at NUS? Let's look at NUS. It's a nice low base. Oof. Okay. Is this a drug company? Kind of looks like a drug company. But yeah, it's an interesting little base here. Maybe you can get above it. It's definitely not a crowd favorite. New Skin Enterprises. Household personal care. Yeah, I don't see, this seems like it's very clear lines here, right? Either you get above kind of 5.30 or below $5. So if you like this for whatever reason, you end up liking it, at least your trade should be relatively simple there. You don't have to guess too much about it.
Little pullback here in oil. We'll see if Chevron can hold the pullback, get right back up there through the 145, 185.
And
Nice
New Skin's
pullback.
a pyramid scheme, Crow's saying. Well, is Herbalife still a company? Is Herbalife still a company?
Dong. I think it is still a company.
Still drinking that, Jesse?
Haven't stopped. I'm drinking the semiconductor Kool-Aid, I'll tell you that. I think it's going to come back.
That's what's keeping you looking so young, Jesse.
That's what it is. It's semiconductor.
Oh, dude, I have the Herbalife. It's right here, dude.
Do you?
It's the herbs.
There you go.
The herbs.
The good stuff. Hey, Jack.
The herbs. All right, guys, what's going on out there, traders? The most electrifying stock I have today is Celsius and Gilead and oil. How attractive.
I need to try that Celsius water sometime. I have not tried it before. Is that what you refer to when you say Celsius?
Yeah, Celsius energy drink. Yeah, I think they have water too. I think they have a water. Yeah, they have a water. They have it all.
I do these knockoff waters from Aldi and some other local grocery stores and Walmart, and some of the knockoff waters are actually pretty good where there's
knockoff water?
Yeah, it's
like fake water?
It's like
what?
Well, I mean,
it's knocked off, Michael.
Isn't it all fake in the no, so it's like, not really artificially flavored, but basically artificially flavored, no calories, no sugar, none of that stuff, but it like root beer that tastes like root beer, but it's not root beer.
Oh.
Stuff like that. Because I haven't had a soda in years. I can't even drink soda anymore. Yeah.
I do these, I don't know if they have them up there. I think they do. I think it's actually a publicly company.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Zevia. Zevia is like, it's stevia sweetened pops. And they're actually pretty good. Blind taste test? I don't know if I'd know.
Yeah, it's stevia. Well, it's not a bad sweetener.
No, stevia is actually pretty good. I've gotten away from all of the other crappy sugars and stuff, and I put stevia in just about anything if I want it to be a little sugary.
Yeah, I just gotta stop eating the pastries, but
Pastries will do it to you.
Yeah, I love that. Every now and then you go to the pub and the guy's got like, bangers and mash, or he's got like, like a really unhealthy pub food, and he's like, and a Diet Coke, please. Like, come
and
on,
a
man.
Diet Coke.
Just like go nuts. If you're going nuts, go
Yeah,
nuts, right?
dude. Did you having sugar? Have some sugar, dude. It's called cheat for a reason. XLE will look to see if it breaks 57 and goes higher today. That's one stock that's on my radar today. I think it's an important area to look at in the market. A reason why we could see some more kind of, struggling, right? So there is another stock that I'm watching on the radar in cybersecurity, which is Zscaler. Of course, it's a lagging name of the crazy move that we've seen in cybersecurity. Some of these are coming down also today. I think in the next 2 or 3 days, I'm going to be looking for some cyber pullbacks to dip my toes in. But just mentioning that for you swing traders out there. Who's a swing trader out there? Let's throw up in the chat if you're a day trader or swing trader. Let's wake up the chat. You guys out there, take a second, even if you put swing, because you don't have the time to put swing trader. Don't worry, I won't call you a swinger. Let's throw it up there. Let's see what you got.
Should we also have the option for both? I know I do both.
Well, then you put it both.
There's Snowman. There's the crow trades. Both.
Both.
Well, and we're getting to the point where there's only going to be one answer, right?
Day trader, 1 minute.
A trader.
1 minute, baby. Don't worry. Michael Katz would say use the 30-second, but
yeah, 1 minute. That's way too long. What are you doing? That's a
come
dog's
on,
age.
man.
But
the reason why we made the 30-second rule, right? For my man right here, Billy Runner, and likes to run. It says it in his name, right?
With 24-hour markets, right? I think that the difference between those is just going to dissolve into near nothing. And if the market never closes, like, what's the difference? You don't hear that as much from if you hang out in like the Forex spaces. They talk more about the time frame of chart they use and less about that whole day trader, swing trader thing, just because it's like, if your market's always open, take a trade and put out your trigger and your stop and take a little walk. And I think we're getting there.
Well, do you think that won't that affect volume in a lot of ways? Because then you'll have people, trading at other points and other times a day. Or do you think will it have a mass effect? Do you think?
Yeah.
Or Mitch? Yes.
No, we'll both give our opinion. I just think we're no longer, as soon as options and everything become 24 hours, it's not going to be an open and a close where the volume's clustered. It's just going to be around whatever event, macro earnings, news drops, stuff like that. You're
that's
gonna
why
get
we
like
have
clusters.
this thing, right? That's why we have this thing right here. You pull out your phone and you say, all right, time to trade. To trade, right?
Right.
Time to pull up the trade the pull app.
Be Money Mitch at 1 a.m., baby. Right there.
Pull it up. Pull it up, guys. Pull it up.
By the way, our app is pretty sweet. I look it up. If I'm not on the desktop or laptop, I do pull it up. I don't trade on the phone with it right now, but I definitely
make thousands on the phone.
I do. I know there are some people that do it, but I keep up with the charts.
Sometimes.
I keep up with the charts though, and it's very aesthetically nice on the phone.
So when I do things on the phone, I do very simple trades, right? I'm using probably the low of the day. And if I'm going to use the low of the day, I could put that in anywhere. I could put that in on the beach. That's what Michael's talking about. And I think look forward to seeing more content from our TikTok on that. Hint, hint. But definitely get over to our TikTok, guys, because I've been seeing these guys doing these lovely TikTok prop where they're taking these trades on the beach and they're taking these trades going places. Well, we're going to do the same, and we're going to have our own little series, Trading on the Go. And we'll get to have some fun. We'll send Jesse out there. We'll send Michael into the woods, see what he can find. We'll have to give him a Starlink, but we'll have some fun with it.
Yeah.
Get you a Starlink, man.
And Jesse, I think you have to. I don't think, because you've got to get to the point where you've got some system to, I like this stock at this price, alert me when it happens, that type of thing.
Sure.
And it's not going to be overnight. The whole world runs off Eastern time and will continue to do so for some time, but it will just slowly kind of dwindle out, where there'll be more liquidity kind of after hours and more liquidity overnight, and then maybe a little less during the day and all of that. But I just think it's going to be XYZ event occurred, and that's the time that you trade it. And doesn't matter when that is.
Yeah.
TSM climbing, baby. Sound that horn. Let's go.
Yeah, we're getting a good bounce actually across the board here in semis. So semis was down 3.5.
Do they like TSM now, guys?
Yeah, MU has really curled and come back up
down
around.
1.5% on the day, so not a huge amount, but they liked it better when it was down 3% on the day.
Right, we'll see what happens
Or
at the end of the
6%.
day if they like TSM's earnings or not. It'll be a good determining factor for the look into that conversation. We'll see if TSM can continue to climb back there. Let's see if Chevron wants to make another move here. And the way I'm looking at things right now, if tech really gets going here, basic materials is almost back to green. Tech still needs a little bit from the open, right? Like it was down pretty big at the open, but it is trying to come back now. And the big thing, semiconductor equipment stocks getting the bid. ASMLs, I talked about how that earning was great. Look at the reversal right now. AMAT, LRCRX, KLAC, TER would be a name that I really like here, guys. Oh man, this looks great. I just have no buying power. What can I do? Can I even buy just one share just for the bid? I can't even, guys. I can't even get the one share, but this looks great here on the rebound as you're getting that rebound trade, as ASML's earnings were great. And look at the rip off. That's a leader today. AMAT has been really good name. Look how it's bouncing back right now. KLAC, right? You got Qnity in there, ETNG, AMKR, right? This looks like a industry-wide turnaround there in the semiconductor equipment services name. So that's going to help out, start to see things start to go to the upside there. Health information services also getting a little bit of a lift today. And then now you need to start looking to see what goes green, right? What leans into the green? Semiconductors are starting to turn, led by TSM's good report. And it's up 1.57% now, TSM, almost up 2% from the open. And AVGO just went green. And now I'm starting to look to see what names are green. AMD starting to rip to the upside. So you're seeing that turnaround in tech. If you were trying to look for it and wait for it, well, if you were patient, you got rewarded today. AMD starting to come back up there, 516, starting to rip right back up. This is the name I actually like on the dip here. You're right underneath towards the support. We'll see if it starts to get some more buying there. But pretty good action there as tech starts to make a comeback. We'll see how much of a comeback, but look at that SMH off that support. Bigger traders might be starting to step in. That means the mags could start to get a little bit of some appreciation. Let's see if that starts to get some appreciation. And you're seeing the 15 minutes came down to support. It looked like a good buying opportunity out the gates. We'll look to see if it starts to work its way back through the 69. That'll be a tell sign as it starts to climb higher.
And Pops Mafia asks, Jesse, do you think MU will eventually get back to 1,000? Yes, I look at MU every day in the semiconductor market.
Yep.
I totally think it will. Do I think eventually? Yes. But do I think today? I'm not expecting it to get back to $1,000 today. No.
That'd be a big,
but
big
yeah,
move
your question
today.
is eventually. And yeah, I still think overall we're not done with MU.
Yeah, I think MU is just a momentum player, and you got to treat it as such, right? I think some people were treating it as a swing trade as it's starting to come down here and realize that it's going to have bounces, right? It could go into what's called like an ABC correction mode where it starts to dip here and then starts to work its way back to the highs, right? But the truth is it is on correction mode, right? Because you broke the trend. This is where I think some traders just get very stuck on our minds about this thing's going to the moon. The moment that it did this and held the 9 EMA, especially right here, this hold right here tells you that you are in correction mode and you didn't get above that. So now you need to see when do you finally break out back through kind of a trend line look that gets you back above that, right? So you need to clear 1,000 and then hold to start steady going through the 1,200, right? But the truth is, even if you get back to 1,000 on Micron, how fast are you going to get to like 1,500 now? I think you're going to see a little bit of some struggle now, and that's the hard part, right? The same way that it happened to NVIDIA when it started the turn process. But if you look at NVIDIA, right, it's actually starting to turn a little bit better. We'll see what happens if we start to see more semiconductor run. That's what I'd be looking at, because the semis can still make that move, right? ARM is a name that has pulled back significantly in the last couple of weeks. I like this name on a dip. You should be looking at opportunities like this where you've actually gotten the dip. Like Michael said, AAOI, reversal. That could be a nice day trade today and a good swing, right? Because you could take it for the day and then maybe ride it for a swing. So that's the reversal trade for Michael's strategy, but he can nail it. And then maybe you're going with a swing and you're riding it for longer term reversal off the bottom, right? I think those are the ones you need to be looking at in tech.
FYI, my AOI and my ANET trades are like weak holds, right? So both those
weak
are
holds. That's even better.
Yeah,
that's even better to know, right?
Yeah, Monday at the open for sure for AOI. That's the time stop that's built in, and then ANET's a semi-discretionary trade, so I'll put a little bit of my own thinking on it. But I think the edge sits around a week to 2 weeks on that. I'm already up 0.5% on it, so it's
I like the look, man.
Like I get the itch when they're semi-discretionary trades. I get the itch way earlier to take my couple $100 and walk away. But I knew I was risking more than that. But if we had like something crazy where we gapped into like the 175 area, then that could be an interesting one. But yeah, it's roughly for the AOI again. The cadence of that is pretty determined, right? It's you buy it during the week, you sell it on Monday, and you kind of rinse and repeat there.
Well, it looks like we've hit 20 likes today for the stream, and we have quite a bit more than 20 people watching. So guys, if you're getting some value from this, I know there's a lot of you that come here every day. If you just haven't hit that like button, make sure that you do that, because we are trying to grow. We are growing, but this will help us grow even more on YouTube and more people to see us and get accounts, right? Instead of trading your own capital, you can trade with us. You can trade our capital. So make sure you hit the like button, and if you haven't already, please subscribe.
All right, we'll keep pushing like always. Hit those likes. And yeah, when you saw him say subscribe, yes, you saw that subscribe button light up. So don't miss it. Hit it.
Pound it. Smash it.
Have you guys seen that before? You guys know that?
I have. It like creeped me out once. I was like, what's this flashing on my screen? It's like, oh.
Did I just get in a trade?
Yeah, if you say the word subscribe, it literally like just lights up.
Don't hit it twice, because that just undoes it.
It doesn't, or does it?
Just the one time's enough.
Notification bell. Isn't
there
I don't know.
I think it might be the notification bell. I think it's twice.
Okay.
I think so.
Michael's like, don't delete us.
Is it like a follow-unfollow thing? Is that the...
Michael's like, don't delete us, please.
Just don't hit it 3 times.
No, not 3. Well, you shouldn't hit it. You shouldn't hit a lot of things 3 times, Jesse, but we won't get into that.
Money.
We'll see what happens there. Lesson of the day. All right, what's going on out there? 55 in the room. Let's smash those likes. Let's keep it going, guys. Appreciate you guys out there. You see we have fun here. You see we bring trade ideas. You see we bring it all. Even disagree with each other. The truth is that's what trading's all about. Yep. The key is we'll have fun. We'll have a good time. We'll talk about different things here, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. Let us know if you guys see trade setups that you guys want to talk about, and any sector or industry or trade idea that you guys are thinking about. You guys can always bring it up. All right, Celsius still holding on there, guys. I'm starting to see Chevron kind of a little teetering here, so wondering what's going to happen. I still do see some strength there in the semiconductors. That's starting to try to get back up there. We're seeing AMD try to work its way back. Can the SMH get really green here? I mean, it's green, but we haven't seen a continued liftoff. But one thing to note, you're starting to turn back. Remember I mentioned that technology was down over a full percent from the open. In the last 15 minutes, you've made back 0.6 of that move. So that tells me more and more, yes, comeback coming on here. Now can it hold momentum? Short-term pullbacks and continued strength.
INTC right at that $100 mark, down 2% today. That thing has really fallen from, I think the high was 140, I believe, not too long
So
ago.
I think this is one to look at for, it looks almost identical to a lot of the trades out there. It's off the support, right? So think long term, guys. I think at this point, when you're thinking tech, stop looking at those dailies, start pulling up those weeklies, start thinking risk and return going into tech week next week. That's what I'm thinking, right? Because sometimes we got to think what's coming ahead, not so much playing ball today, right? Lots of tech conversation next week. Literally drives the tape. Like you're going to see nonstop conversation about technology stocks on CNBC. I can absolutely guarantee it. So what happens is if you're front running risk to return here, probability might be on our side that we can get into the green, right? There's no guarantee, right? But just the thought that there's going to be talking usually leads to late investors jumping in, right? Oh, now they're talking about technology. Now I want to get in. So we'll see what happens if we see that turnaround.
Someone is asking you the difference between swing trading and day trading. It's just time frames, right? It's just day trading. Historically, you're just out by the end of the day, right? You buy or you sell your stock, and by the time the day ends, you're out. And then swing trading is just generally speaking in that like 1 week, couple days to like maybe a couple month time frame max, and then generally it's position trading after that, which is measured in quarters, and then investing is measured in years. So it's just a quick terminology for the time frame. So if someone says they're a swing trader, you can just generally mean that they're in their trades for a couple days to maybe a couple weeks, that kind of time frame there.
Yeah,
So.
I have a few swing trades that I've turned in just to a long-term investor because I just didn't cut it, and I'm like, all right, I'm just going to wait around.
Well,
Yeah,
you mentioned the
don't do
name
that.
yesterday, Jesse.
I know.
Don't do that.
You mentioned
other
the
way
name
is good.
yesterday about Marvell. You said I'm thinking about Marvell. I talked to you about 195 weekly support yesterday. Look where you undercut today, 195. Let's see if we can hold it right now on some little tweak back, and then see the push above 198 going to 200. Once it starts to clear 200, you can use these 193s and 195s as your risk. Sometimes it's about being late to the move right now. And I think that in a trade like this, you're late to the move. You're not early to the move. You're waiting to show continued strength and a true bottoming action. But the weekly gives you that what? Good risk to return. Good risk to return is what it's all about a lot of the times, guys. If you can set yourself up like that, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks down, what if you get one up week? You could be back towards 233s, and who knows? It could be maybe leading towards a move to 260s. And are you feeling bad you got 200? No, you're not, right? So a lot of times I think too many traders are focused daily. They're too focused intraday to see these reversals off the weeklies. And right now, it's clearly showing us potentially a nice bottoming at 195. So you see how it comes back to 195, holding really steadily? That's just because traders are watching the same thing that I'm talking about. That's literally just, it's not like I'm reading prophecy here. It's more, they're watching those levels. They're defending the 195. Traders bought right here on this flag through the 195. They're reloading right here on 195s. Let's see if we get it back to 200 now. That would be the sign.
Yeah, and we're right there. We're right at that 195.
And then you look at names like AVGO that I mentioned yesterday, looking to see rebounds, right? I'm looking at names like that were on kind of that weekly pullback, consolidation periods. Those are the types of stocks you want to be looking at. Those are the ones that are getting ready to go, like Michael's been saying. It looks like we're getting consolidation ready to go. You want to kind of stick with that action. I'm sticking with the names I got. Energy names continuing to hold here. Financial services going in the green. So now only 2 sectors in the red from the open, led by real estate. That's always an interesting one when you see real estate up at the top. Industrial REITs doing really well, like PLD, Prologis. Of course, this one does like AI, data center kind of conversation. Look at Prologis, PLD as a high flyer today. I know not too many people talk about names like this, but look at that. Boom. Right? This is the stuff that I look at, right? Like, to me, I could care less Like, I don't like to be picky. I can't trade real estate. I mean, that's strength, right? Like sometimes you're looking and you're like, oh, I'm looking for strength. But then you don't even look at certain sectors and you don't see something like this, right? Which is a pure takeoff move, right? You're seeing PSA kind of come into play here also. That's an industrial REIT. That's having a really hell of a good day, right? So EXR, um, even Cube Smart. Who's using their storages out there, guys? Cube Smart, nice little rip there towards the 4150. Recovering here in Chevron. Can we get the XLE to break out today? That's one on my radar. Above 57s is really the breakout. We went above it. We held it on the pullback. Now looking great to the upside. We'll look to see oil names start to push. Look at this trend line break here. It's a pretty one. Let's start seeing if we go towards this trend line and start to get our way back up into this spot. This is where I could see the XLE kind of heading into in the next coming days.
All right, so getting word from our producer here, time for some education, and I have a rant about lying with statistics, so this will be good.
Ryan, you liar, you liar.
So yeah, just as we move into that, let's take a look at semiconductors just falling quite a bit after that initial push. So just be careful. Back into the range, failed that pre-market level. So just keep an eye on that while we're chatting here. But this is something that I guess kind of triggered me on the weekend. And I've seen this come up a bunch where everyone's talking about, oh, Warren Buffett's cash pile, and oh, you should be scared because Warren Buffett's cash pile's really big. Just be scared, scare your grandma. And no shade to any of these Twitter accounts, but you see this a lot. And I want to debunk this, first of all, but then also kind of show you guys the way that you can look at these statistics and I'd say the most prominent way that people kind of mess with you with statistics and just have a little bit of not a lie. Let's not say lying. They're misleading you in a way, right? And so this is the main kind of crux is we'll focus on poor Nick's here's chart. And they look at Warren Buffett's cash pile and they say, oh man, look at this move recently of how much cash Warren Buffett is making or raising. And if he's sitting on all this cash, well, we got to be close to the end of the world, right? Because this is one of the smartest investors in the world. You should be very scared when this guy has a lot of cash, right? So first of all, you see a claim like this, you might want to just initially check their numbers. So I built my own chart and okay, they're right. So that's the end of it. Huh? This my chart lined up pretty perfectly with theirs. So okay, that's great. But then you always got to look at absolute numbers. And this is the main tell that you can find if somebody is either wrong or they're trying to generate clicks, let's say, just by putting some weird stats out there. And anytime it's an absolute number, you have to look at it and you say, well, why didn't they normalize that data? Why is this just an absolute value? Yes, this is a lot of cash to have on hand. And yes, that cash has been raising over time. But what if I show you guys this chart? And this chart is just the market cap of Berkshire Hathaway. So this is how much cash is on hand, and this is the market cap. And both those charts look pretty much to be exactly the same, right? Give or take a couple little wiggles here or there. So wouldn't it make way more sense, and wouldn't it be a way more honest statistic if we said, well, how much of the percentage of Warren Buffett's business does he keep in cash at any given time, right? Isn't that just a much more honest number as opposed to $400 billion in cash, be scared, right? Run, put your money under a mattress. The world's coming to an end. As opposed to, oh man, Warren Buffett seems to roughly keep somewhere between 20 and 30% of his market cap in cash at all times. And this goes all the way back to 1996. So you can see from 2005 on, he's just had a policy of somewhere around 20 to 30% of my market cap I'm going to keep in cash. You can dive deeper. Well, why was it so high here? Was it because the world was coming to an end? No, it's because in 2005, interest rates were high. And then we had 2008, and they lowered interest rates. And now interest rates are back up again. So almost like one of the safest, most value investor dudes in the world likes it when he can buy bonds and have cash yielding him 4 or 5%. So yes, it is a record. No one was lying when they said it is a cash record for Warren Buffett. However, it is not 9 times what the cash value was before in 2005. It's not any of these. He's holding like 3 or 4% more in cash than he was before. It's really not that big of a deal, right? And then also that last time when he had a cash pile, did he call the top? Is Warren Buffett the guy who's known for calling the top in stocks? And we should be very careful when he raises a cash pile. It's like, well, no, absolutely not. The cash pile was in 2004, 2005. And then 3 years later, there was a great financial collapse. It's like, whatever, right? No big deal. And then, some people are also, they just check the cash amount wrong. They just say it's 74 billion, but he just owns a bunch of bonds. So if you're honest about the math, and we'll go back to that chart in about a second, his cash grew 9 times. Well, Berkshire grew 8 times. So it's not out of the norm for him to hold a bunch of cash. So anytime you see, right, a chart like this or a chart like this, just ask, why didn't they normalize it? To do this took AI 37 seconds. It just went through, it grabbed all the 10Ks, it found out how much cash it had on the time, and it divided that by market cap. So you're taking this number and you're dividing it by that number. And you're doing that a bunch of times. That's the easiest thing in the world. So anytime somebody shows you an absolute value like this, you look at them and you say, well, what are you trying to... Are you generating clicks? Is it hyperbolic? Is it anything like that? Why didn't you normalize the data? And some good books to read on the matter. I always love recommending How to Lie with Statistics. I think it's an amazing book. It talks about how you can make very truthful, factual statements, like people who said, oh, this is the most amount of cash that Warren Buffett ever held. But you ignore a bunch of other stuff around it, and it ends up painting that for you. So anytime you see, again, an absolute number, that's the first thing you look at in your head. Why didn't they normalize that number? In this case, they didn't normalize the number because a story that says Warren Buffett's holding about as much cash as he always holds, that doesn't get the clicks. It doesn't get things that are too interesting. So, all right, there you go. There's some education on anyone who's trying to scare you or your grandma.
Don't scare grandma.
They're always trying to scare grandma. They want grandma's stocks, man.
That, man. That's the name of the game.
Leave my grandma's stocks out of this. Come on, guys. Yeah, that one goes around so much. I've seen the Warren Buffett cash pile thing for years come up. And it's even if the number was true, it's do you know anything about the guy? He is not going to be the person who tells you, oh yeah, I raise cash when I think the world's coming to an end. He's not a market timer.
I see it on X as well. I see it a lot of doomer kind of X accounts will get on there and say, oh, Warren Buffett, he took his money out. You know what that means? And they leave this sort of generic way of just fill in the blank. Okay, seriously, knock it off.
Well, and then you look at this and you say, yeah, he just roughly, and you got to think about it. So Buffett's a deal man, right? He waits for a big fat deal that he thinks is worth a bunch of money, and he goes and he takes a swing. To do that kind of operation, you'd have to sit on a bunch of cash, right? You can't. Could you imagine a wicked deal comes along and he doesn't have the cash to make the deal? So it makes sense that he's sitting somewhere between 20 to 30% of whatever his net worth is in cash on any given time, because he's just waiting for that fat pitch.
Fat pitch, yep, exactly.
Aren't we all?
And his daily trip to McDonald's. You ever seen that documentary with Warren Buffett? How it's like the
and he
market's
drinks
up.
like 7 regular Coca-Colas a day. He doesn't drink coffee. Gets all his like caffeine from.
It's
I guess
those kind of people that make me go, you guys defy health, and somehow you have the longevity. I don't
because
understand it at
not
all.
only the longevity is like he like mentally,
Yeah,
dude,
mentally,
just like
right.
still kicking. And you read any book in the world, and it's like, yeah, this guy just drinks 7 Cokes a day and sits at a desk, and you're like,
Eats
yeah, he's
McDonald's,
probably
eats Dairy Queen. What?
yeah.
How's it possible?
Drives a Honda Accord in his like original house that he bought ages ago.
Yep.
Just
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's the clickbait, man. I'll put out some clickbait eventually on TikTok. We'll see it go big too.
Speaking of, has the chat discovered
I
our
hate it,
TikTok
but it
yet?
works.
Brand new.
It works. It works. Like it's ridiculous, dude. Like I can tell you right now, I can do it and it'll pop, but it's just like you put out anything Warren Buffett, you put out anything with Bill Gates, you put out anything with Elon,
Yep.
right? Or it's like I used to work like content for a cannabis company, and I was like, why aren't you guys just looking for like social moments where like celebrities are talking about cannabis and using that as your shorts?
Mm-hmm.
They did that, they went straight viral. Like
Yeah.
they've been straight viral with moments like that, right? Because like, you know, you get Joe Rogan or someone like that talking about it, and boom,
Yep.
easily.
Yep.
You're clipping him, right? You're not even having to add yourself.
Even if you put the
Right.
picture of the person on a thumbnail, my wife and I had a podcast, and I put a picture of Rogan on the thumbnail because we talked about him. But a lot of people thought, hey, did they get Rogan on somehow or whatever? Like, and that particular episode got more clicks because people literally even commented, "Oh, I thought you were talking to Joe Rogan," because from the thumbnail, it looks like we were.
That's it.
And it works,
dude.
and it works.
It works.
problem
It
is
works.
right. It will work for a while,
Yeah.
right? And eventually, if your audience just gets pissed off enough at you that you can sneak in a little
You see,
clickbait,
the
a
truth
little lie.
is, the truth
and all
is
this
that
kind
you're playing the algo game. You're not playing the I like
Right.
my viewer game, right?
Right.
Let's just be honest. Those people are just looking for the new viewer and the algo to keep recommending.
Mhm.
You know, and that's just the way it games
I
goes.
think you
That's
gotta do
what
a mix. I mean, you know, I don't like deception at all, but I do think you have to do a mix of, hey, what is gonna make someone click on something though, too. As a marketer, you know, I think that you have to think in marketing terms, like what Mitch is saying. But at the same time,
combo.
yeah, I don't want to deceive. It wasn't like I was saying, hey, here's an interview with Joe Rogan, and it really isn't. I don't want to do that because then, yeah, that is gonna piss everybody off. But it's almost a little nebulous. It's a little like kind of gray, like, oh, did they talk to him or did they not? Well, I have to click to find out, kind of deal.
Yeah, you got to walk the line, right? You got to, yeah, because it's your, again, it also, like anything, depends on your goal, right? If your goal is just to like drum up traffic, then that's one way of doing it. But if you want to then convert that traffic into people giving you money,
Yep.
there has to be a trust developed there at some point, right? Where you just go, okay, you know, I got suckered in for the clickbait, but I actually ended up liking the content. I like the person who's giving
That's
it.
it.
And you know, and then you develop that trust or that relationship then, and that's when it converts at, you know, lower down. One of the best marketing guys I ever talked to, his quote was always, you never try to convert at the top of the funnel, right? You get people in, yeah, you get them hanging out with you for a while. It's kind of what this live stream is, right? You get some back
and then we'll
forth
show you the
knowledge
gold.
and-
Then we'll show you the gold.
Gold's in
Yeah.
the back room, but you got to keep coming. You got to
You
keep
gotta
coming.
keep on coming,
You gotta come
baby.
through the door.
You
gotta
don't get
walk
gold. You don't get gold on the surface, do you?
Never.
No, baby. You gotta
Dig.
dig for that, baby. Oh man, I miss some Gold Rush. I love that show. Shout out to the Gold Rush.
Gold rush.
The Gold Rush is gonna be so exciting this year. I can't wait. It should be coming around.
yeah. So
Just
a follow-up
Gold is
question.
pretty expensive still.
follow-up question on the swing. Yeah, the difference between
Let's
swing
go.
trading and day trading is it's just time frame, right?
It's
So
time
just
frame.
whether or not you're out at the end of the day or not.
And also ability to hold outside of the noise a little bit, right? Because that's another thing that I would say about the day trading, the swing trading. Day trading is a lot of noise trading. Like swing trading, you can somewhat slow that noise down, right? As you worked further and further away in your time frame, you're slowing the noise, slowing the volatility, right? So like we could talk about it this way, right? Like day trading to swing trading to position trading to like long-term trading, right? As you work backwards, as you go to that long-term trading, you're slowing down the noise. You're not so focused on one catalyst comes out, right? And that's the truth, right? So, and day trading, like if you're trading a name for the long and all of a sudden one negative thing comes out, it could really ruin the trade, right?
Yeah. Yeah, when he says time frame, I mean, time frame for day trade could be 30 seconds, could be 1 minute, could be 5 minutes, could be 15 minutes. And then of course it's good to backtrack, look at the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the daily charts, of course. But yeah, swing trading, you're looking more like those 1 day, 1 week, maybe 4 hours, but I think swing trading is more 1 day, 1 week, and then really kind of more historical data. And like Mitch points out, it's also like, what is the rotation of that market looking like too?
Yeah.
What's up, team?
There he is. There.
What up, dude?
I love that.
Man, I'm sleeping. I just want to go to sleep, man. It's the slow in the small micro cap area today. It's dead.
Come to large caps. Come to large caps.
Don't do like me and fall asleep with the phone now.
Yeah, right.
Say large caps aren't crazy much better. We're recovering nicely, but I wonder what happens if we're going to hit this brick wall at 755 again today, over and over. This would be
what's continued to climb
5?
though. Yeah, we're on the bang up. We're on the bang up. It's just there's too much shift in the market right now. Like in the last 15 minutes, the stocks that are leading are pulling back, and then it's just a back and forth Pistons action.
Well, this is looking a little constructive on semis, and I'm probably jinxing the heck out of it now, but right, it did that. It came and it tried to tag like a nice pre-market area, failed there, tagged down, and for the last 20 minutes or so, just consolidating. And
TSM working its way back, leading the charge.
I think we might be now. What was it? Next Wednesday we get some, and then the Wednesday after. I don't want to say it, but we might be hanging out until both those things happen. Again, I hope not. That we get the earnings resolving things. That would be so lame.
Think institutional here for a second, right? Traders, and you guys tell me what you guys think. I'll kick it as a des moment here. We're going to do more of these, what I call des moments, where I give a question, everyone give an opinion, right? So the way that the Qs are set up here, right? It's right off the bottom end of the symmetrical triangle. Do you say, at least institutional-wise, do you think that they're buying here or selling here?
Are you sharing your screen, Mitch? Or
we can bring this up. Let's go ahead. Let's bring it up here on the screen there. We'll do the symmetrical triangle look right here. So you can go to my screen. There it is. This is the symmetrical triangle right now on, of course, the Qs. And how do you guys see this, right?
Boring. I see it as boring.
Consolidation.
Do you think the institutions are buying or selling, Michael? Not boring.
Neither.
You don't think it's accumulation?
If they were overwhelmingly buying, the thing goes up, and if they're overwhelmingly selling, the thing goes down. Unless all of the institutions are buying and then retail's the one dumping to them, but institutions are many times the size of retail, right? It's just they could be accumulating here, but they can't be accumulating too much because they're not pushing price at all.
All right, we'll go to Jesse. How do you feel about it? Buying or selling? Are the institutions buying or selling here?
Well, it looks like sideways consolidation to me, but if I was guessing, I think they're buying.
Okay, and what tells you that?
Just the amount of times that it hits and holds at it's hard to read the numbers. Is that 7? That yellow number is that 7-11, 7-15, somewhere in there?
Yeah, 7-11.
Yes, perfect. There we go, 7-11. We got our Slurpees again. So I I think just the amount of times that it's come to that point, not really broken down much further than that. There's been a couple. There's been like one day specifically where it did. But yeah, I think it keeps holding at that level. I think I think we'll see more of a push to the upside. That's my thought.
Well, then the question, the follow up is then who's their seller, right? Because if there's a buyer, there's a seller. Just the way markets work.
It's retail.
Right?
It's retail. It's us. It's us.
Well, and we will find that out on Monday.
It's us, man.
Because we have that. The beauty of it is that this isn't a nebulous topic. The data will come out on Friday. We'll know exactly whether or not they're still short and have been short the way they have been all year, or whether or not, because as of now, it's the opposite, right? We've had, if you go to futures and you just go to the S&P 500 here, they've been shorting, and in the last week they shorted more. And then the blue line here, this is retail, they actually bought a little bit more. So the beauty of it, again, we can speculate now, and then when we hang out again on Monday, we'll know for sure. I mean, we don't need to guess these things because it's publicly available data. But the cool thing is that you can see when there's action, then that's when you get the movement in positioning. And there's been nothing, and there's been no movement in positioning. And it's even worse on the Qs. Like the Qs, retail has been moving. Again, we're focusing. Red is large institutions and blue is retail. And both of them have just been sitting there not doing anything. So we'll find out on Monday. Stay tuned. That's a good come in every Monday. That's what I do for my Monday morning rant. So I'll go through all this data. I've got this. Let me find this for you. I've got Claude doing this cool
that's
thing.
just the most sobering thing I think I've seen. That's just so great to see you trading sober.
It's the hangover, man. I'm stealing it right from Kevin. I don't know. I don't know if this would qualify because it just dumped in the after hours. This must have been
it came off an offering. Yeah, it came off an offering. Or warrants exercise, something along those lines. Yeah, pretty much private placement. Something along those terrible lines. Because ASTS did the same thing around the same time yesterday. And we're like, we're watching earnings, me and Steve are with Alejandro, and then all of a sudden we're having Sober and ASTS put out these bad reports and just dump. Right there with it. You think it had earnings or bad earnings report. No, it was just an offering, $1 billion offering on ASTS yesterday.
Oof. It's got to be expensive to shoot things into space, right? So unless you're charging an arm and a leg for them, I never got why people are so excited for these things, because it just seems like such a capital intensive business that your margins can't be great. Like I don't care what you did to make it better, but yeah, it's just it's a rough business to try to. It's hard to be a retailer because the margins are so tight. And imagine instead of being a retailer, you're firing rockets off into space, and that's the way you make your money.
Tesla coming back storming today, guys. Tesla's looking good. Mags is looking good.
I was noticing
Mags
Apple
is right
and
back,
Google
guys. Mags is right back. If you're wondering what's also bringing the Qs back, it's the Mags.
Yeah, this is the thing I want to show you guys here. Hold on. How do I get this?
So, to me, they're buying up the Mags, which could mean that the institutions are taking their shot here. Microsoft is the interesting one to take the shot into because it's definitely the one that's in the dirt, right? Like, if you're wondering which one's in the dirt, that's the one that's in the dirt. Let's see if it gets going.
So, yeah, this is the... I'll start bringing this. I'll start do it again. I'll start bringing this Monday, but I now have Claude with a weekly process in which it creates this report of all the commitment of trader stuff, where it goes through everyone, and I've created a little indicator to show not only movement but whether or not they're long or short, and then it just ranks this. So I don't know, British pound, everyone's short. Doesn't really care for us, but you'll be able to see all of the change in this positioning report. And one thing that was interesting is that the Dow Jones actually showed up on this last week as potentially over positioned to the upside on YWM. But yeah, so
I
stay
have one
tuned again
question.
come Monday.
I have one question about that.
Yeah.
How does Goldman Sachs and others, capital markets, how are they making $7.42 billion, yet the trading data tells us that they're on the wrong side?
Well, you don't know if it's Goldman Sachs in particular. Like it's
No, but it's not only Goldman Sachs. Morgan Stanley's
is-
making money. Like all the major ones are making money. So
Yeah,
is the
they're
COT data showing us everybody else other than the majors?
no, it shows you everybody on aggregate, right? So if you took Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, they're going to be
That's why I'm wondering,
5%,
is that data
3%?
really valuable if it doesn't really show that, right? Because if Goldman Sachs able to make that much money,
no, they're in there. It just means there's more. It's an aggregate, right? So if they're long, assuming that that's how they're making their money, are they making money just being long S&P 500? I doubt it. I'd
don't
say
know.
there's probably options and derivatives, because if that's their proprietary desk trading revenues, then
that's their trading revenue.
yeah,
Right.
you're not opening a proprietary trading desk to buy the S&P 500 and sit on it, right? Why would you be paying a ton of people millions of dollars a year to own, right? So that they're making their money through market making, probably.
Probably invested in an American Rebel, probably as well. Don't forget about those guys.
So are the traders potentially buying up the Qs here? Those Goldman Sachs traders then versus the COT
You'll never
data
know.
traders?
Well, no, they are in the COT data traders, but right, Goldman Sachs guaranteed you did not make their money just owning futures, right? They're going to be doing market making, they're going to be doing spread betting, they're going to be doing speculative kind of inside investments. Because why would you get a prop desk to just say buy the Qs here, right, or buy the Nasdaq here? That just wouldn't make too much money. But again, they're in there. Right. Same with Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, but so is everyone else. So is Melvin Capital. They're still around, like every hedge fund that exists out there. So these are the smart money, all of the kind of nebulous, and you just never know who it is. You never know Goldman Sachs part of it. But I guarantee you, as you know, I spent some time, I don't know if I could talk about it long enough ago, working with Goldman on their one of their hedge funds and their desk, and most of their money is made from filling client orders. So someone comes to you and says, I want to buy $10 billion worth of American Rebel because I went to their website and it's on fire, right? They can't fill that order themselves. So Goldman fills that order, and then they make a bunch of their money that way. So a lot of their stuff is just pure execution of illiquid stuff. It's just certainly not investing in, the S&P 500 to have it go up. That and market making. They're not as big as Citadel and Virtue, but all of these ones have market making desks. It's just an easy way. When you have that amount of money in options, is just create these market making spreads. Nothing we can do with that, right? We're too small to matter, but their high frequency trading and their market making desks generally produce over half of their revenue.
Nice breakdown.
We'll see the data on
Jane
Monday.
Street, yeah.
Earlier, Jack and Drew Pod asked about SoFi, so let's talk about that real quickly. He says, any potential, or will it just bounce around between 16, 15, 19 for the foreseeable future?
Got earnings coming up, doesn't it? That will probably kick it.
That could help it, yep.
I actually like it today on the rebound if it comes back through the 18. So it looks good to start making the comeback. The key is you want to see levels wash out. So what you're seeing is not so much chop, but range expansion. So that's what's happening here. Range expansion, volatility is increasing into the earnings move, right? Which is normal, right? So volatility is increasing. It was really choppy. And lately you went a move all the way from the bottom to the top, all the way back down, right? So you're expanding that range. So you need to give yourself room on this name. You need to be looking at the weeklies more than the dailies. Traders are getting trapped because they're watching the intraday action, right? They're watching intraday, and I've shown you guys SoFi before, even throughout this week, how it trades out the open. It has a tendency of really looking really strong, and then all of a sudden it just comes back crashing back down, right? So this is the thing about SoFi. traps a lot of day traders, right? Like out the gates just the other day, it looks like this right through the 1880s, going through the 19s. You're like, I got 19s, I got this bad boy. And then boom, right? It's a free fall, right? And then the prior day actually broke out through 19s and went higher, right? Right out the gate. So it's a momentum play. You got to stay with this thing. Like, you got to also sell rips sometimes when you get it, right? You get a full buck move. If you can get that type of move, well, you take that money and run. If not, you're having to play deeper time frames. Use your weeklies, use your monthly charts, use your even quarterly charts, dare I say, because that gives you the best outlook. It gives you the best risk to return. That's what we mean by expanding your time frame. Like if you're a swing trader, right? Because if you're a day trader, you're buying every pop above 19s, and you've been, how many times this lately has popped above 19s, right? Plenty of times, like 5-6 times. Every time it's looked like a breakout, but it's come back down. So it's reloading on the bottom and selling out to those traders at the top. You got to wait for a clear move above 20, and that could come with earnings, right? And that's what you're going to have to look for, really, to turn the boat.
Yeah, 29th. I just looked it up. 29th before market open. So you got time for earnings to like what, week and a bit.
Yeah.
But
SPY holding in on the throwback look.
In.
SPY is looking like it wants to, and the Qs are what needed because everything else is in the green except basic materials, and basic materials is just slightly kind of red. It's not like a huge red. It's just not participating. And that could be a little bit of a mixed noise. Let's see what we see in basic materials. Yeah, it's mixed noise type of day where you have lumber, some areas up, but some areas down. Like copper is just being dragged and gold is being dragged down. Metals and minerals also on the downside, which is the dragging side of that. But that's just the only area that's dragged. In the last 15 minutes, you're seeing communication services, defensives up, real estate, healthcare, and then technology is slightly trying to make a little bit of a push, but it keeps, like every bounce is getting sold into right now, at least on an overall look. I think that's mainly the computer systems drag continuing to hit. Micron right back down. Just can't hold on. Micron.
No.
So.
Trump just announced that the War Department's going to invest approximately $10 billion in material production.
So that means more spending. That means oil lifting off with that mention. So thank you, Trump. I was wondering why oil was just making a move, and there you have it. Thank you, Trumpster. And that might mean why you're seeing the Qs kind of fade off a little bit there.
Is it time to load up my socialism fund? Is that the that what you're saying? Is we gonna start buying what are the ones that he owns? What is it? Was it USAR? Is that the when you guys were talking? No, that's hitting new lows. Definitely not that.
That's in basic materials. It's not socialism day right now. It's defensive day maybe. Lockheed Martin. Look at Lockheed Martin wake up. RTX. So you see how these are waking up? This is me giving you guys literally news read as Jesse delivered it. You're seeing Lockheed Martin. You're seeing RTX up. You're seeing, you could go throughout the look now. Defensive should be turning here and getting some bid. And you're seeing it right now. So that could have actually helped SpaceX here because it's in the same area. And it's defending that 134. What's going on with SpaceX? Are we going to get through that IPO? Out that IPO price. What was the IPO price? I think we got through it yesterday, right?
We did.
135.
Yeah.
Oof.
We did.
Man, that's a sad day. Sad day for everyone that invested in the 200s. Because there was that guy that invested in the 200s and just like, what is going on, man?
I always remember there's one guy who bought DJT at like 150.
Oh yeah, there's definitely that guy. There's probably someone that bought DJT today.
Because when it went public, after it went, it ripped in the pre-market. I think it just ripped to like 150 for 1 second, and I was looking, there was like 100 shares that went through. I'm like, I bet you that guy's still holding. He's like, don't worry, it'll come back one day. I'm only down 90 some odd percent. I'm still good. Is S-Dot still a thing? This was the protein thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been running recently too.
It's interesting seeing the XLE going higher, USO going lower.
Yeah, RSP, look at the average stock just ripping today. What's the
Gilead, baby. Best buy of the day. Best chart of the day right there. Oh.
Yeah, 67% new highs versus 33% new lows. So this is very much you're doing good unless you're a semiconductor.
Yep.
You know, Russell, I like this little view, right? So there's the Dow. The Dow is going to have your UNH. I don't know if Gilead's in it or not. I forget, but all these things are looking to point up, and then you see the NASDAQ going lower, and that's why the SPY is usually in the middle. The SPY usually does like whatever the average between these two do, because it's 30% tech, and then it's going to be 70% everything else. And with most stocks making new high today, the SPY is trying to irk back up, and then you're having the Qs push lower. SMH hang out near lows of the day here. So just be careful with that. But all of this is like not much of anything. Like if you look at SMH, we're inside this range. If you look at the SPY, we're still inside this range. If you look at the Qs, you can see I have all these drawn out. We're inside this range. Everything is just waiting. And again, I hate to say it, but maybe waiting for that big Mag 7 earnings day, which is 2 weeks away. So 2 more weeks of this. Yeah.
Well, guys, let's do can we judge me on my trade ideas for the day here? Let's judge it here. I went through this on Trader TV, and we were looking through to talk about the trades to look at for the day, right? Of course, we talked about pretty much all these trades right here. Theme number 1, Mag 7, right? Continuing to look to see if Google starts working its way back up towards that May 12th high, right? Second area to look at, the cyclical area like A&F, Booking, Airbnb, Nike, Macy's, right? We're starting to see more and more cyclicals up today, up 1.1%, 1.06 from the open. You're seeing apparel manufacturing. You're seeing footwear accessory names. Decker is a name that I gave you guys to look at for, and that's up 2.68% and starting to move on the daily. Looks really nice on the daily there for Deck. Then another area, of course, cybersecurity on the pullback. So looking for those first pullbacks of the 9 EMAs. I definitely keep an eye out on opportunities there. Banks, I talked about how this could start to slow down a little bit there, riding the wave, but could see the trend change there. And then oil, looking for oil to go to the upside. Copper was on the look to the upside, but that's not playing in. The XLE trade, though, definitely starting to hang in there. So oil looking good. And this is probably the best area where Michael will probably enjoy it, the healthcare talk. Today, Gilead, Merck, Bristol Myers, AbbVie on the watch. Let's go take a look at some of those trades to see how they set up. Gilead, of course, I'm in the trade, talked about it, and actually got in it. And look at that big breakout there towards the 133.76. Good looking daily chart on this name as it starts to catch the bid there. Let's go to MRK, see how that one's doing. Oh, boom. Nice takeoff there. Nice lift off there from 124 to 127.82s. Big breakout there. Let's go to Bristol Myers. Let's see if this one's doing well. Oh, damn. Let's go. Let's keep the party alive. Let's see if I was 4 for 4. AbbVie. Boom. Money, Mitch. Let's go, baby. Bringing the bag to you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the take the bag today, as these trades were on fire today, guys. So not bad. I mean, that was like in those areas, I gave like about 7 different areas, 1 out of the 7 areas in the red today. So definitely catch those interviews. I do them every 2 weeks on Trader TV, and always talk about these trade setups in the morning before the open, right? So hope you guys enjoyed that action. We'll keep partying here, 11 a.m. Any wrap up for you, Michael? That's going to do it for me. Good looking trading action today. Let's keep rocking.
Just be patient, right? Be patient in the range. Take your shots when you see them. Don't expect the moon. The market will do something at some point. I'm confident. It just needs that little kick in the arse, and I'm sure we'll get it sometime soon. But hey, if Josh, if you could do that, that'd be great, right? So if you could just break us out of this this range that we've been in?
I'm definitely trying to talk about it every morning in my morning alerts. That I am.
Right?
I am going to put all my will and
screaming.
power. 770s are coming soon, my man. 770s.
Yeah, today would be nice for that, and I would be happy. I
was thinking next Wednesday, but okay, I'll see if I can't work it in today.
Yeah, no, let's do it today instead. I'm very long a lot of things. But
I don't need the wood chipper showing up in front of my house, you know. And then
exactly.
First you send the kids, and it's like children of the corn, you know. They come in, and I'm like, oh no, this
get 'em
kid.
go.
Yeah, and then I know the wood chipper's coming after I see the children of the corn.
Yeah, that's it. Just be patient, guys, and we'll see you next week. Peace,
All
suits.
right, guys. You guys that love my man Michael, go check him out on TikTok. I'm throwing up a link here for you guys there. Click that link. Go check him out on TikTok. You guys love Michael? Well, don't miss him on the TikTok. And don't worry, you won't see a dance. I promise you that. Let's go, J&J.
Nice.
See you, Mitch.
Take care.
That would just... Whoa. My chart should be up. It's stuck in the slope. Okay, you're good.
So we are good. I like the hat today, Josh. Good hat.
Oh yeah, this hat was so old. The brim, you know, the right here was just getting so dirty for as many times you touch it. I finally looked at it, right? I was like, oh my god, I got it. So really, the best way to clean a hat, I was like, okay, cool. I googled it, right? AI, you know, comes up with I'm doing AI, and it's like the best way is using a bucket. So you get a bucket, put cool to warm water in it, and it was, you know, you use your normal soap, run of the mill soap. Let it soak for like 20, 30 minutes. I let it soak probably for longer than that. Man, you should have seen how dirty that water was. I did it a couple of times. You scrub it off, like when you pull it out, you scrub it off. But it was absolutely, it was dirty. But it's nice and pretty. I mean, that's back to the original kind of grayish color. And then, hey, the cool shirt to match. This is actually a Denver Nuggets shirt. It's actually themed off of the Grateful Dead. But this is actually after they won the championship game. So this is actual one of the run-of-the-mill kind of shirts you won't see very often. But yeah, 2023 championship Nuggets shirt there. So repping the Colorado, the teams today. And yeah, I agree with...
Is the Broncos hat, is that from the 97-98 Super Bowl? Or how old is it?
It's old.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I had Broncos gear from that era too. And
yeah, it's old. I don't know how. It's old. I wish I knew how old it was, but yeah, man, I've been wearing this since I know for sure. I was wearing it during the last Super Bowl, you know, so I've had it for such a long time. But yeah, I love how you're. Hey, well, maybe I have to get you one. You know, I know we need to get the trade the pool hat. But maybe we'll get you a Broncos hat too. You know, birthday coming up in October, so now I remember.
Right on, brother. That's right.
Yeah. I same thing with NOS. I think we are pretty much range bound. I keep talking about this on my morning alerts. We just go back here overall. We've just been working up overall in this higher low pattern. Let me get this. I'm just moving stuff around real quickly, guys. Now, boom, back to this chart. Charts and screens everywhere. Actually, let's go to the 4 hour. We'll go to the 4 hour here. Let's go back to at least 6 months so we get a little bit more data to look at. This is a little bit more constructive, bullish-wise, in my opinion. We're just looking at the Qs. I didn't get my take on it, but Qs they're both bullish-looking. It's just, do we squeeze or not? This one looks more squeezier than the Qs do. The Qs are a little bit more constructed to a bull flag, which points downward. This is more of an ascending triangle that has a flat top and an ascending, right? It's moving upward. I think we're doing it. I think we're going to do that thing. We may have one more pullback, you know, kind of along the way and do one of these numbers where we maybe hit new highs and come back and then come down. But then it could be that. It could be elongated move to 770. I know Nos wants it now, but Nos all is good in the future. Your kids will be eating great. I won't have to see the... And did you ever watch that, Jesse? Any of the Children of the Corn movies?
I know of Children of the Corn, but I did not see any of those.
Oh, Jesse, you're missing out on some terribly scary, not so good. Listen, as a kid, as an adult, there are moments that can still get you, like in the earlier ones. They made like 18 of them. They just those movies that came out in the late 70s, the 80s. I'm like, why did we really have to make Jaws 17? Well, I mean, I guess there were only 3 Jawses, but maybe there were 4. But anyway, but it's like then, you know, all the Jasons and the Friday Night Live. Don't forget about that. But you know, the Friday the 13th. So I'm like, why are there so many of them? But there are a lot of Children of the Corn. But yeah, as a kid, bro, because my mom, Pennsylvania, so you got to think about Pennsylvania, that area, Ohio, whatever, a lot of rolling hills, a lot of cornfields. And I mean, you're just passing fields on fields and fields of it. And so going up there as a kid, yeah, if that movie ever came on, oh man, I wouldn't go outside. I wouldn't go outside.
Oh, isn't that funny what we do? We watch a movie and we like insert ourselves like, oh, if somebody breaks in a house, it's so hard to go to bed that night. Like, oh, did I
Yes.
hear something? Like, okay, yeah, you watched a movie, now somebody's breaking in. Like,
Yes.
you know what I mean? Or you see a cornfield and all of a sudden, oh yeah, it's gonna be haunting now. But it is funny how it gets into our psyches. We were
Yes.
watching Signs last night. I hadn't seen that in years. So I
Yeah.
was showing
Speaking
the
of
boys the movie
cornfields.
Signs. Speaking
Yeah.
of cornfields, and yeah, that's a fun one. That's a fun one for sure.
Yeah. And if I'm just going to go put some lines in here for everybody and, you know, on the stream here, just kind of looking at what I'd be looking at, and we'll zoom in on this chart to see it just a little bit cleaner. Those are the lines I probably would have had in here. As in the uptrend channel that we were on, some were basing it off those lows, you know, somewhere in here, however you want to put them in. Whoa. Didn't mean to move over there, but somewhere in here, right? Somewhere in there's off those lows, touching again. And then we move forward a little bit here in time. This now is breaking and holding the back area, right? So I really feel we just continue this, and there will be that day, like Nas is talking about. It's the day that I put the pedal to the metal, and you all thank me. Not that I did anything, but maybe I just love that somehow I get I have like the weight of the spy, you know, Jesse on my back, thanks to Michael Nas, essentially. Will come thanking me how well we'll be eating when we do squeeze here and go. But I feel it's due soon. Now, again, when does it happen? We could, again, just go up and test this former all-time high, tap this, you know, essentially 760 mark, come back, like I was saying, to 755, you know, where we've really been feeling the most at, then take off. Maybe, and I would love it too, like Nas, just that one day. Let's just go. Can I finally get one of those $10, $15 days again, and we just rip, and next thing you know, we're at 770. I would love it, but anywho, Sharknado movies, yes, Tack, you got to believe that. Oh, man, white vinegar and baking soda as a kid, you got to believe it. Nigel, how we doing? D-Rider, anyone that's still sticking around from the last hour from the M&M show that Jesse joins, and then I join, then becomes a J&J show. Jack and Drew Pod, earlier, another good question. How do people know to step in on these pre- and post-market gaps? Is it just speculation or trend analysis? They often seem out of the ordinary for chart habits. Yeah, Jesse, a lot of time it's momentum. So if you can be quick, and D-Rider is trying to help you there, and you get scanners, right? So if you get scanners, you're going to want to trade quick. You want to jump in right away. It's not you can wait for trades afterward. And there, a lot of the time you'll build a decent chart in after hours, after a certain PR, that you can go get like a bounce play, or you can trade some sort of some sort of like downtrend, right? There's some sort of lines being created, you know, some sort of support resistance being built in. But a lot of time the moves are, they're very quick. I don't trade. I do sometimes trade pre-market, but again, when I trade it, it's not just right out of the gate. It's built up a chart. Let's just go. Let's find us a small cap move here from yesterday to have us a good example. Oh gosh, what moved yesterday? Let's go to V. Actually, let's just go to V, because V, has been where you can almost say wee how much it's moved here recently. It's been beautiful. Can I get back to pre-market? I almost can. I pretty much can. Let's just zoom in here. Zoom. So, this is not long though, but there are plays in pre-market where you can trade the breakout. You can come back down and trade old resistance, new support, some bounce plays, right? You can trade more breakouts, the downtrend, right? Or we're claiming new highs. So there's some shorts to be had, right? Maybe find the charting in the history where you're finding. So there are more elongated plays. Plays like, let's see today. I know there's got to be one today. What was the one yesterday? Hold on. There's one more good example that ran too long. Let me go back to my morning alert so I can show you a better example here. That ran all day yesterday, but it was moving. I think it was it Vivs? No. Oh, no, it would have to be Tuesday, Josh. It would have to be Tuesday. NXTC is the one. So let's go like NXTC. Definitely a pre-market mover a couple of days ago that was really, there you go, right? This is running for multiple hours in pre-market. So you get the initial move. You're getting in with the news. You're getting in with momentum. You're moving up. There are shorts to be had up top. There's consolidation and pullbacks like I like to be a part of. There's a beautiful trend break. Boom, we're extending out, right? Whether you take the initial break, the break of this neckline, the break of this neckline, or you take this neckline like I do for maybe a dip buy, right? Or you're finding more dip areas, then eventually there's, eventually a sell-off, but that's after the bell. But there's a lot of ways to trade it once it builds a chart. So once we start building this, and especially once we're through this area, and we'll just go back to like that, right? Well, now we can trade. We have areas to trade. that's what I wait for. I usually am not going to just trade right out of the gate. And I'm never trading after hours. This is my bread and butter right here. I want to be trading here, usually about an hour before the opening bell or show, maybe a little before. Typically not that time. It's usually an hour before the bell, at the bell, and an hour or two afterward. Usually right about now, I'm looking for maybe one last trade of the day, essentially. But I wait for charts to set up. It's definitely waiting for charts. Charts are the biggest thing for me. Jesse, I don't know as long as you've been trading. Sharknado movies. I don't know what I have to say and see that again. But what about you? Did you ever trade after hours? Did you ever trade pre-market? I know you really haven't gotten in. I don't think you've traded too much of the small caps. But did you ever trade pre or post?
Yeah, I started in pre-market actually with small caps. That's kind of was my foray into the stock market world entirely, was penny stocks and small caps, getting up at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, sometimes a little bit earlier. Looking at those, looking at the alerts, seeing what small cappers might be moving. And that is actually what I started with before I transitioned over to large caps.
How'd you trade them?
It was basic momentum, looking for that. And it was with a Webull account. I wasn't with Trade the Pool at the time. And it was just like, looking for those moving averages to do certain things, looking for mainly volume spikes, all this stuff. The funny thing, the difference between small caps and large, and there's many differences, but the big difference that I personally notice is, small caps, you'll get 5 minutes of kind of nothing, just almost like this feeling of consolidation. Nothing is really going on. And then all of a sudden, boom, you get a spike up and you think, okay, is this a real spike? Is this the end of the line, or is it going to dump? It's just the way that the small caps move. I know there's people like you who play it really, really well and know what they're doing. I just felt like, you're sitting there. It's a lot of
maybe guessing
that lemon. You're kind of guessing. You're kind of feeling that sense of, and that's obviously my that was my inexperience, because you're good at reading those bounce plays. The thing that large caps has helped me with, and I might even transition back to small caps eventually, but it is sort of like setting up these trend lines and actually setting up places where it might bounce to. I don't think I had that kind of vision at the time, just trying to read everything as a new trader. But I think now that I've been doing that a little bit more, even with the large caps, setting things up a little bit better than what I did early on. It's one of those things where I'm more than willing to look back and start trading again in the pre-market. But I do really enjoy trading large caps.
Yeah. They're definitely. It's just the thing is the love and the passion. You just got to figure out what it is that you like to trade. And when small caps, I get that a lot where. Traders don't know what to trade, and they feel like they're guessing a lot, and is it almost like a gamble, Russian roulette kind of thing? And so like I'm just out of here, 100%. Yeah, humidity. Talk about yesterday was crazy. It was only about 85, Jesse. Here it was kind of rain, which I won't get into that, but it started raining. But man, 85 is not bad. Okay, right when it's middle of July, you'll take 85. But humidity, was cranked through the roof. We went out and walked the dogs, and we were like, oh. God, those are the worst when it's not even that hot out. It's hot, but it's not that hot. But the humidity is through the roof, and it just
We're not too far from one another. We got that Midwest, almost jungle-like feel during this time.
There you go.
July and August. It's like, what jungle have I entered into during this time of year? It's absolutely crazy.
Welcome, my friend. Yeah, we get it usually. Luckily, most years we don't get it till June, but sometimes we'll get it in May, and then then it lasts for us until usually about September, early September, and then it starts to fade off. Where you're at the end of September, early October, and you're like, oh my God, it's like, hey. It's like literally like, okay, huh? It literally like you just walk out of you're like, okay, now I'm back in a nice breathable air. This is nice and refreshing.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity that will kill you in the Midwest. I mean, really, because even if we have heat of 85, 90 degrees, that's not terrible. You can find some shade, but you cannot find shade if there's humidity. It doesn't matter where you're at. I mean,
it follows you everywhere.
It follows you. You can't breathe.
Yeah, it could be almost like a funny skit on the Chappelle Show.
No doubt.
Got a big support area. It's like a forever line I've had in for at least a couple of weeks now. here at this 53, almost 53.50. Always preach and teach. It's at 53.30. You can see today respecting it so well. Love to see that. Talking about bounce plays. D. Radis said, love some bounce plays. Yes, love some bounce plays. This is the bounce area. My point of bringing this up because it looks really weak. It's looking pretty weak here. A lot of selling coming in. We could crack this and come on down. Not respecting the WAP today. I think we go through the WAP and could see a sell-off. I don't want to upset Michael Noss, but I think he knows we're good. We're still in an overall uptrend daily. Just isn't happening today. It's just not going to happen this week. I think Noss is all over it. I know he wants it to happen soon too, but I'm on the same page as him. I don't think it's going to happen until possibly next week or the week after when we get this full-on entourage of earnings. And don't forget, smash that like button. 50 likes on today's live stream. We give away a 25K eval first. Secondly, earnings this afternoon. We finally get into the big daddies with NFLX, and that is National Football League Exotic. That's right. That's where they don't use helmets. Jesse, have you heard of this? I'm just kidding. When I first saw NFLX, of course, when I first started trading, no lie, I didn't know it was Netflix. I thought it had something to do with NFL, and so I was like, oh, it's Netflix, duh. So I had to pull out the end then, because I'm not kidding you. When I first saw this ticker forever ago, of course, I'm newbies, always trading small caps, and someone was bringing in NFLX, and someone was bringing it up, and I'm like, what is this NFL ticker? Okay, I got to pay attention to this NFL ticker. Oh, it's Netflix, you
Sounds
idiot.
like the league that Vince McMahon bought several years ago, right?
Yes, exactly. And that's what I was like, is that like it? I was like, was that it? Is that like he has a ticker now?
Yeah.
I just overall, I could go back further in the chart. I just feel this play coming down. I know Steve, the Achieve, will come on later and say, no, we're going up. It's just weak. It's weak.
I'm on it too. It's been weak for a long time.
Yeah. So I'm gonna. What I plan to do is right at the closing bell, get on this. When we get the after hours. When it refreshes to after hours. I keep wanting to say credits, but what am I trying to say? Whoa, I want to say credits because I keep wanting to give away a freaking evals. But when you're oh my gosh, you get stopped out 10 minutes. What am I trying to say here? And then you go to after hours.
Aftermarket?
Yeah, you go to aftermarket, but you have a certain amount of money you can use. Like, oh my gosh, what am I trying to say? You're oh my gosh, I'm having a brain fart on the live stream. This is awesome. But your overall balance is what I'm trying to say. You can only trade with so much money, or what? You know what I mean? Like you're oh my gosh.
I like this. This is good. I'm trying to get it for you. I'm really trying to help you out.
Oh, here, I'll get to
Maybe the
it.
chat knows. Hey, chat, help us out here, because I can't help him. Help us out here, chat. What are we thinking of? Aftermarket hours.
Oh my gosh, where is it at? I know there's a rules of date. No, here, my gosh, where is it at? There's somewhere on here where it says it on the oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
The writer wants to know.
I can't even think about it. This is great. Essentially, your overall your account size goes down, right? So essentially, if you can only trade like so much in after hours, you're if you have like a 25K account, you get 25K in market, but in after hours, you only get like your buying power. Good buying power.
All right, we need a sound effect. We need some ears going on. Thank you, chat. Taquito, Derek, boom, you guys got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm like looking it up.
I was not helpful. I was not there for you, brother. My apologies.
I love it. No, I wanted that. That's great. That just shows you like, but yes, my buying power on my 50K account only goes to 8K. But anyway, that's what I was looking at. How much it's 8K. Anyway, I know each one of them has its own. Anyway, point being, I'm going to go short on Netflix today, baby. And I'm going to join you and Jesse and Alejandra in after hours and pop in. And I'm going to say, and I'll be, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll still pop in and say, okay, Steve, you were right. It's popping up, but it's still going to go down and over time. That was fun. That was absolutely awesome.
Taquito, how is this mic volume now? Just let me know.
Oh, now it's ripping and roaring. Now he's roaring like a megalodon.
If it's too loud, tell me if it's too loud. All right, cool. So I'll just go ahead and continue to do what I'm doing.
I like it. But yeah, I like Netflix. So Netflix. So then, okay, that's what I was going to ask you. We're both down, bearish. I think we cracked back down to new lows here overall in the 52, week, yearly, whatever. We crack into 50s. I'm going 50s on Netflix. Do you have a certain number you're going with, Jesse, that we're going to crack to? Not today. I'm just saying until we see a bounce. Just like specifically, where do you think we're going to head down to?
Well, let me do this. I'm going to pull it up on my screen just because from where I see it, I can't see it too well on the screen. So hold on one second. Let me just pull it up here. I have been looking at this in anticipation of earnings coming up here. So today we're at a high of 74.45, low 72. We've been flirting with the 70s now for a long time. If this thing goes bearish and drops below, it's going to be interesting because if we drop below 70, I'm going to pull my chart back here and see when was the last time that was. Wow. So we're looking back at 2024, October of 2024. We haven't seen lows this low for, what is that, almost 2 years now?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think if we are bearish and if we're massively bearish, I'm going to say 68.75, somewhere around there, about 68. If we go bearish. Now, Steve, like you said, he might come on here later and go, no, guys, here's what the news looks like. Here's where I think we're actually going to go to. But I'm kind of a bear tonight. Unless something changes my mind, which it could. I am a bear on Netflix. I've been a bear for several weeks now with Netflix when I have traded it intraday. Because I mean, yeah, the thing as we all can see, it continues to consolidate, fall. And if earnings are not good, then I think we're really gonna start tumbling.
Well, we will find out this afternoon. Please make sure you join us. Netflix and the earnings. Steve, Jesse, Alejandra will be live with you guys in Power Hour into the closing bell onward to cover Netflix and, of course, get you guys ready for next week. Do see a little bit of inverse head and shoulders for the day. So we got the shoulder, we got the head, we got the shoulder. So we are making a little bit of a bullish move back on up. But earnings this afternoon. Join us for, again, Power Hour. Call-in show topic, but I want to get into that. Just not that we're going to fully – I want you to get to thinking about it. Stop losses, guys. How do we use them? Why do we use them to reduce risk? So that'll be the topic today for the call-in show. Stop losses. How and why do you use them to reduce risk? Today's call-in show topic. And, of course, we have the earnings challenge going on, team, as well. So don't forget to participate in that. The link has been and will be for a while in the description of today's live stream. Make sure you sign up for that. The earnings trade the pool challenge. We've got that going through earnings. Earnings are going to be rocking and rolling, rocking and reeling. Like Barbara and I love it. You guys were, it's so funny. Derek and Taquito, everyone's like, "Hey, idiot! If you just look in chat." So we got Mike Hicks saying trail stop loss is my go-to. Yeah, that's good, especially if you get a good dip area, right? If you get into a good bounce area, if whatever it might be, I say bounce, but if you get in a good entry, is the point. Like say you got the low of this head on Netflix. Yeah, I mean you're definitely just set that trail and just let it go. Just let it rock and roll. Now, I do like to still take profit at my take profit areas just because I don't know exactly. Going through the years, I try to do some good calculations. It's never a perfect science on where and how far my plays go, right? It's always going to be a little different, especially in small caps. Market's going to be shifting. It's not an exact science. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to find my targets and where they're going to be at. And we're going to take the profit there. But yeah, setting those trailing stops in after a certain entry area is very, very, very beneficial. And especially for those that have issues, which there are a lot that do, about not putting a stop loss in, trying to do a middle one, letting it go. And boy, oh, there can go an account or two or five.
Yeah, I think the temptation too with stop loss is to move it, especially if you set it and you're like, okay, come on now, I feel like it's gonna come back. I feel like it's gonna reverse. I do this from time to time, not all the time, but I will do this from time to time. And it's just like you just move it just a little bit, move it a little bit more. It's like, hey, like dude, like no, don't. This is me talking to me, But
there you go.
What in the world?
Yeah, smash that like button. Well, I didn't realize we're so close. We're at 42. Taquito, Mike Hicks, D-Rider, Delonte, D-Rider. Get it logged into all those other YouTube accounts you got. Do it. Yans. What do we got here? He says, or they're asking about, what is this? STDN. How about STDN? Let's take a look at standard. That's the day. Or the IPO that's dropping. Steve's going to be all over that. So Steve the Achieve, when he comes on for Power Hour and the closing bell, we probably will talk about it for the call-in show, because I know, Steve, that's an IPO drop. We got that today. I was like, hold on, why do I remember STDN? We got STDN and another one dropping as well as SCSS, if I could talk, CS CSQR, that's C squared. That's dropping as well today. So we have definitely some information, some presentations coming up soon. Cool. Power hour today will be 3:30 Eastern time. 2:30. Oh, 2:30. 2:30 says Ayush. Okay, we're doing it at 2:30. 2:30. What? Whoa, that's an hour and a half before the closing bell. That's 30 minutes before the power hour starts. If we don't get 50 likes before Steve gets back on at 2:30 Eastern, Crowbar's coming out. And you don't want your shins to hurt. That's where he starts. And that's where he starts. Okay? So and think about it as well coming up for yourself. Oh, see, look at the bounce play. Oh, coming off my liquidation. Oh, what at 53. Oh, man, I love it. Beautiful bounce play. So we are especially talking about channeling overall in the last few days, weeks really for the SPY. As we talked about, NOS was boom. We're right now doing that overall today. 53.50, 53.30, and 54.50 essentially. So we're channeling up about $1. But yes, Steve the Achieve back on. So we will have that for you later. Was that Jans? We'll have STDN, we'll have C square, we'll have it all covered for you in just a bit. NFL ticker, yeah, you like that one, Michael D. Ryder? That's what this joker thought it was back in the day. NFLX was ready to rebound. I think it's going down for a little bit more. Paxton, what do y'all think of NFLX rest of the day? Sorry I missed it. Going back to it, I love the inverse head and shoulders that's being built in here for NFLX. Netflix, we need to hold the neckline, the top neckline. What had the inverse head and shoulders we were looking at? Oh, it was. This is in a smaller time frame now. It was Netflix. Boom, there's your shoulder. Here's your head. There's your shoulder. We're holding the neckline. We have two necklines here, right? The first neckline is not perfectly built in, but we can see somewhere in this area right through here, there's number one, that W that gets created here off of this former resistance and support area, right? So boom, that gets created. So we got level one, and then we have the top of it. The fact that we're holding the top of it, back above now the VWAP, and we back above the 9 or 50. I love the 52 as well, especially in the larger time frame. I have the 9 over on this side. I got the 50 over here. 50 getting back above that, and the 5 is going to be the next big key. If we get back above that, we got some rocking and rolling and doing. Nice inverse head and shoulders, though. Running into pre-market lows also. So we got two confluences there. Two, called the double whammy, right? Whammy number one, pre-market low. Then we've got 50 EMA, another smackaroony. So that's the first resistance area. Now for the rest of the day, Paxton, here's what I'll say. Watch for one last attempt for some long-term traders to get out. Maybe if we get one more surge up. 74, maybe a touch of 74.50 in market high. But then at the closing bell, get ready to short. Okay, I'm going short. I'm going to join the after hours live stream here that does start at 2:30 Eastern. So essentially the power hour to after hours live stream. The earnings stream, baby. That's right. I'm shorting Netflix. It's going down to 50s. It might even do it today. How about that? So there you go. So rest of the day, I do like this positively back on up. I like a little bit more movement. But again, overall, she's going down. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening.
Yeah, I agree with you on that too. I do think it's going to go down.
Bringing this up.
We'll find out.
Oh, we will when you're going to be right here to cover it. I had no idea. I was like, okay, what does Trump own? We had brought this up earlier. So I Googled it just a little bit ago. And so here we go. We got DJT, almost a bill in his own, ticker. Alphabet here. He's in 16 mil essentially. Apple 14, where we got NVDA 12.5, 10 for Avgo, Broadcom there, right? 9.1, essentially 9 for Microsoft, the 875 roll for Amazon, 7 for Meta, and then he's in a bill, which I remember reading that a little bit ago. A bill. I knew he was in a bill elsewhere. I didn't know he was in a bill essentially on DJT, but he's in $1 billion in various crypto investments. So 2 bill 30. Okay, we go about 70 mil right there. So we'll talk about not that even adds up to nothing, but regardless, 2 billion worth of investments for our president. Not bad. If I could just have like a 1% of that, I'd be happy.
Yeah, 1% would be fine. There's also a website that Michael was telling me about yesterday that I went to called quiverquant.com, and you can look up Trump's portfolio, you can look up Nancy Pelosi, pretty much any politician, and it gives you a breakdown of like when they buy in, when they've sold, what their what each individual ticker is at. And it's a nice little drop downs and spreadsheets and stuff on it. So yeah. Quiverquant.
I like it. There you go. Selloff. The only thing I was looking at just was bringing that up. We're talking about sell-offs and plays going down after we're talking NFLX. That expanding megaphone right here was getting pretty volatile. I thought here for a second as we were maintaining the top portion, we were going to squeeze and maybe get up and go today. Again, it's running out of legs. It's running out of juice. We got the trend crack, came back on down. It's still up. It's not dying off quite yet. Obviously, we still have some juice left, but this play has just been running for the past few days. This is really taking some juice out of most other small caps. I mean, I'm really not looking at anything else for the day. I mean, this is how sad today was. Ruby in the sky with diamonds, which does typically give back gains, I know, has all the room to run today. And look what Ruby in the sky with diamonds does. I mean, wowzer, woozer, wowzins. It can't even, it's just dead out. I mean, nothing has moved essentially after the opening bell. And talking about, man, range bound. Now, this is not looking good for bulls coming right back on down. Jesse, look how perfectly these lines are working out today, brother, man. Beautiful. Fell right back at the top. Now we're back at the bottom. Look at this. Chop, 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 suey. The dollar chop. I'll take a dollar chop suey. I'll take $1 chop suey.
I'll take that. Absolutely. Why not? Yeah.
Hey,
MU's chasing down again, perhaps going to go back to low of day at 850. So we'll find out if 851 for MU, if it traces back to that. So we're down over 5% with MU today.
Looking a little bare legs here. This one really may giving back some gains even more. So I know long-term investors, even like myself, don't want to hear that. But, you know, we're getting back really in that nitty-gritty bottom, as you can see where we're at right now. That's the current price right there, low of day. You can see where the current price is in the low of day. So you can see we are flirting with that. I just that chart reminds me of, again, going back to Netflix in a similar fashion. This play just looks like it's coming down for more. It looks like it's coming down for more. Now, it's not a bad thing. I think we've me and I know Steve definitely have covered MU on extent in all the different shows that we do, the call-in show, whether it might be the the week recaps, or the lunch recap, or joining the after-hour stream. We do a few different streams together. We cover this a lot, and I would not be surprised if we come back down minimum to this 8, 10, 15 area. It might even see the 700s, honestly, on this pool. So little head and shouldery up top, right? It's got that, what's his name? Gossamer. Hopefully you guys remember Gossamer. If not, I'll pull up old Gossamer for you right here from Looney Tunes back in the day. Good old Gossamer, right? He chased around Bugs Bunny, right? Remember Gossamer? There he is. That big old had the heart-shaped head. It's kind of that head and shoulders that has the head has got that Gossamer head, where it's kind of got that little heart shape to it, little indentation in the middle. So I always call this a Gossamer head and shoulders. And so we're seeing that move back on down here. I think we do see more movement in the neckline. Well, we're at it, right? And this is key. We've got to get to moving. Are coming into earnings, so maybe that helps out with semiconductors, and we get a pop around the board with some semiconductor help. That doesn't happen for more than a week, though. In that time, could see that pull, and I do feel that pull comes.
Yeah, no doubt. And it looks like I don't think we've announced this, because I think it happened recently. 52 likes today. We're up at 52 now.
Dang!
We have done it.
We're giving away a 350 million. Right now, just 25K. Maybe just 25K. Imagine that if we had emails that were $1 million.
Let's do it. Let's talk to them about it. I kind of like that.
I think we've joked about
$1 million account.
I think Money Mitch has said something to Cats about it. Yeah, like, come on, Cats. Let's
Gold
get it.
Platinum edition. It's like the biggest account you can get.
Yeah, right. Exactly. IQST still trying. I hadn't looked at that one in a while. Take a look at that real quickly with you, my friends. Well, did you get the link for the little game we're going to play here? It is a little slower today, so we're going to have a little fun here with you guys.
I did. Yep. Let me pull it up on my end too.
Well, what we should do is, honestly, Ayush, next time we do something like this, we should say, if I win, I give away a 25K eval. If you win, you give away 100 credits, or something like that, And what I want to do is get back to getting, we'll do it this hour, I think would be perfect, in the J&J show on Thursdays, the challenge, right? Trader challenge. Thursday's Trader challenge, we'll figure it out, something with, Thursday. So essentially during the J&J show, so, as soon as right around this time on Tuesdays, we have the Book of the Week segment. How about on Thursday, we get in like Tony Trades. We bring in Taquito. We bring in D-Rider, right? And they challenge us to a one-on-one 15-minute battle. So they challenge you from 10:30, well, our time 10:30, but from 11:30 Eastern to 11:45, and then I go from 11:45 to noon. So we have 15 minutes instead of 10. Remember, 10 is just kind of like, that could be something we do. You like that?
I like it.
Let's do a trader.
Oh, there we go. He likes it.
Trader challenge, baby. I'm down for that. I was like, let's do that on Thursday. All right, yeah. 50 likes. Boom shakalaka. We got the 50 likes. So, all right. So the one, I wish we could both, let's see, a rap battle. Not a rap battle. That rap battle, Mike kicks. What's in that battle? So a battle like what we did, Mike. Yeah. So what we did, Mike, I would love for Tack to join us. See what Tack can do in 15 minutes. I'll pitch that to Adar, of course, in our next meeting and say, hey, I want to get that back and going. And then eventually, like we said, get the scoreboard up so we can see at least the P&L, so we have the P&L of both of us up. That would be fun, I think, on Thursday. So we get traders to come in here and want to challenge us. If they win, we give away the evals. I wish we could both. Is there a way, Ayush, for both of us to share our screen or no?
Okay.
All right, cool.
Give me 30 seconds, Josh. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good. Cool, yeah. And then share your screen when you get back. Cool. Okay, sweet. All right, guys, so we're going to... Cool. So here soon, team, we're going to get something for you guys to fill out. The form for that free 25K eval. Ayush, our producer in the background, as you can see here. Boom! There it is. There's that link. Click that link. Why? All you're going to do is put your name, and you're going to put your email, and you're going to click submit. And once you do that, I almost want to do it. You're going to get a chance. I know so many people that have won a 25K eval. Was doing a one-on-one with Cosmic Rays that you may see drop in every once in a while. Announced Donna L. Donna L. Donna L. And he's like, yeah, it was, and then it was like they both heard it live, actually. They were watching the TTP stream one day, and I announced that we were just giving away a 25K eval, and she just entered her name, and boom shakalaka, bam to bam. She won it and watched her name, was actually, I set it on and she saw her, did the little rattle thing. I was like, oh, that's so cool to actually watch it live and that, that you won. That was really cool. So there's your chance right there. You guys have killed it today. Thank you again for joining us. 25K eval. All you have to do is press that like button at the bottom left of your screen. What is it? Let's say bottom. It's right below the live stream, right? Yeah, right below the live stream. You're going to see where it says trade the pool, or it says trade a live trading retail sell, but it says trade the pool. Right next to that, there's that like button. Smash that like button, and yeah, you've rock and rolled it to 50. If we get to 100, we're gonna give away another one. So we're getting there. Let's get to 100. We'll give away another 25K eval, and that is going to be announced. Click on that link, fill it out. We'll announce it during the Netflix earnings. So Steve, Alejandra, Jesse, one of them will be the lucky person to say your lucky name coming up here in about 4 hours or so. There's Cosmic Rays, enter people. He probably already entered again. Him and his wife are both like, yep, entering in again. Let's get another one of those. That will be awesome. I can't wait. Yeah, I like this still. Bringing back this up to IQSC. This isn't bad. Taquito's right. This still has that W bigger overall shape. You kind of look at the grand scheme of things. Get out of that 1 minute chart. Get to the 3. Get to the 5. Get to the 15-minute charts. It's what a lot of other successful traders are using. And of course, hourly when you want to see bigger charts. But the small caps just hasn't been running too long. It hasn't ran anything. This is the first it's ran. Yeah, using hourly here usually won't help you too much, but larger time frames will. Jesse, you ready?
I'm ready.
Share your screen, Jesse, because we're going to get it up to where we both can show our what we're going to have a little fun here. Yep. If you're looking to trade, look for this the third touch, fourth touch. Watch for the breakout. Taquito's probably long in this for that move up. This looks like a smoke tuna attack, a crow play, and D rider type of play. You're looking for smalls. This is about your only, or micro area, whatever you want to call this. This is really about your only thing still moving. All right, and now there's Crow in chat, Cosmic Tack. The usual suspects. Tack, I don't think he does trade small caps, but I know Crow does. I know I see Crow taking these and talking about them, alerting these type of movers. These slow and steady creepers that you don't think are going to move. Next thing you know, boom! Crow says, go home, drink some wine, make love your wife, Prince of TTP tomorrow. We'll have our battle. There we go. And by the way, speaking of tomorrow, got that Friday live stream, so come join us tomorrow. You want a live stream on a Friday? We've got you covered. Alejandra and Steve got you covered. Starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time. They'll have a psychology segment as well. They're trading at the opening bell, alerting all across the board. Of course, all A usually is trading the futures, which is dabbling into the large mega caps as well. Got you fully covered tomorrow morning. Then, of course, I then join Steve, as always, 1 p.m. for the week recap. Have Dimpy probably join us tomorrow, go over some charts with you guys with Bring Your Own Chart Friday. Then Steve, that stream will end. Then we'll get Steve back on for his Friday webinar where he's going to teach you guys how to grow one of these prop firms here at Trade the Pool the right way, the successful way. And a great title to this week, which he used AI, but I love it regardless of the fact. Funded Fast Track, Conquering the Prop Trading Evaluation. So that is your webinar on Friday.
All right.
Let's get into this fun. We're gonna do this for who's you got 3 lives. We got 3 lives here, guys. Boom. Dinosaur T-Rex, something you can play on Google. Now we're gonna do it in front of you guys just to have a little fun here. And eventually what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give away an eval. Whoever wins, we have a certain thing that we're gonna give away. So you got your you ready to rock and roll? And Ayush, can we get both screens up? See if he got this. He's working on it here. Let's see if we got this. We can get both in there.
That would be cool. Have you done this before, Josh? I've never done this.
I have never. When he saw this, I was like, no. It reminds me of like old school, like you'd play it on your phone, like Snake. You know, something old. I've never played anything like this though before. I did it on my phone though. When I clicked on it, pulled it up on my phone, I was like, oh, this will be fun. This is very easy. Although it can be tricky, so you got it, so let's. Did you dabble in it and at least give you a little a test run?
I have never touched this before. Nope.
Okay. So all you're gonna do is use the space bar, right? So all we're gonna do is use the space bar here. And I am the top screen. Oh, look, white mouse versus black mouse. How about that? Who's going to win, the white mouse with the red eyes, the one that's really creepy and scary that you never want? Or is it going to be the black mouse that's really cute and adorable that you don't want to kill? And of course, the cutest one's the brown one, like,
It looks like, do you remember Gigapets when we were kids? They came out with this little thing called Gigapets.
I do.
You had to keep it alive and all that. And all my Gigapets would die, which, didn't set me up for looking like I was going to be a good father someday.
Well,
you forgot to feed your Gigapet 5 minutes ago. It's dead. Like, oh man, what kind of father am I going to be? Right?
Well, let me restart this again. Let me see if I can't kill another one. Yep. Oh man, that's true. All right, you ready? So here we go. We'll do like a countdown if you want to. We have a countdown, Ayush, that we can put up, maybe possibly, or you could just start the whistle. So whenever, Ayush has that whistle. So Ayush, whenever you want to start the whistle, you press the whistle and then we start. And all it is, you're just using the space bar.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready. All right, here we go. All right. Who is going to lose 3 lives first? Oh, I'm already out. Oh, I'm already lost once.
All right, I'm going. Here I go again.
Whoop. All right. I like the noise it gives. All right, let me go back. I'm going again here. Let's see if I'm start over.
I died. All right, try it again. Oh,
right,
shoot. This is going to be addicting.
Who can build the most points? Oh, God.
I died. That's 3 times.
Let me see. Yeah, but let me see. What's the high score, though, for you? What's your high?
122.
All right, I got 131 was my high. So 131 was my high.
Good job.
Man, Ayush. Yeah, then we're going to sit there. That was 3. That lasted that fast. I thought Ayush was like, man, I figured they'd at least go for like 1 minute or something like that. All right, let's see. We'll go for another 2 minutes, 3 minutes here. Let's see who can get the highest score now. I'm at 131. It sounds like you're killing it over there.
I wish I was. I'm dead. 140.
I keep double clicking on my mouse.
Yeah.
What I think I would do better with it on my phone. I was killing it on my phone earlier. I'm just going to hammer my space bar.
190.
Whoa, it's a bird. Another bird. I'm in the 200s. Birds? Oh, I'm at 299. Wow. 299. You're in the game. Let's see. All right, Jesse, last chance here. Last chance for Jesse. Oh, is he going to beat me? I think he might beat me. Oh, he beat me! Oh, Jesse wins! Jesse is the winner. Good job, Jesse. It just takes a few runs to get down. It's a few runs to get down. All right, Jesse's he's up 1-0. All right, Jesse, I'm gonna get you next week. All right, I'm getting you next week. Join us next Thursday at around 11:40 Eastern time, and I'm going to destroy Jesse. I'm going for 500. You know what we should do? Let's and here I'll allow one training day. All right, so get ready because next either Wednesday morning or Thursday, or I should say Wednesday or Thursday, I'm gonna get my training day in before our match, my friend. And I can't wait.
Like it's Rocky. It's Rocky Drago, baby.
Yeah. But it's Jay versus Jay. You know, 2. It's Rocky 2. But yeah, I'm shooting for 1,000. Well, I got to go small. Let's go for 500. I got right at 300. Essentially, you were into the 300 rolling. We got to shoot for 500 next. Yeah, that's one of those. Boy, if you're, oh man. Oh, here's another one that was really. Remember the TI-83 calculators back in the day?
Oh, sure, of course, yeah.
One of the first games you could download on it. I forgot how we even did it, but it was bowling, and I'll never forget playing that so much on that calculator. And you would think I had a Nintendo. I don't know why I just said Nintendo 64, but I guess that was, I don't know, I was probably maybe out of Nintendo 64, I think, and at that point into the PS2. But anyway, you'd think I had one of those handheld, sweet gaming systems. But here I am on a calculator, just addicted to that bowling. I remember Snake on the phone, on the Nokia phones. I would play that Snake game for forever. You get so addicted to it. Yeah, that's one of those ones right there. My gosh, shows. Yeah, I could get to playing that,
I got addicted to that Jump Doodle game, if you remember Jump Doodle. It was similar to the dinosaur game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love it. All right. Otherwise, going back to IQSC, we're talking about slow and steady today, team. It really is an overall SPY. Still doing the SPY thing. It's just crazy, Jesse. I am... Yeah. I mean, look, how many times are they going to do this? I mean, they are taking it top to bottom. Again, look at this. We came down to go back up again while we're having fun playing the T-Rex jumping game. Now we're back. We are literally channeled the whole 2 hours that I've been essentially, or whatever that you've been on too as well. From the M&M to the J&J show, essentially, it has been nothing but channel mode. $1 channel mode.
That's some consolidation right there. Until we break out of something, either long or short. It is just totally in a kind of a range.
Yep. And Paxton asked about earlier, we talked about it, and I think we're right. I think we're going to see a little bit more movement up. We'll see some more movement, bullishness on NFLX on the movement. Again, why we're looking at Netflix? Well, Netflix is reporting earnings today. Join Jesse, join Steve, Alejandra this afternoon, starting at 2:30 Eastern. Steve will be popping on for you guys. So Snowman, every guy, all the guys, gals out there that want that Power Hour stream. Well, let's start in 30 minutes before Power Hour, and we'll have Netflix. We'll have IPO plays that are dropping today. STDN, CSQR. We'll talk about those plays coming up in Power Hour or even pre-Power Hour. 25K eval. Thanks to you guys smashing that like button 50 plus times. And where are we at? And I'm going to refresh the stream and see exactly where this is at now. We're at 57. We get to 100, team, which we can push there. We're going to have a lot more people coming through, I'm sure, in the Power Hour. Get to 100, and we will give away 2 25K evals in that during that stream. Let's get back to this real quickly, Jesse. I know we're kind of winding down on the J&J show. Let's get back to the call-in show topic and start changing gears back toward that since we're going to move into it. Stop losses. Let's talk about yourself. I know earlier we had a little bit of comment there from Mike Hicks. Trailing stops, definitely good.
Yeah.
Stop losses. How do you use them? Why do you use them? What is the way you use stop losses to reduce your risk, my man?
Well, let's see. Lately, I need to use them more. I've been trying this whole average down approach where I think if it's trending, let's say it's bearish. So I think if I'm seeing a trend happen, I will, if it goes against me a little bit, not with momentum, but with just some ferocity, I will average down. And so I wait for it to come back, typically down into a bearish zone, and then start taking profits. So sometimes I set a stop. Ideally, in the past, what I've been doing is so let's say this is on your screen. Let's take this very bearish candle. at like 9:30, this big drop on the red one. Sorry, I'm using my cursor, but no one can see that, so I don't know
right.
the exact time. Basically, I go back like
This one. Where we got this one right here?
yeah, it's that one right there. So if I'm here, and I start and I say I jump in somewhere in the middle of this candle. Ideally, my stop should probably be the candle beyond it. So the candle right behind it, right? So I would set it
Like this?
at the that candle there. I would set it up on that wick to where my stop would be. That would be, to me, that would be a tight stop. Depending on what I'm trading, though. So here's the thing. This is why I feel like it's difficult for me to say each and every single time I do it. I don't do it the same way every time. If I'm doing Netflix, I'm going to set my stop there because then it's going to be probably changing course, changing direction, most likely, would be my thesis. But if it's MU, for instance, sorry, I don't always set a tight stop because that thing will just wick you out and then it will continue in the direction that you first thought it was going to go to. So ideally, if I'm going to create a tight stop loss, I'm going to put it at the candle to the left of it. I'm going to put it just above. And if it stops me out there, that's when I would go out. So sometimes I do that, sometimes I don't. It depends on the time of day, and it definitely for me depends on the stock that I'm in.
Sounds good, my man. I got to get that. That's a key component, and I'd love to hopefully get some chat and some feedback from Crow or Tack or anyone that wants to call in about stop losses and how they're using them. So I do want to do this before we go out because I meant to do this. I forgot about that recently. But we do have a new Transformers movie announced to the franchise. No real key insights yet. Of course, I saw the last one, Rise of the Beast, where they brought in the Beast Wars back in the day and had everyone loved that. That's in at least the 90s cartoon of the Transformers. And at the end of this,
coming back? Is Marky Mark coming back?
I don't know.
I don't think he will.
No, he's not. But I really wish Shia would come back.
It would be fun. Some people a lot of people like to hate on him, but I like his movies with the Transformers. I think he was great in it. It was tons of fun.
Yeah. No, I hope he does. We'll see. But one thing at the end of at the very end of the last one, I think it was like a small extra credit scene, like right after, not after I can't remember where it was at. I don't think it was right at the end of the movie. I think there were some credits rolled. Then you saw this, if I'm not mistaken. Anywho, I just remember this. The kid that was in the last one that's done a lot of good movies, that was kind of the guy in the last one, which I wouldn't mind if they brought him back. And he's a part of the G.I. Joe. So essentially at the very end, they ask him to come in now that he's on the inside. They hey, you just helped Optimus Prime, blah, 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 blah. So they bring him on in, and then they kind of like, he's at an office, he's like, okay, where am I? And all of a sudden the office behind him opens up, and then behind him is just this huge, like, hangar looking type of thing, and you can tell I think maybe even the door says Joe or something. Like, anyway, it's essentially, and they've been wanting to do this, have a Transformers G.I. Joe crossover film. So
that'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. It'd be cool. They got to do it right, and maybe that's what I'm hoping they're doing, is taking their time. The first three, they kind of had what they had and what they needed with Shia, and it worked out where they could do the old school, Harry Potter, anything that came out in the 2000s. If it was a sequel, it came out, 2 years afterward, right? Sure. And so it was like every 2 years you would see a movie. Now they're starting to take their time to make sure they don't, because they started doing that, too many too fast, and it was like the fourth and fifth Transformers were just. I mean, I'll watch them, but they're not good, And so the ones with Shia are much better. The last one was better than the two before it. So we'll see. Yeah. The reason I bring this up is because I still haven't heard, and I'd love to hear your take on Netflix and your Megatron voice. You say that you can do the Megatron. So I want to hear some Megatron. Where do we see Netflix by closing bell of Megatron? Does it go back up and test highs, or are we going to sweep back down and test lows? Where would you aim at? What would your thoughts be there, Mr. Megatron?
Autobots, we will destroy them tonight during earnings. Netflix will crush. It will die into 1,000,000 pieces. We will conquer.
There we go. I like it.
I can't believe you made me do that.
It wasn't scary. It was a little scary there. Hey, listen. I was
Thank
a little.
you.
Hey, I love it. That was my. Still is. I mean, obviously, I have this many Transformers back over here. I love some Transformers, my man. So, you definitely have a good. You should reach out to Michael Bay and say, hey, is there any way I could get?
Yeah. Hey, in case that guy dies, Michael, bring me in. That guy's getting old. He's getting out there. You don't want to use an AI voice. Don't clone it.
Well, you know who Megatron's voiceover actor was in the first 3? Hugo Weaving.
Oh, was he really? In 3 he was? Interesting.
I
knew the guy from 1 and 2. I watched some interviews with that guy. He's an exceptional actor, voice actor.
The super bad guy, which he was he's called the Fallen. Of course, the second one's called Rise of the Fallen. It was Tony Todd.
Okay.
If you know who Tony Todd, that was he's done so much stuff over the years. He was the original Candyman back in the day.
Yeah.
There's some of those voiceover people are actual.
The impression that I was doing was the Decepticon. That's Megatron, right? Is that the
Yes.
Okay, because there's Megatron, and then the good guy is
Optimus.
Optimus Prime. Duh. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I know you take this very serious, so my apologies.
No, I'm not as bad as like which
But
I
yeah.
adore. Yeah. Listen, I know it's like the guys on because we watch so much Big Bang Theory. Yeah, like those guys.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you not know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I totally like Transformers.
Yeah, but no, yeah, really, you could be one of the other Decepticons. Be like, hey, this is just total Decepticon, Michael Bay. Which one? You just throw me in there. Just give me a few lines in the movie. Come on,
put me in, Coach. That would be awesome.
Yep.
No, absolutely.
Love it. Good stuff, my man. So yeah, any thoughts? Oh yeah, I didn't ask you. Did you take any trades today?
I did. I actually was green, and then I turned around to go long on MU. Short on MU, and I averaged in several times. It got away from me. I blew an account today, actually.
Ooh, okay.
So I really wasn't all that great. I went red at the beginning initially this morning. I took a trade with SpaceX going long, and was down in the hole about $60, something like that. And then got short with MU several times and got all that back, got green. Everything was looking beautiful, hunky-dory. And at, let's see, what time is this? About 9:56, I went short MU, averaged down once, twice, and it just got away from me. It made a move all the way back to VWAP. My thesis was correct. It touched VWAP, went all the way back down past my position, would have been in profit, but it already took me out of the trade because it exceeded my account balance. So I will be looking to recharge and reload tomorrow.
Hey, guy, Domino, stop it. My kids are all barking back there. They think I'm done. I guess
I thought you were calling Domino's. I'm like, Domino's Pizza Hut? What kind of pizza are we getting? It's almost time.
So when that commercial comes on, the Domino's, you better believe the rest of that day, because it's like always like during the weekend or during sporting events when they play that commercial, the Domino's commercials, and the next thing you know, we're calling Domino's. But yeah, we have a beautiful Great Dane. Her name is Domino.
Nice.
But yeah, hey, and just think about this. Maybe how many shares were you going in on MU?
I went in initially 5, and then I bought in more with like 10 and 10 again, so up to 25. It's a 25K account, so about 25 shares of MU pretty much hits your max of what you can buy.
Yeah, and then just maybe moving forward, just do 10 shares. We just we can't do that extra adding in. And you were right. Yeah, like you said, overall it's down. And that's what
my
sucks.
thesis was correct. It just didn't. It really pulled away from me. Quite a bit, and I was just like, okay, you know what? It's pulled away. My ideas, it's still bearish. It's going to come back. Had I been able to just stay in the trade, it would have been correct, but it's what happens sometimes. It's all right.
Statham in The Rock and the Fast and Furious was great. Yeah, those were good side actors. And Encore, Jesse. Encore, he says. All right, so Jesse, then tell since we're looking at Micron, that sounds like Megatron-ish. It kind of so give us one more. Tell us how mad you are, and tell us what Micron can just go do right now.
Micron. Micron can go take a hike forever. Stupid stock.
You sound like what they talk like, right? You're like not a lot of vocabulary. It's very simple talking.
Very simple very comic book language.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, but the movie that I'm looking forward to is I Play Rocky. Did you see previews to this yesterday that came out? The guy, it's basically the story of Rocky, Sylvester Stallone, and how he made the movie. And it's a biopic picture. So it's like literally about Rocky and about Stallone and how he actually got in the role. Got the trailer. It looks fun. If you like the Rocky movies at all, I
think Steve. I guess it was Steve I was talking to. I thought maybe it was when you said that. Maybe it was you, but I brought that up when we were talking movies. That he was the one that wrote that. And Yeah, and had tried to get it off the ground. No one wanted to make it, and then finally, so it was. And I had no
thought he
idea.
was crazy that he wanted to even be the lead actor. Not only did he write it, but he's like, "Yeah, I want to be the lead." And they're like, "No way!" So this movie is like about that. It looks wonderful.
That's cool.
I love the Rocky movies. So
yeah, I have to watch it. Yeah, because it's very. I mean, like, there's that iconic part in the movie too, like where it's right before the match itself in the first one. So they only had so much budget, and they made, like, of course, you know, they're in the arena where they're gonna have the fight, and it's before the fight. And the point being, they did a banner. They painted a banner of like, hey, you know, Rocky versus whatever. Anyway, and Rocky's shorts were messed up. Like they were the wrong. It was like he had like red. It was like they were flip flop. It was supposed to be like mostly red and then a little white, but they had him flipped where it was mostly white with a little red trim. And he was like, "Hey, what do you do?" And so, like, since it was going to be somewhat, they had a shot for it to be in the movie. They're like, "Well, since they didn't have essentially enough money to make another one, so what they did was make fun of it in the movie." Rocky's like, "Whoa, you know, because Rocky's Rocky. They're like, man, you're a nobody. You know, we don't care about you. So what? We messed up on your shorts. You're about to lose, and you know, on to the next, essentially. You know." And so I thought that was cool that they brought that up. But yeah, that was a low budget. It was. That's what got him going, you know. And of course, into the Rambo movies and made his career. It's like, hey, he's not some dummy.
No, he's a smart guy. He's a really smart guy.
Hey, that's why they call him Sly. I mean, hello, he's a smart guy.
Yeah, very smart guy.
Where is my man Steve? I'm surprised Steve isn't here right now. Steve must be that West Coast. He's busy, man. Steve, I'm telling you, I will appreciate all the work he's been putting in for us as well. He has been
Absolutely, he does so
and
good.
Hey, us too. I mean, I'll talk about a producer here in the morning all the way into the afternoon, you know, for us. So that's what, like, we need to have him a pizza party Friday, essentially. Send him a big old cola. I remember those as a kid. Those were the best days when you knew it was going to be you weren't going to do anything today. We're going to have a lightened day, and then pizza party starts at noon or whatever, you know. And it was those were the good old days.
The good old days. That's right, man. That is absolutely right. Remember, did you guys have Chuck E. Cheese in Arkansas?
Oh yeah, well, Showbiz before that. It was
sure. Okay, yeah.
Then Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, that was funny to think how much I used to love that pit of balls.
Right?
And we had a Discovery Zone too. They had that same thing.
We did too.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah, and those. I mean, I would not touch those balls anymore.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm in there, throwing them in and touching them, and I'm like, how I wasn't just sick all the time. Maybe because of that, I'm just putting myself into all the germs that I just never got.
Like everything gave you some type of resistance towards every disease that is imaginable. So it's probably really great for the immune system in the long run. But as an adult now, I'm like, I'm not touching that.
Yeah, I didn't think probably so. Maybe that's why a lot of us were tougher back in the day versus a lot of the kids now. Because we were just immersed into just germs, you know, as kids
all the time,
building up that immune system. Like, all right, that's not getting me sick. Because I mean, I literally never get sick, honestly. So it's kind of cool to be like, maybe that was a good thing. And if I ever have a kid, I'm just gonna like throw him into the ball, like the ball.
There you go. Exactly. He might get sick once, but he's gonna build up that immunity in the long run, right? That's the idea.
Well, speaking of you and your kiddos, any plans for this weekend for yourself?
What are we doing this weekend? I have a friend coming over tomorrow night. Today's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, tomorrow night. Saturday, the wife and I will probably do a date day, which will be fun. Sunday, church, relax, read, maybe work a little bit on the land, that kind of thing. How about you?
Saturday, when you said the day with the wife, that reminded me of Will Ferrell in Old School. Yeah, we'll probably hit up Home Depot. Maybe go to Bed Bath & Beyond if we're lucky or whatever.
I hope we don't end up. That's usually where we do end up, which is Home Depot. My wife loves power tools.
Oh, that's
loves
awesome.
to build things. She built our clubhouse in the backyard. She's very hands-on. Stuff breaks, and I'm like, okay, honey, can you fix it?
Yeah.
And she usually can, man. It's pretty crazy. She's very talented. I'm there for the muscle. If she needs something moved, I'll move it for her.
Love it. And work on the land. Yeah, D-Rider, he's got, how many acres again? 5?
It's about 7 acres.
I think it was between 5 and 10, something like that. Yep. Can't wait to join you with the 6 on that we'll have eventually. So, I'm so ready to move out
great.
there. Yeah, I can imagine.
You got to have you got to have a peeing tree. You got to have a place where you can just stand. Nobody else can see you. There's no neighbors, and then just cool.
Yeah,
Stand right there in the front yard. Nobody can see me. It's perfect, man. That's when you know it's good.
I've got a lot to choose from because it's just nothing but because I'll get to choose too what trees to mow down. Essentially, my whole lot is nothing but all the lots are that. It's just in a nice wooded area. So yeah, it'll be because oh man, I can't wait. I'll just be out there lost in the woods. I'm like, okay, let me pull up my phone. I got to make sure I get back to the house right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, at some point down the road and in the future, I'm gonna have to make it out to Arkansas and come see you because that'd be a good time.
For sure. Speaking of getting them over here to that middle part of the country, to Middle Earth, Middle America, to Arkansas, to Missouri. Here he is from the West Coast, Mr. Steve. What's up, brother?
Great to see you guys. Great to see you, Steve. I'll see you a little bit.
Yep.
Likewise, brother. See you later.
See you, buddy.
My man, Jesse, thank you, J&J show. Now we'll move over here very soon to the call-in show. Steve, though, coming back today at 2:30 Eastern market time to cover not only Netflix earnings, we have IPOs. And I actually asked about earlier, Steve, someone brought up STDN. And I was like, yeah, STDN, let's look it up. I'm like, why does that ticker look familiar? I'm like, oh, that's why, because the IPO drops today. I found that last week for us to cover today. So we have Netflix, we have STDN, we have CSQR. So Steve's going to have you covered 30 minutes before the power hour starts. So Steve, how and you got your haircut, it looks like.
No, I just hopped out of the shower here. Hopped out of the shower. Pretty talking about picking trees. I had to get involved.
So the hair's not as poofy out yet. So we're still got a little, the hair's not as poofy as mine there. So that, I look the same way when I get to the shower. My hair, because it's wet, so it's not as poofy and flared out or anything. It's coming for you. Here in about an hour and a half, I'll come back.
If that, dude, I think over the next hour, you'll see in real time it just poof out, like get some Justin Bieber curls going on. It's about that time. But like you said, the girls just love it. I don't know. My girlfriend likes it longer, so I don't know what we're doing here. We're kind of caught in that middle awkward zone. But how's everybody doing today? How you doing for yourself, Josh?
Yeah, doing good. SPY overall too. Finally, I had to look back at this now. I had a feeling it would finally crack. Man, the last 2 hours just caught in this channel here, really kind of forever lines that I have in coming in today working perfectly here, Steve. And now we're finally cracking that. And that's what I said. I didn't think the VWAP would have any inkling in holding us up once we cracked it and we'd come down a little further. And here we go. So making a little move there on the SPY, but overall small cap, micro cap sector that I'm usually covering, it was a snow day. I mean, it was just you stayed inside and you didn't do nothing. I had to go outside and play in the snow, but it's very slow out. Very, very, very slow. How we doing? D Ryder, though, Smoke Tuna, everyone else in chat. Nigel, how we doing? So, Steve,
Hey.
How was your day? Did you take any trades?
My day was lovely because this is the day that like yourself, I wasn't expecting too much movement. This whole week I've been saying, guys, this is a great week to collect your bearings. I don't think a lot's going to happen. I think it's going to be, as we like to call it, violently flat. We might get some pops, we might get some drops, but I expect the range to be small all week long until we get the pop next week is what I'd like to see. Perhaps Thursday or Friday is what I was framing it as. So far this Thursday, it has been a snoozer here inside day. It is a hammer candle. I'm still bullish overall. I just think that we are biding our time. So we got the entry at the low of the day. I mean, I didn't take it, but I see the entry at the low of the day right off that 9-day EMA. I'll pull my screen up too. Essentially what I'm seeing here is just getting real tight in the price action, waiting for a bigger catalyst. I'm wondering if it's Trump speaking tonight. I think that might be what we're waiting for here. Regardless, just hanging out. Consolidation on top of a breakout. There we go. I don't mind.
Got it.
Abs. Yeah. So it was a great day for me to hang out and do a whole lot.
Steve, I have those same lines in. So, Steve, well, of course, it's for SPY, but I was literally just going over this with in the J&J show with Jesse. I have those exact lines in where we broke it. Now we're consolidating back on this. It's like it's like now I want to be like, get out of my head. Where I'm always getting in your head. Yeah, I'm like, so get out of my head. That's awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, it's for me, it's a really great day to kind of just take inventory of things. I was getting some other stuff done. Just a little bit of errands here and there. Took a long shower. I don't get to do that very often anymore. So I'm feeling nice, refreshed, and ready to go for when the tape finally starts moving. And I think that's kind of key because otherwise you get burnt out sitting here squinting at these candles that are going back and forth in this tiny little range. It's like, what are we doing here? I'm more likely to get kind of dazed and confused and miss the big move if I get too locked in on this nothing movement.
Well, now we got to go back to movies. Okay, please tell me you've seen Dazed and Confused.
What is that? No, never heard of it. No, I'm just messing with you. Yeah. Classic for sure. The Now I'm like second guessing myself. That's Mr. McConaughey. All right, right?
All right.
Yeah. Absolutely. The
I
most
would.
lovable, probably giant creep from what I recall. All I remember is that.
Yeah, because he's
He's cool. And then I'm
hanging
like,
out with high schoolers, and he's like 20 whatever years old, and he's like, like what in the world? Yeah,
exactly. Well, I think last time I watched it might have been out of high school. So I'm like, yeah, that's a very different, different mentality to be in when you're a 40-year-old man like himself in that one, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's a classic though. What else? Wayne's World's up there for me when I think about that kind of era, and Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I think those are my three. Yeah, am I missing any of those coming of age, like late 80s, early 90s?
I mean, if you were 16 Candles, some of that. There was some, of course, John Hughes, right? I think that was the director, writer of all those movies. But yeah, his movies, right?
Breakfast Club, there we go.
Yeah, Breakfast Club. That was the other one I was thinking about. What's the other one? Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's another one kind of in there.
That one's fun. Have you heard the theory that it's all in Cameron's head?
Yes.
Yeah. I love those fan theories, those alternate theories. Now I'm going to be spending the hour thinking of those.
I've seen movies like that recently where one was a horror movie, but yeah, it was kind of scary, freaky, and then in the end, it all like she woke up and it was because it was all in her head. So whatever, like you thought, you were just like, what? You at the end of the movie, you're like, what is going on? And then it was actually none of it ever even happened. It was all in her head. I'm like, oh wow, that was nuts. So yeah, I could see that where that was like the theory, so to speak. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I was I think raised on those kind of the signs, the M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dongs, the signs, the Village, Sixth Sense. I'm always expecting a twist. You can't. The biggest twist sometimes is just hitting you straight down the middle with the fastball, with the heater. Yeah. Like, oh, it's just straight up scary. Okay.
So, TDVR, look at that in the 4 hours. Says smoke tuna. Right. So TD or TVRD, TVRD.
Somehow I got more than half of those letters wrong. Anyways, this is nice. So I'm seeing basically a big pop right to that weekly resistance, coming on down probably right to the equilibrium of this newly formed range. Bada bing, bada boom, right at the golden pocket here for us. So, Josh, this was what I just did a TikTok post. I'm on TikTok now, guys. Basically on the Fibonacci range cheat sheet. And what I wanted to talk about there is just how this golden pocket, such a high probability chance. If you think this range is going to get broken to the upside and you wait for this zone to transact, you wait for some moving averages to line up with it. We got the 9-day and the 21-day right here. This is a great place to get involved with a stop under this area if you're looking to kind of be a precision trader, snipe this thing. And I like it. I don't know what it is, but I like it.
It's TVRD. We are Tuvardi Therapeutics. Join us Friday for Steve's webinar at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's right. And they will... He's not going to talk about this tomorrow in his webinar. We already talked about it. I already teased that, my man. We already teased your fast track to the funded accounts. That's right. We're going to talk about... prop firms, prop trading, how to pass the eval. Steve's going to have you covered. Speaking of covered, let's get to the call-in show. I'm already in the Google Meets once you join, and I'm going to go ahead and do it now.
I'm hearing my phone ringing from the other room, so that's an essential part of this. Give me 1 second.
That's awesome. I won't say any more. Boom. I will say any more. That is one nice thing to have is the this. Like on your phone, right? And then boom. Oh, where's my phone at? Good gosh. I'm not a big watch wearer. I was as a kid. Loved the Timex watches or whatever, the Indiglo, right? You'd press the button and it would glow blue. So I was big of those back in the day, but I just stopped wearing anything on my wrist or even just jewelry. Like sometimes I'll forget to put my wedding ring on. Anywho, but what this Avery got I got her watched about 3 years ago, and I was like, man, that's awesome. All these features. And then you get the messages right away. I'm like, oh my, I don't even need my phone. I can just kind of be like, oh, so game changer. Love having me an Apple Watch, Steve. It's been a game changer for myself.
Josh, can I make a confession about Apple Watches? This is very embarrassing, but...
What? Or Samsung watches, either way. As long as it goes with your phone. What's up? Oh, let's go to call-in show. Yeah, boom. Let's go. Go to Google Meet.
Watch. I put the Apple Watch in. Oh no, I'm getting some echo.
Oh, we're going back and forth between studio mode. We're good to go now.
So you say that, but I'm still getting a wicked echo. I'm gonna
make sure you're on EVMux. Make sure you're muted. I think we got unmuted for a minute because we had to get put back in the background.
testing.
Testing.
I think we're in.
All right, love it.
Anyways, to make a short story long and boring,
what happened to your watch?
This thing lasted 3 days before I managed to have it slip out of my pocket. I don't know what the hell happened to it. I hadn't set up Find My iPhone on the watch yet, so I'm out an Apple Watch after 3 days. I think it's about time. It was about 4 or 5 months ago, and I was like, "You're not responsible enough for an Apple Watch." That's I was just yelling at myself for like a month. Like, how do you lose something that's strapped to you? You know, it's pretty bad.
Steve, not the achieve right there, but hey, it happens to the best of us. Hey, I've done stuff like that. Hey, here's one funny thing. Okay, before we get to the call and show topic, I'll make you feel really good. I'll never forget getting birthday money. This is back when even me and Avery were together. So I'm not like I'm young. So this is like when we'll say I'm close to around 30. I don't remember exactly what my idiot self was thinking, but I threw $100 bill out the window and we couldn't find. We literally pulled over. And $100 bill went out the window, and I'm looking everywhere. We never found it. And I'm like, there goes I can't believe there goes $100.
That's a big.
I'm like, how
move.
could we not find it? We were looking at people's yards, so we're like, I don't. It's like, hey, well, they're gonna come out and think like, I don't care. Let them come out. I'm gonna say, hey, my idiot self tossed $100 bill. You ain't finding. That's my money.
Was this like a baller make it rain move, or was this like
I don't know
handing a child a piece of paper?
And you need to ask Avery, like, hey, remember that one time? What was I doing? How did that happen, or did it just accidentally fly out because I had the windows down? Correct me if I'm wrong, but anyway, I was an idiot, and yeah. So
I do feel better. You're right, Josh.
There you go. So I threw $100 out the window like nothing. So there you go. So you lost something there. I lost something about the same price, like it was nothing. New York Ledigi. Almost want to call you Luigi. We'll go NY Ledigi. What's a prediction STDN open price for a limit order? So I know, Steve, you may have looked at a little bit for STDN. Do we have an open price for it already?
I'm not seeing it yet. Let me get back to me in 30 seconds. I'll have something for you there.
Cool. And I think it's 15 the last time. That's what I thought it still is. Yeah. So 15. I don't think it's changed since then, but it's saying 15. So I think it's still staying around the 15 mark there, brother. Crow said
15 to 16 is what I'm seeing.
Yes, yeah, SNDQ is definitely a banger. Hey, don't forget, call-in show. First time, we have evals to be given away. If you're a first-time caller, which you should be, because we're going to talk stop losses today. And not only talk stop losses, we're going to talk about why we're using them, how we're using them to reduce our risk. So, Steve, stop losses, how we're using them, why we're using them for the, of course, we got to. That's how we have a good R&R. But you're the first-time caller. You haven't called in before. 5K eval coming your way. Or just stick around. Why? Because in Power Hour, guess what you get to do, Steve?
I don't know. Do I get an Apple Watch?
Well, you kind of get to give somewhat of an Apple Watch-ish away. You get to give away a 25K eval because we got 50 likes already on today's live stream. We're looking and wanting that one hundo. So if you get 100 likes, Steve's going to give away 2 25K evals later today. One is happening right now. Call-in show. Come join over on the Discord. I'm saying, come on and join in. Also, too, I forgot, if you're a first-time caller, you're going to get the 5K eval, but we have some awesome books that we give away right here. So if you call in, the Funded Traders, that's right, the secret sauce, baby. Check it out. This is some of our funded traders. They talk about their journey. Swing traders, day traders is really cool. A lot of good information in here that you can go over that Steve gets his out too. So I have mine here. Since I've had it, it looks kind of cool to sit on the desk, my stock trading desk. So call in if you're a first time caller, 5K eval plus you're getting a book from us. Also just joined this afternoon. And again, that link's out there, if I'm not mistaken, for you guys. Free 25K eval. So that is linked into today's chat down there, free 25K eval. So at the bottom of today's chat, click that link, enter your name, enter your email, boom shakalaka, bam da bam. Guess what happens? You're ready for the drawing. 25K eval. Steve will be giving one later today. Ollie will be joining you. Jesse will be joining you. Netflix. Jesse's with me. He's going to give you a little bit of the AK Josh spiel. Unfortunately, Steve wants it up. He's staying up.
I want it up.
We want it down. Not that we want it down, but we're saying down. So that'll be a fun one to join us this afternoon. Don't forget, Steve's going to have you covered with Ale and with Jesse. I'll pop in too for a few minutes. So here we
That's
go.
gonna be a
Nigel
good one.
says, yeah, stop losses. Yes, Nigel, the student, to not blow up. That's right. To manage risk per trade for sure. Smoke tuna. And Mr. NY Ledigi. Crow, D Rider, Fad from earlier, Tack from earlier. Anyone that's still listening, talk about your stop losses or call in. Click that link as they call in. Just click that Google Meet right here. Me and Steve have our phones out. You come right into the Google Meet with us and you get to chat it up. You get to chat it up on a Google Meet with Steve the Achieve. I mean, come on, look at this guy. He hasn't seen The Fifth Element. Let's talk to him about it.
That's what I'm getting dragged for. Josh, I was so close last night, and then I said, I'm gonna sleep. And then I slept for 9.5 hours, which is unheard of for me. So I feel like either on top of the world or well, both on top of the world and completely a little bit out of it, because you know what? I feel like I've like phased out of the universe for half a day. I'm not used to this. I'm used to like 4 or 5 hours of sleep and being right there for market open. So I've just been kind of getting my bearings here, seeing anything that I might have missed. And yeah, I'm ready to go, ready to rock and roll. And like you said, this is the start of something beautiful here with Netflix. I don't know about beautiful so much as a big deal. Like this is where we're finally going to be getting some movement in the market, I think, with the Netflix combined with the Trump talk later tonight, going into next week, into all the really big exciting earnings. So this is like my opening season or opening night of the season or something here, basically. Really excited to get back into gear of the really big earnings with y'all. But we got the great call-in topic today. I think this might be my favorite so far. Maybe besides the Mount Rushmore, that was fun. But this one's going to be so much more applicable to how we actually trade every single day. So I love how different people's approaches are here because, well, in some cases, it gives us a chance to maybe steer you in the right direction and explain why how you're using stops might not be benefiting you as much as you could be getting out of them. But there's also, this is an art here. Apologies, I got so many alerts going off. This is an art here, and I'm going to mute while I deal with this. This is on my laptop out of reach here. Apologies.
Steve the Tease is up there. Steve the Tease. He says, I'm going to get into my oh, never mind. I'm going to tease you all. Oh, Taquito, what's a stop loss? He's one loss. So you know what I mean. Stop losses, they're huge. They're key. For most traders, you got to learn how to stop yourself out. Steve, back to it.
Yeah. There we go. Sorry about that. It was like right out of arm's reach too, just taunting me. So, yeah, stop loss is very, very important, but it's like art as opposed to a science in my book. It's like cooking as opposed to baking. You add a little, you double up on salt in a baking recipe. It could be a disaster. You move your stop loss a little bit. It can be a really good idea, but you have to have a plan. You can't just be moving it willy-nilly. There's no one right place for a stop. But there's usually a couple. And if you're just not choosing any of these logical places, you're probably leaving money on the table and gonna get hurt on that trade. So a lot to talk about there. I love hearing how people use stop losses. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about is protection, right? It's important to use protection, guys. And especially for trading, because essentially you're paying a bodyguard to follow you around, keep you safe, and watch your six. And I think it's super, super important.
And a bodyguard. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
that's what you're doing.
Right.
We
That's
are
a good analogy.
VIPs, Josh, So I'd rather pay someone to keep me safe up front than need to go find somebody to protect me when I need it,
You better watch your six, buddy. You better watch your back, okay? So don't forget your back and your front too, but don't forget your back. And you got to have two bodyguards, one in the front, one in the back.
There you go. Go.
Think about it that way. One in the front, you're taking your target, you're taking your profit. One in the back, that's the one that says, hey, okay, you better stop out here or you're going to lose a lot more, brother. Hey, brother.
Actually, I do love that example, brother, because it's not just about keeping you safe. It's also about being ready to strike when the iron's hot, right? So if you put that bracket order in, you have your stop to keep you safe, but you also have your take profit already in there. You should know where you're trying to take some profit when you enter the trade, just like you should know where your stop is. Having that in the books already, it keeps you honest, because then you'll be like saying, hey, oh, nice, the trade worked. Ding, we got the we got the money, we are in profit. Now it's all just a cherry on top. Otherwise, you might mentally have your take profit. You get to that level and you say, but it still looks so good. But I'm greedy, but I want more, Josh, So that in the same way, it's like it's you should take the money that's given to you, So I think that keeps you safe too, just on the other side of it there.
100%, 100%, 100%. So, Taquito says, here's a question, Steve. I'm not sure exactly what your logical places are, but don't you think the obvious logical places are actually the worst places, he says.
Well, maybe that's what makes my stops that we're going to talk about logical, because you are avoiding that. And ideally, this is kind of, I'm bearing the lead. What I'd really like to talk about, and this is a great way to segue into it, is how to place your entries so that a logical stop doesn't place you right in the middle of the pack. You want to be entering where others are getting stopped out in. Then if you get your stop taken again, probably that's the sign that we're just wrong altogether. But if we enter on the fakearoonie, the pullback, the fake move, kind of that reach into internal liquidity, as we call it, the liquidity grabs. If we put our entry there, we get filled, and then we kind of let the trade start to progress. Our stop under that kind of grab, under that bottom wick, that is often going to be what I would consider the logical place. But this is a really good point, because the most obvious place maybe isn't actually the logical place, and instead it's more just the trap. So great concept there, and we can get into some examples as well later. But I think that it's worth noting from the start that this is a game of you know we're kind of like what is it in The Princess Bride? It's like, oh well, this is this is where you'd think the poison would be, so I'm going to drink this one, and you're going back and forth. It's a game of expectations, right?
Yeah.
So we got to talk about that in a little more detail. I think it'll be easier with some examples, so I'd be happy to pull those up later. But just in general, we got to be thinking about separating ourselves from the pack in that sense. So getting in when they're getting cooked, so that we can have a safe buffer under that cook level, so to speak. Does that kind of make sense, Smoked Tuna?
Are we cooking something?
I'm hungry, so maybe that's why we're going that direction there.
We
will be, Josh.
All about it. I'm all about it, my man. That sounds good. I'm tonight having some chili dogs with some air fried fresh cut French fries. Oh man, let's get it going. So we're talking cooking. That's what I'm cooking tonight. Ooh, even a BLT sounds good. Oh man, I forgot I got a fresh tomato and some bacon to cook in there. A fresh head of lettuce. Oh, Steve,
We're talking. It's the best time of year, dude. I've been doing a ton of caprizis. Get the tomato, get that marinated in some olive oil, some little basil, some onion, and then hit it with the mozzarella. The mozzarella is so good, dude. Yeah, that's awesome. Got to hit that up. My favorite summer meal, but BLT right behind it.
That's your favorite summer meal, huh?
I think so, man. It just makes me feel alive. You sit that out on the porch with a fresh caprese. Maybe, I don't know. If I was Jesse, I'd be smoking on a cigar. I think I'm not a smart cigar smoker, but I might be on my porch with a nice caprese. That could complete the picture there. Nice little breeze. You know what I'm talking about? We don't get much summer here in San Francisco, so I take advantage.
Well, here, come to Arkansas. Got about today, nice and sunny, 91 degrees. The only thing here is that humidity has been turned all the way up to about 9 out of 10. And so it's hot, but then the humidity on top of the heat, it is one of the worst. The Crow is where's the Crow? I thought I said the Crow. What was the Crow trying to join? Well, I just saw something at the bottom that said the Crow. So I don't know if the Crow, if you join. Josh, you shooting any hogs there? BK Lemons. No, I can't kill an animal, man. No. I literally save birds and it's in the house like a spider, right? My cat's gonna kill it. I don't stomp on it. I will literally get like a paper. I'll get something and put it back outside, man. But I love hogs, and of course my Razorbacks. But
this is why we get along so well, Josh. I'm the same way. I'm a big old softy. I'm the guy who, even as a kid, I was like picking up spiders by my hands. I was like, no, it's cool. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. And freaking people out.
Yeah. Crow.
I can't hurt another living thing.
Can you hear us, Crow? The Crow. Unmute your mic, Crow, if you are joining us on purpose. Sometimes people just actually accidentally join us. We've had that a couple of times, Steve, which is awesome.
Yeah,
feral hog.
People just hanging out.
Yeah, right. People do hunt hogs here. I think even into Missouri. But yeah, no, I had some of my friends in high school. They hunted hogs. Actually, what's crazy, we own dogs that are really hunt wild boar, like Great Danes. Whoa. That's one of the things that Great Danes did back in the day. They hunt. Wow. They were like wild boar hunters. Some bad beasts back in the day. But yeah, no, man, I can't. Man, I'm inside all the time. I will say because we're moving to our 6 acres. It's out. It's a wooded area.
Nice.
Yeah, so I would imagine there will be times where I'm like, oh, like when I've always lived in neighborhoods, right? So you're not you're not going to run into anything wild at all. But at the next house, when we that's out there and kind of what we call the boonies, yeah, we might see. There's Crow. There he is,
Yo,
finally
yo.
joining us. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing
Doing
good,
great.
man. Glad for you to call in. I know you don't really want or need a 5K eval, but I don't know if you've ever called. Yeah, you probably called in the call-in show. It's been a while though.
Yeah, I've called him. I've been
So
Just doing it for the love of the game. We appreciate that, man.
it was the Kevin days. It was back when Kevin was on. And how did, now that I have to ask, how did, because there was always that relationship, it seemed like, with you, Kevin, and Tackle. How did y'all know Kevin? It seemed like y'all know Kevin before Trade the Pool or outside of Trade the Pool.
No, we actually didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just through Trade the Pool.
Nice.
Yeah, if you would have asked me, I would have said, man, y'all's relationship just seems what. But he's like me, Kevin's super like. It's like, hey, I've known you my whole life, even though I've never even met you. But it's like, oh, I'll give you a hug.
Yeah. No, you guys are all cool.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah,
that.
you guys joining, definitely to have the casual run of the mill usuals, right? It's like we own a bar.
Yeah.
We like that. It's such a diverse type of styles of trading, and that's really the best way to learn, because you get a good mix where you want to see what other people are doing too.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much ground to cover. Like, I don't think any one person can cover all of it. So it helps us so much. I know me myself personally, having you talk, Smoke Tuna, Taquito, all the regulars who know what they're doing. It's like, I don't have to be like nose to the ground, keeping track of all these small caps. I know you guys are going to cover them. And if they're worth it, I'll hear about them. So shout outs to all you guys in the chat. It's good stuff for sure.
Yeah. So as for small caps, or as for stop losses, I know that's the topic. So if I'm day trading small caps, I don't use a stop loss. I just manually stop it out. I have the discipline. Like, I will do it, right? Because they are moving quick, and sometimes I like the trade. I like to breathe a little bit. I'm okay with being 5%, maybe even 10% down if it's high conviction, and I can always rebuy back and make a second attempt. But when it comes to a swing trade, I trade around the core position. So, for example, entry sort of everything. So usually when I get in, last week was SUNE. I had bought that at like 250. Sold it at 230, like half of it. It pulled back to 250, and then I bought back in the same amount, and then it ran to 450, which I took it all off at that point. So it's really trading around a core position on swing trades, because I'll buy and sell pieces of it in and out, and so I don't particularly use a stop loss. I just, because I am always watching. It's not like if I have a job elsewhere that I'm forced to like not watch. If I was in that position where I'm at a job and I can't be watching all day, then for sure I would use a stop loss. But us that trade all day, we have that luxury of being able to see it when it happens, so you can react right away, and just having that discipline to get the hell out before it goes negative on you.
Absolutely. Well, I think you're hitting on a lot of good stuff here. I have one question, though. What do you think are the prerequisites that you needed to kind of meet before you trusted yourself to have that discipline to pull the trigger when you knew in your heart of hearts it was time to get out? Because that's hard for a lot of newer traders.
Yeah, it is. And I think I've come to my setups where I have a couple of different setups where I've sort of, really, I don't, because you never perfect anything, but you've gotten a level of proficiency of it, where you've been doing it long enough that, particularly that this is going to work out. So I have that time and experience of it where if it doesn't work, I only get into a trade that if it doesn't work, I'm not going to really lose that much. And when I do lose, I don't really mind, because like the next 8 times it's going to work. Right. So I'm okay with it. Right. Like, if taking that loss, it gets frustrating sometimes when you take a loss, because it's really, you feel like it was a waste of time. I spent 1 week on this swing trade, and it's more of the frustration of the time. But then also I have enough capital where I'm in something else. Like I kind of crapped the bed on CAST because I had bought it at 260 and it went to 325. I took half off, but then now we just sunk down to like 340. But I'm not too upset with it because I got SNDQ, which is short, 2x short SNDK this week.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, so I got in that at like 250, and we're running at like 370 now. So we're cooking. So I made it up in another place. And it was just the frustrating part of the cast one is because on the 4-hour chart, if you look at it, I see a reversal on the 4-hour where I think theoretically that it's going to curl up a little bit. And we could see something like a run from 240 to maybe 4+.
Oh wow!
Because that's how these small caps run, right? When they run, they run.
Yeah.
And so it's come down enough where we're sort of at that consolidation period, where especially too, that's the one thing you could get autos liquidated if you're using TCP. So this is going to be a hard setup if you're using that. For me, I can let it breathe because I'm not going to get stopped out on it. But you want to have that discipline to do it anyways, because I'm in many different trades, so it's not too disappointing. It's not a waste of my of a week because I made it up there. And then VEEE day trading that we did really well. I think I must have scooped up about 20% trades on it. Wow. So I'm pretty happy with that. And, got a good size on it too. So
I love that you're saying like 20%ers because I pulled up the chart and sure, if you caught the big move, that's a 400%er, but there's still so much volatility in this tape that, like you said, there's lots of places to pick your spot and get a good amount of money. Wow, some of these candles are crazy on the 4-hour there. So
I'm not going to be greedy on it, right?
Yeah.
Like trying to hold out for 100% trade because I've been burnt on that, holding out for more. That's the number one way to lose money in small caps.
Yeah.
You got 20% on your money. That's pretty damn good. Like you got to take it, right?
You just beat SPY on a yearly return, on that chunk at least.
Exactly, right? Like it's not like if you're going to size in $1 million here, maybe you got 30, 40, 50 grand in it, and then you get 20% on that. You could easily have a couple of $5,000-$10,000 scalps on it, and I'm going to be pretty happy with that, right? So
I'd say so. Yeah, that sounds like a good day to me. Crow, one thing that I love that you're talking about, and I think this is really applicable to all of life, or at least a whole lot things more than trading, is approaching from kind of an abundance mentality where you're not going to go down with the ship on any one trade. You're not pinning your reputation or you're put too many hopes or dreams on any one setup because that you're just a guy with a fishing rod sitting by the river, right? There's going to be another fish, and I think that can really help you and just keep yourself honest and not get too pinned onto one trade. That's something that I see a lot of people kind of not even realize, but they subconsciously back themselves into a corner with kind of like sizing into a trade and be like, well, if it doesn't work here, it'll work here or here or here. Next thing you know, they have an 8x position on some pile of trash, and they're preying on a green candle to save their whole account. So
I've been there doing that, right? Like that's happened. It's happened, right? Where you wasted 6 months of your life on one ticker early on in the game, and you just got to tell yourself, don't do this again, man, because it's hard on you mentally, physically, and you just don't want to do that. And so for me, my strategy is I'd rather take short 1 week swing trades and just day trade small with some of these small caps, get a 20% runner. Like yesterday was sober, I managed to scalp that for like 30%, and I'm going to be pretty happy with that because on these small cap day trades, you just want to get in, get out. These are like 5-minute holds, 10 minutes at the most, because then you get into danger. The longer you hold it, I mean, you're asking yourself for trouble because they can flush down really, really hard. We've all been there and been in these, and so you're better off, trading and live to trade another day. Take your profit, take your 20%. And you can make good money even with a small account. Like if you're trading with $5,000 and you take a 20% trade, that's $1,000 for the day, right? And
that's huge.
Yeah, and if you're really strategic about it with small caps, you could pretty easily land 20% trade a day. It's really not that difficult, especially when you don't forget about them, because what's on your gap scanner now may not be the one. Like you saw JLHL, it was this Chinese pump that came out of nowhere, went to $38, then got crushed back down to $8. But like 2 days later, when it came back down, it went 8 to 18, right?
Right.
And
So you got to
so
keep that on the radar for those day or two of when it's
keep the
chopping and
previous
turning.
gappers, because intraday, I think it was down like 30%, but it was like it still ran double from being down like significantly, right? And so like I'll trade a stock that's down 30%, but it'll run like $8 to $12, and you can easily snag a good 30% on that and walk away. And usually I'm looking at the 15 to 1 hour chart time frames when I'm looking for previous day gappers, like the 1 hour and 15 minutes of the main watch.
Okay. I like that a lot. And I like what you're saying. You mentioned it's not so hard if you have the discipline to find that 120% trade a day. What I see a lot of traders get wrong is it's not like they're necessarily missing the 20%er. It's just they're giving a lot of that back with suboptimal trades, and it's like kind of like paper cuts, where they'll, all right, I made 20% here. I made to say it's $500 or something. And then they're like, oh, I'm feeling it. I want to keep pressing it. Next thing you know, they've taken one or two suboptimal trades. Hopefully they stop out for a small loss, maybe, $100 here or there. But it can just take one that they really just kind of get locked in on. And I always think of the Mark Twain quote. It's not the things that you don't know that hurt you. It's the things that you know that just ain't so. And,
Yeah.
So I love that you're just kind of always coming back to the discipline aspect. And I think maybe it's second nature for you at this point. But I just kind of want to keep hammering that for all the viewers out there, that maybe you don't have Crow's level of discipline, and that's okay. That comes with a lot of years in the game. Crow, how long have you been doing this now?
Since 2021.
Okay, well, you're supposed to say like 20 years to make me sound smarter. Okay, some people are just really good at this, like Crow, and they get it fast. I think, Josh, you were a fast learner too, right? You got this down within a couple of years. Yeah. Well, just don't beat yourself up if you're not in that kind of 10th percentile, as I'd kind of put both of y'all in.
Well, I was lucky. I was in the position where, I was, I have no kids, no wife. And when 2021 happened, well, I started during really COVID. I dabbled, but I realized it's what I wanted to do. And so I quit my day job, which was a pretty good job. It was a 6-figure a year job. And I got a night shift at Amazon. And while I was loading trucks, I listened to every trading podcast, every book on trading you can imagine over that year and a half, really, before I went full time. And so I absorbed a lot of education in that time, because I was able to put my headphones on because I'm in the truck the whole time.
Yeah.
And, I was taking in like 40 hours a week in education. And like, I listened to absolutely everything, every book, every trading podcast, you name it. And so, I absorbed a ton of information very, very quickly. And not a lot of people are in that position. And also I could take losses and refund my account, because like I said, I don't, no wife, no kids. I don't, I could just do whatever I want. I have nobody to answer to, right? And that's an important thing to remember. Like, don't be too tough on yourself. If you're in that position where you're in that position, you really can't take those risks like I did. I could take risks without impunity, right? And it's something to consider. So nobody should beat themselves up, because we're all in different life positions, and you just gotta remember it's a marathon, not a race. It's totally a marathon, right?
Dude, yeah. I don't know if you're watching the stream. I've been cheesing over here because, man, there's so many similarities there. I also started taking this seriously, and during COVID, I also no wife, no kids. I also quit a decent job and just started doing truck driving. It's all of the similarities for the same reason, because I wanted a job where I could survive. Like I said, I'm not a very luxurious guy. I can make do off of a relatively low paycheck if I have something driving me. If I have a goal in mind. And so for me, I wanted a job that it couldn't take my mental. It could take my physical time, but I wanted to have that time to listen to audiobooks, to just absorb everything I could. And so I think that is really what it takes. You have to treat this like I treated it like a job. Sounds like you did too. Sure, maybe you were loading trucks, but that's not where your head was at. You were focused on absorbing.
And during that year, I mean, I didn't leave my town 5 miles outside of my house. Like I was just going to work and then trading during the morning, going to sleep, going to work, trading, and I didn't even leave my town 5 miles outside of my town
I
from
love
outside
that.
my
I mean,
house, right? Like
it's a grind. It is a grind,
yeah.
you know, and this is the reality of it. You know, I truly do believe that yes, there are outliers in terms of just people who are incredibly talented and gifted, and you know, they just pick things up super fast. But at the end of the day, it's so easy and glib for me to say, "Oh, Crow's just a smart guy. He just picked it up fast." No, you freaking did the work. You grinded and you treated this like a very serious thing, and I know that might intimidate some people because, like you said, not everybody is in a position to do that. Well, maybe your journey takes twice as long, but like you said, it's a marathon and not a race, and it's really about preventing those big losses. Just trying to bring it back around to stop losses because Crow, you don't need them, but I think a lot of us on our journey do because this is a very emotionally charged journey too. You know, it shouldn't be necessarily, but you're going to encounter a lot of big emotions in the way when you're learning these lessons in real time with real money, and maybe you don't have that
Especially
cushion, you know.
especially when you scale your account to a decent size
Mhm.
and you decide to go full time, then you really can't make that mistake. You know, although I'm not using stop loss, I have to stop out
Yeah.
mentally, just because, you know, if I go on a drawdown, um like I'll, you know, literally the next step is homelessness, right? So
Right.
like,
Yeah.
you know, you cannot do it, right?
If you have $1,000 options account and you take a bad trade, you wake up and it's down 50%, you can just close the app and head on to work, you know, and start making that back, you know. It's not the same thing here. This is
Yeah.
the work. So I love I mean, that's also why I love trading, because I feel like it's made me a better person just because I have to be about what I say I'm about. I have to be a man of my word. And, you know, I I learned that the hard way, you know. So I'm curious, do you think it's made you a better, kind of more well-rounded person as well?
For
This
sure. I think the part that has made me a better, more rounded person is like a lot of times, like you know, you can call this first world problems, is that I sold too early and the thing just keeps running,
uh,
and being okay with that.
yeah. Yeah.
You know what I
Oh,
mean? Because like,
that's so great. I wasn't even thinking about that, but it teaches you like gratitude too, right? It's like,
yeah, like
yeah.
hell, I just took a 20% trade. Sure, the thing like S dot. I bought S dot at $7, and I
Wow.
ended up selling it at 21. Massive win, but the thing went to
Yeah.
100.
Right, right.
Right.
So how do you thread that needle? Like, I'd be curious to hear your kind of your thought process as a veteran here. Like, what's your internal monologue when that happens, so that you don't get a little bit crazy looking at that $100, you know?
You know, I'm just like, I just took down a 200% trade plus.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You know,
I,
and
lo- I love it.
I was sized in. I was in like 50K, and I took down like a 200% trade on it.
Amazing. That's a year's salary for most people, you know?
Right. It
That's
was a six
phenomenal.
it was a six-figure win. And
Insane.
I'm like, hell
Wow.
yeah, right? And it's a good start to the month because that was the first week of July,
I'd say so,
right?
brother. I'd say so.
And so now
Nice.
I've already have my July taken care of. Everything else is just gravy. All I
Mm,
have to do is just take some easy wins, like shooting some fish in a barrel, and you know, not stress too much. Like you know, still
totally.
put in the work, like go through your charts every day, and especially
Hope so.
Sunday's my day where I sort of plan out my week. Look at stuff that I kind of want to time and get in. And usually, when for my swings, we're looking at like the 4 hour daily and weekly chart.
Yeah.
And then for day trades, you know, obviously you're looking at your gap scanner, exactly like how Josh does it, to what, you know, what we're going to hit. Because pretty much me and Josh are in a lot of the same trades.
Yeah.
And you know, and so my day trades is sort of like my day-to-day money, and my swing trades is sort of my retirement, right?
Perfect. Yeah.
So like I pretty much all my day trades I just pay myself right out, and then my swing trades I sort of let that stay in the account.
I love that, dude. I do the same thing. I do the same thing. I'm not pulling in $100,000 wins here yet, but I also am
They're
fine with
coming.
that. Yeah,
They're
well, it's a
coming.
marathon. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? And so what I love and what's been helping my trading a lot, because Crow, I mean, so many things you said. There's parallels for me, and you know, we didn't. I didn't hit all the beats the same you did. You're accelerating a little faster, a lot faster. Let's be honest. but it's just all the same, even if it's different in terms of the steps, the prerequisites to get to the point where you're pulling in those big wins. And I think one thing that's really important is you have to be in a position where you can both mentally and just materially handle losses. Because I always think of the quote from the Bible. It's like, and for those who have, more will be given to you, and for those who do not, more will be taken from you. And I always read that like, man, that's so cruel. That's so cruel. And then I really got it. And it's not cruel. It's just saying, if you have an abundance mentality, then the world will keep rewarding that. If you're always looking for the problem, if you're focused on the negative, if you are unable to cut that loss and you're just going to go down with that ship, well, that's just going to propagate in your life too.
And that's exactly it. Like people blame the market. Oh, they did this. They manipulated me. It's like, nah, man, always blame yourself. Look in the mirror. Like, I did this wrong. And look at yourself. Never blame the market, because you know, when you do, then you're not really getting to the root of the problem here. Like, and usually it comes from greed. Usually it is just greed and laziness, where I already know this is just a trade, and position myself with high probability and only take high probability setups. And usually when I lose, it's because it was a low probability setup and I was lazy and I was greedy. That 100% of the time, every time. Right.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. For me, it's not 100%. I mean, you know, sure, it's the vast majority. But the thing is, the losses where I do the work and they don't work, they don't sting. They don't bother me because I know they're coming. You know, they're down the pipe waiting for me. The ones that bother me, the ones that I think about after hours, after I close the computer down, usually I don't take my work home with me. Sometimes I do. And that's only when I know I didn't do the right thing. And it's just like in life. When you're disappointed in yourself, that's when it sticks. When just you get a bad break, sometimes you get a bad break. You know, I play poker too, not at a high level or anything, but I enough to know when I'm getting screwed by the numbers, you know, when I'm hitting a bad streak on bad variance. And I always think about I grew up watching, you know, World Stars of Poker was always on, you know, World Series of Poker was always on, it felt like. And I just remember all the times stars would get massively bad beats and you wouldn't even see anything on their face. They'd just be like, well, it's the way she goes. It's the name of the game. If you play with numbers all day, the numbers are going to play back sometimes. And it's about meeting that with equanimity, I think, and not
exactly, Steve. You're spot on.
Awesome. Rarely do I hear that from a professional, so I'll take my flowers there, bro. Amazing stuff. I know we are getting down to the end of the hour here.
We love your channel, so you know, you guys are doing great work, and thanks for all that you guys do. It's much appreciated, and keeping the show going. All this content you put out, it's very valuable to us.
Oh man, well, we do it for you guys, and you guys help us so much. There's not to be understated. So right back at you, brother. Always great to hear from you, man.
Yeah. Take care, team. And
thank you, bro.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
All right, later, fellas.
Yeah, take care, brother. That's awesome. Good, long, lengthy conversation with a really good trader. Thank you, bro.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Josh. I was monopolizing. I felt like man, I was in the zone there. That
I was
so
letting you
fun.
soak it in.
Great stuff.
I was letting you soak it in. Man.
I saw you trading too. I saw you getting some action.
Asking if it's trying to climb back up from hitting 1188. Lots of insider buying that could keep going up. I don't know. There could be some insider buying going on Simply. I don't really mean this. I can't stand these charts that are here and we're gapping up, and just they're a little wonky for me. Just overall looking at this chart, I was looking over the last 5-10 minutes. This play looks like it wants to come down for some more here. In my opinion, I think I'm bearish on a lot of charts here recently, but this was 1 and 2 as well. I would watch for this to come down for some more, Michael. Honestly, in my opinion, I don't know if you're short bias, long bias, if you're even in it. We can see this high of day right here is coming off some lows from the last few days. You know, a couple of days ago here on Tuesday. Then we have Monday as well, or no, Friday. If I can talk Friday, yeah, that'd be Monday. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, there you go. So that's gonna be key. If we get back through this 1230 area, 35 area, that'll be key, Michael, for the move up and maybe some continuation. But I do see this possibly going down for some more. And then Mr. D-Rod is bringing up stack. That makes me want some steak. Makes me want some.
Okay. I was thinking a big stack of pancakes, but
okay, I'm there with you too. Ooh, baby, and We got right. Yeah, instead of chicken and waffles, we got steak and pancakes. That's actually kind of sounds good. Steak and pancakes,
Right?
and it kind of
Well,
rhymes.
steak and waffles, right? I mean, that's not too crazy. It's like chicken and waffles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sign me up. I'm in.
I like it. I like it. That's going to be at our restaurant, Steve. It'll be Steve and Josh's Fine Home out of Fine Home Goods. I don't know. Anyway, we'll have a way better name than that. But yes, I do like this. We got this little hitch right here, D Rider. We'll get into a little bit smaller time frame. Go to the 5 minute and zoom back out. Just one more for a big stack of pancakes and steak and pancakes. I love it. Old resistance, Michael, what becomes new support? It happens so often in the small cap sector. You're going to see it across all the way to the large and mid cap, mega cap. Don't matter. That's what you're looking at, right? If we crack this node, we're going to come down to this area right here, right around 3-ish, if not maybe down to around 290. And at that point, Mr. D, right, I think you're going to be right where we're going to see what we saw up. We're going to see very similar way down. We had the 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock. We have the higher low pattern. Go scroll back in time. Right about right here, we're looking juicy, Steve, aren't we? We're looking good. We're probably going to squeeze. This looks good for a squeeze. Looks good for a squeeze. Still looking good. So, no, we broke the higher low pattern. What are we doing? Dope. Stumped your toe. Did the Homer Simpson dope. And now she comes down for more. Do not touch stack. Says Smoked Tuna. It's not Star Trek. I like it. Okay, that's good.
We got calling out SSG, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and look at that one.
This is a fun one because it looks like a small capper, but in reality, what you're trading is the inverse of the semiconductors. So this is going to be triple leveraged, ultra short. Yeah, ultra short semiconductors pro shares here. So interesting to note just the amount of volume. And Smoked Tuna and I were talking about this maybe a week ago. That, man, this thing is interesting because people are interested. I mean, what else can you say? This volume's just coming on in as they load up, speculating on the top of the semiconductor bubble, if we want to call it that. I don't know if it's a bubble, but it definitely looks like it's a topping pattern here. Shout outs to the MUZ heads out there who are still short. I took my profit into 900, felt good about it for a week. Now feeling like I should have held with Michael Burry. Don't you hate it when Michael Burry seems like he might be right? That's just the worst. So
Burry. Yes, and then I was talking about ATPC there. Sorry, I was talking about ATPC. 420 was a short area, in my opinion, for ATPC. 380 and 365 were my targets on the way down, and we just nailed right into 365, actually. So that was beautiful. So that was just one that was just popping up there, and I actually was asked about for Paxton, and that was a perfect opportunity to get a short and take it right back down. And Steve, you can see where it's bouncing off of that huge high volume profile, just the top of it. And that's going to probably end up being the bottom for a while of this short. But again, it's bullish. It has a higher low pattern. It's got an uptrend channel. This has the makings to possibly be something maybe we're looking at in Power Hour. When I maybe pop back in for a second, you'll have plenty on your hands. And again, join Steve an hour and a half from right now. That's when our Power Hour and after hours stream starts today. We're going to get you covered all the way. I say all the way, way earlier than normal, right? So 2:30 Eastern time, an hour and a half from now. A lot of stocks to go over today. Again, we have the new IPO plays. We have Netflix and earnings. Steve's run-of-the-mill, stock chart breakdown. We got to come up with a good name for that because Steve's got you covered from A to Z, it seems like.
Yes. Double checking on the time. Josh, actually, I think, well, I'll talk to you about this off air. I do have my Trader TV appearance here for 15 minutes at 2:45. So
okay.
I can definitely hop in right after that. I apologize if I.
No, you're good. I don't know. No, Ayush just said earlier to me that we're going to start it at 2:30 today. So I didn't know.
I think I may have answered Ayush when I was half asleep. So I do have an appearance at 2:45 on Trader TV for 15 minutes. Right after that, I'm going to be hopping in. I could also hop in half hour before that as well at the hour mark.
We'll talk about it in a minute. But that's what we were promoting 2:30 because you were it was Steve was it's the time. You got to think about what time zone you're in versus a lot of other people we're talking to. So all of us are in different time zones. That would make it easier. Listen, why can't we all just have the same time? Everyone's at right now. It's the same time.
Dude, that's above my pay grade because I'm right there with you. I'm like, come on, let's just make it all even. I think probably that would. There would be some issues scientifically I think half of us would be up at night, which would probably make it a little more confusing. But you know what? We're going to figure it out. Either way, I'm going to be with you guys more than usual today. You just can't get rid of me. And don't forget, we got the big boy with Netflix tonight. That one's going to be really exciting.
Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Last minute here too. Yeah. For me, I'm looking at ATPC for the rest of the day for small cap. SPY just chopped up in a channel. Yeah. Overall. So really, in my opinion, stays that way. I don't think we break outside of that for the rest of the day. I think the big one we're going to be looking at is going to be the new IPO plays when those drop. Netflix moving into earnings. Those will be the three kind of big tickers I'll be keeping my eyes on. And SoFi, yeah, Snowman, and PBM. I guess just some alerts out there. Smoke Tuna talking ENVB, PBM. Snowman talking SoFi. Yeah, nice little ascending wedge right there.
Here, man. If it doesn't, that's spooky to me. I think it might need to revisit this 50-day, but it is trying intraday here. So I want to just let y'all know. So for me, I got to be careful here because we've already broke the low and we're just popping. I'd almost want to short it off VWAP. That's kind of what I'm looking for SoFi here, but maybe it's catching. What else? We got PBM in the house. This thing is trading so thin. I can barely see it, but it is a very, very tight chart. So wow. Whew. This is fascinating, Josh. We had the massive volume increase. It beat it all the way back down to right where that came in, and now it's trying its best to finally put in a little bit of a sign of strength here, a little pop over this past 20-day range or so, and over the 9-day, trying to fight over that 21. Definitely fascinating here. Gotta see what's up with this one, but I'm gonna keep it on my list.
1750 right now on SoFi. So 1750 for Snowman. Snowman, you're going to need to get back over 1760, and then you'll see that touch up back into the VWAP. So that 17, area 60 VWAP is going to be some tough resistance for you.
It's a good level though. This 1750 is a nice big chunk here. So if you lose this, probably you'll know pretty quick. You won't get tagged for too much of a loss there. And if you lose this, it might be a little bit dire. You might even get to flip short on a retest of it. Say comes down, stops you out. You get back in short there. And look for the continuation. That's what I kind of look for.
I didn't actually really get too much of the stop losses for myself. I talk about it at length quite a bit throughout the shows that we have. But I'm very simple. Guys, just find this is a simple rule of thumb to help so many traders I work with. So what I do is there's a lot of different ways. Like, so if I'm trading my halt strategy or if I'm shorting the top, I'm riding right out, right? If that's my stop loss essentially is right around my entry. So my stop loss is entry, almost in the way. I don't really want to give myself, because I'm wrong, and I don't want to give it any more room really. Mm-hmm. But on my general run of the mill plays that I want to hold for an extended period of time, like my bounce plays or plays that you see me in for 30 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, whatever it may be. What I generally do is say, hey, what's my entry price? Well, like let's say a bounce play, I want to get in at 3. And my two of my targets are like, say, one's at 325. Okay, I want to take some there, but I really feel this is going to get to 350. And that's where I'm going to take most of my target, right? So all I'm going to do is say, okay, 50 cents, that's my target. That's my ratio. Well, what's 50 divided by 2? So I can keep a 2 to 1. Well, it's 25 cents. So I'll say I'm in at 3. I go down 25 cents and say 275 is my stop loss. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts. I want to get to 350 because what happens in the end, that's a 2 to 1 I've just created right out of it. And what happened a lot of the time is that 20 because the charts I'm typically attacking they're built up technically sound. So that 50 cent retrace or that 50 cent area retracement that I want to bounce, well below that the 2 to 1 would be what, 25 cents. So right below that there's going to be some sort of charting or indicator at 275. So not only is it a 2 to 1 just on basic math and could turn to a 3 or 4 or 5 to 1 when it gets to $4 and $5 and beyond, but now I also have something below me that says, hey, 275, I've done the math, but then there's also something in the chart that's going to keep me there, whether it's a moving average, the VWAP, it's old form of resistance. And that's how simple I keep my stop losses for most of my trades. If I'm taking a bounce play, like right now at 1750 for SoFi, and I want to get back up, let's just say for even odds numbers, I want to get back up to 1780, which looks like a nice good resistance area that I feel we could get back to. So I want to get 30 cents out of this trade. I will literally go down 15 cents from 1750, which is 1735, and say, hey, this is my stop loss. I'll try to find something on the chart there if there is. Typically, a lot of times the stocks I'm attacking, there are. And that's it. That is basically how easy I keep my risk to reward. So that way, every trade I know I'm in, I'm immediately giving myself 2 to 1, no matter what.
I like that, and I think what you're talking about that's my favorite part of this, and that I didn't get enough of a chance to talk about, is to basically craft your trade so that the amount that you want to lose aligns with a major technical level or a major kind of break point where if you're out of this, if you lose that level, you don't want to be in it anyway. So 1735, I might give it the low of the day here, a little tighter, but the same basic idea. Here's that monthly trigger as well. Yeah, it's close enough for government work, as we say, because the same principle applies. Essentially, you're not going to let this kind of run away from you to the downside. You're going to take a small loss, and you're going to look for that 2-to-1. So let's see. You said
1780.
1780. Yeah, there we go. I was like, where's the 2-to-1? There's the 2-to-1. There's the 2. Perfect. So yeah, I love this. And then of course you've got your target. You already knew this was the area you wanted because of technical levels. It wasn't just some arbitrary, this would be nice. So I like that a lot. Same thing for me. More or less, basically, say I thought that SoFi was catching here. Personally, I honestly don't. I'm not a big SoFi bull. Hope I'm wrong for Snowman here. But I would say, hey, we have one push down, we come up, we have another push down. I bet this is the higher low of a W basing pattern. And so how I would look at it is, okay, I can take a position here with the stop under the low of the day. Then I can add on a break of the neckline if we get volume through there as well. Volume in a back test usually is what I like to do. So pop up here on volume.
I was going to say, Happy Girl 23. I thought you were done there. Sorry. We're right here. Trade the Pool. We're not only streaming live. This is actually a prop firm. So we are a prop firm showing off our skills as traders, but also trading through Trade the Pool. We have 5K account, 25K account. Actually, Happy Girl 23, of course, love Michael Jordan, Mr. 23 himself. Slap that, not only slap the like button, but because you guys have hit the like button over 50 times, when we get 50 likes on our live stream, we give away a 25K eval. There is a link at the bottom of our chat. You see it, right? You pull up the chat, it says free 25K eval giveaway. We're giving one away today. Win in Power Hour. Come back later on. I'll be around. I know Steve is going to be here giving it away. Steve, Jesse, Alejandra have the Netflix earnings coverage for you in Power Hour, along a lot of other goods. Speaking of a lot of other goods, a 25K eval giveaway. So if you want a free 25K essentially account to trade with, no PDT rule, of course, because that's gone, but we never had a PDT rule. You want to go trade ATPC, you want to short ATPC, guess what? You can, and for free. We don't have any locate fees. That's why I'm here. I loved back in the day my light speeds and the Cobras of the world, but I was tired of paying them rent and paying them money every month. And I came across Trade the Pool, and I haven't looked back since. Some of my long plays every once in a while, maybe that's what you want to use a Fidelity or a main broker for. I get it when there's no commission. Just, hey, long-term swing play, I want to get in there. I get that. But day trades, especially when it comes to small caps or volatile, violent movers, you need to come get an account with us at Trade the Pool. We have 5K accounts up to 200K accounts. It's right here, Happy Girl 23Z. Here is where you need to be at Trade the Pool. Open up an account with us today, or just click that button and you could be winning a 25K eval in about 2 hours from now. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Steve. I just didn't want her to leave and be like, oh, Happy Girl, we're right here. I'm so happy for you, Girl 23. This is where you need to be at.
I don't think I was saying anything important. Definitely not more important than that. Absolutely great to have you in here, Happy Girl. I always think of Happy Girl Farms. Shout out Happy Girl Farms in California with some great tomatoes. Now we're right back to food. So that's what I'm going to be doing after here.
I love it. Now I'm eating tomatoes no matter what. Yeah, now you got me wanting tomatoes, and I do. Funny, when me and Avery first got together, she wasn't a big tomato girl, and yeah, now she is. She loves every week at the grocery store we have to get tomatoes, whether they're the cherry tomatoes or some sort of slicing tomato, whatever it might be. Even like this, my mom brought over for July 4th, brought us because we have a huge farm where you can go get strawberries, tomatoes, it's like a stand essentially, right, where the farm's right behind them and you can get it fresh every day. Brought over 10 tomatoes, and me and Avery were like, what are we gonna do with all these tomatoes? Thanks, Mom, but man, that's a lot of tomatoes. It's not like they can last forever. And there's only 2 of us, but Avery made 2 different types of pasta sauces. Oh, mamma mia. And we just had some of her spaghetti sauce last night. Oh, my good Lord almighty. Yeah, and so, it's that time of the year. If it's summertime, it's to me, I feel like I need to eat some grapes, some blueberries, some strawberries, and some tomatoes.
I'm with you. I'm going to add watermelons to the list, too.
Yeah. That's a classic summer. That's the classic summer right there for sure. Whoa, D-Rod said I just got tired. We'll go take a little nap, me and Steve the Achieve here. We're gonna go eat some. I didn't think about it. We had Crowbar Steve and Crow was on at the same time. So how about that?
Oh, yeah. We're just birding it up over here.
Yeah, right. All right.
Think of that old Eric Andre show, Bird Up. Anybody
Yes,
know what
yeah,
I'm talking about?
that guy, I love it. We love Eric Andre. That guy is a goofball.
Oh yeah. That's why we get along so well.
Andre show days, yeah. So that guy's great. We'll be back in a bit. I know Steve's going to be one of the first ones back with Alejandra and Jesse. Back in Power Hour, 25K eval giveaway. You guys stick around. If you want to win a chance, click that link that's in the chat. And it's you have to just put your name in the email and press submit for the chance to win a 25K eval. Giving away that later this afternoon. Until then, put the scanners back up. And I like when we put the tunes on. Get a little something for the traders. So just leave our channel up because there's a cool little tune in the background. So we'll do that for you as well. Back in a bit, team. Steve, rocking and rolling in Power Hour.
Sir, take care, guys. What's up, traders? How we doing? Steve Talman here for, well, not quite Power Hour, a little bit hour early here, but I wanted to hop on, talk about some good stuff with you because we've got a lot to go over. We've got a couple IPOs that we're going to be checking in on, seeing if they're out yet. We got a presentation for those. That is C-Square as well as the nuclear one there. We'll get the tickers for you in just a sec as well. But I wanted to touch in with SPX real quick first. Real quick there. So far, very quiet day, very quiet week. As we've been predicting, inside week, not a lot of action on the tape. There's the Friday candle. We've traded inside the Friday candle literally all week long. So exactly what we were expecting. Very, very tight price action. We were waiting for earnings. We're waiting for Trump to talk tonight. And then I think we can get the ball moving here. So far, we are testing near the lower end of this little range. We'd like to see the 9-day at 75.27 SPX hold. That level on SPY sitting at $750.40. Looks like. Let's get the exact level for you. 750.24 there. So ideally that holds. We can keep consolidating, get some good news, and then finally get the volume we need to break. But otherwise, we are starting to get into this grind up where it's kind of like if we are not ready to move by now, if today isn't the catalyst, tonight, when Trump speaks isn't the catalyst, we might be able, or we might actually see a breakdown, of failure. So the little bit of evidence I'm seeing in this favor is just the weakness on SMH. That's a whole mess. Let's look at XSD. Same chart basically, right? This is going to be semiconductors, and it is cracking on down. We can see definitely significant pullback from the highs. 30% down now from those highs. Pretty rough. Pretty rough. Is it enough for a correction? It could be. Is it just the start? Hopefully not. But if this one does have to flush a significant amount, perhaps down to, I don't know, mid-April levels here, this high volume node, well, that could be enough. That could be what it takes to pull the SPY down with it. QQQ was pinned to the 715. We failed that. We've cracked on down. Looks like this path is not playing out, and this is a cause for concern, right? So whenever your idea doesn't work, you redraw your lines, folks. Still holding this line for now. Kind of expanding this pattern here. But we shall see if it's going to stick. So let's get into some of these newer plays. Give me one sec here. So 2 new IPOs today. Last I checked, about half an hour ago, they had not launched. Let's check in with them now. They're going to be STDN, Standard Nuclear. That's the first one. So nuclear, it's been having a hard time. No two ways around it. I'm not seeing STDN released yet. But we'll keep an eye on that throughout the hour as well as CSQR. This is going to be C-Square. So we got 2 very different animals, and we're going to jump on into a little presentation in just a sec. Is C-Square listed? Still not seeing any of that either, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Thank you, Snowman. Good to be back. Good to be back. Just getting back in the swing of things here. We'll be getting going in just a sec on this presentation. So this is just kind of at a bird's eye view, just a quick glance here. Let's get into it. Yeah, might as well. All right, yeah, I'm ready. Crack the old energy drink. Be good to go. Woo. Iced vanilla berry. All right, let's get into it. So we got 2 companies ringing the bell on the NYSE today. I'm not sure exactly when they're due. I was kind of figuring they'd be out by now, but they aren't. We're going to keep an eye on them. They're Standard Nuclear, STDN, as well as C-Square, CSQR. Very different companies. So the first, Standard Nuclear, they make TRISO fuel, triso fuel. Basically what this is little ceramic coated pellets that go into the next generation of small modular and micro reactors. So it's a very new company, only 2 years old. It's barely producing revenue, and it just priced a downsized IPO at $15. This is a thematic story stock riding this nuclear renaissance trade, but that trade has not been trading. It's not been going very well so far for all of these nuclear plays. Let's take a look at some of these charts real quick. URNM, this is going to be the uranium miners ETF. It's been a tough one. I think that long term, this is a giant megaphone pattern that will eventually break out. These things will double, triple, quadruple eventually. Eventually. Nuclear is the future, but it is not the future yet. We are not seeing the full, the full-throated endorsements, the capital expenditure into these kind of systems that you'd like at this point, and the stocks trading down a little bit. These thematic stocks, they've been having trouble once they kind of lose their steam. We've saw this with the space names this year. Uranium was definitely a very strong trade last year. You can see from just about this time last year, a few months prior, it had an amazing, just about 6-month, almost actually 10-month run there, where many of these stocks doubled, tripled. Looking at a few other barometers, here's URA. So this is going to be a more conservative ETF, focusing more on kind of splitting the difference between spot price uranium and these miners. Still having a hard time, and it's a decent bet that these might need to continue to come on back down to where the real support lies. You can see that massive volume shelf here. That's where the real money is. I'd love to be starting to pick some up at 35-ish on URA. But yeah, it's a tough time for this company to IPO. Let's get back into it. That's Standard Nuclear. We also have C-Square. So this is a Brookfield-backed data center operator. It's got 64 facilities across 21 U.S. markets, $1 billion in revenue, and real EBITDA here. So this one's priced at $21, also below its range. This one has much more of a mature cash flowing infrastructure business, coming public to pay down debt. So very different animals in this regard, and we got to watch what today teaches us. One of these, more of a lottery ticket on a theme. The other's more like almost like a bond-like infrastructure play with a private equity owner that's still holding the keys. So both got that IPO window, but very different risk profiles. One at a time here. Let's get on into it. So, what is the STDN story? What are you actually buying at a $2.7 billion valuation? Well, essentially they operate what's called, what it calls the only dedicated, privately funded, industrial scale TRISO production line in the United States. It picked up these assets out of the ultra-safe nuclear bankruptcy auction that was back in 2024. And essentially, it's a really strategic fuel, this TRISO fuel that they're talking about. Because if small-scale reactors, these small modular reactors, if they scale the way that bulls believe they will, somebody's got to make that fuel. And the domestic supply is a national security angle as well. So the government cares about it. You could see some government investment coming into some of these names. Getting into the numbers, though, this is where we got to stay honest here. So for 12 months ending in March, revenue was $3.4 million. Not billion, that's million with an M. So the company posted a net loss of about 15 million, and it's carrying an accumulated deficit near 80 million. This is not in full commercial production yet, guys. The one encouraging line here is that they do have a contract backlog of up to 245 million. So that's from primarily from fuel development agreements with commercial customers and also with government agencies. So the entire valuation rests on converting that backlog into real production revenue over the next several years. You are not buying a business today so much as you're buying an option on the SMR build out actually happening. So that happening, of course, is contingent upon these guys' fuel being what drives them. So, that's what we're kind of banking on if you are along on this STDN. STDN. Have I mentioned I'm incredibly dyslexic? Any new ticker for me, I have to triple check. So that's STDN. And yeah, it's just not quite as financially sound as the other IPO that we're seeing today. So what we can watch in terms of bull and bear thesis here, the bull case, and it's going to take time to play out, remember. It's going to take some interest in this space, and we're just not seeing it yet. But the bull case is that this is a pure play U.S. domiciled pick and shovel bet on that nuclear renaissance that I'm personally a big believer in. It's just a matter of when, not if, in my book, of course. The only listed name whose entire business is the microreactor fuel, and this one has a real backlog and a scarcity float that can rip on any positive SMR headline. So just to give you some frame of reference here. Here's another pie in the sky bet on the small scale nuclear reactor trade. Remember, I always use log charts, so while this might not look too insane, this is a stock that went from $2 to $60, now trading back at $7. So definitely quite a washout here. We had talked about this one on stream a few weeks ago, saying, man, it looks ugly. It looks like a short. I did not take the short off of the $10 handle, but man, here we go. Washing on out, pushing away from this big node of volume here. So pretty rough stuff from a technical perspective. We can root around in the trash and try to find some levels here. But in general, these are not really showing much reason to be invested in them right now. I'm going to be honest. This is what happens when a small scale, speculative type play does not get the catalyst anytime soon. The shorts will just pile in on every single pop and smashing this thing down. You can see some lines in here where I thought maybe it was going to catch off this higher low, continue to base and go on up. Nope, washing out nice and hard here and continuing that move. So not the best time for this company to IPO in my book. So that brings us to the bear case. It's a 2-year-old company. It's got $3 million in revenue. It's got $15 million in loss carrying, and essentially a $3 billion valuation there. So it had to slash its own IPO to get it done, and the story is really years away from being a business. If the nuclear trade cools, which it's already cool, like I talked about, there's no cash flow underneath to catch the stock. What I'm watching on day one here, I want to see that it opens relative, or where it opens relative to the $15 price. A big gap up on that tiny float would be sentiment telling me that, hey, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's a reason for this to get the market excited again about these names. But that would be, sentiment and not fundamentals. The sentiment-driven gaps on microcaps tend to give a lot back as well. So this is not one that I'd be looking at for an investment anytime soon, even if it does start to work out of the gate for some reason. I'm also watching volume against that 10 million share count, because if it churns the entire float several times over, it's pure momentum trading, and I'd treat any level as unstable. So this is a name that represents just a lot of volatility, and you got to respect that volatility, not marry it. That's the deal on STDN here. Let's see what we got. Let me check in on the comments here. Got some nice bounce on IBM. Okay, we can take a look there real quick. Interesting stuff around the sector. Yeah, South Korea, well-timed ADR. It's interesting how that tends to work. It's not like they were able to pick the exact date, but hey, they probably had some idea of where memory was going when they launched that thing. And always good to deploy those ADRs to get some exit liquidity going per chance. Let's take a look at SKHY today, see what it's up to. Not doing so hot. Quite a wild weekly candle here. Intraday, you can see just getting hammered here. Tried to hold this 170, 169 level that it's kind of IPO'd at. Flushed that, and you can see this is kind of the theme. Look at this, by the way. There's another IPO that's just getting hammered every single day. You can look to short it off of this falling 5 moving average. But this thing is rough, guys. It is not finding much bounce. Toxan chart CEG, Constellation Energy over SMR. Definitely much higher quality, but Tog, this is a real company. This one's a real company. That's why I didn't go here. This one's got real fundamentals behind it. If there's any one kind of bank or play on nuclear that I would feel really good just holding long term, probably CEG. It is still a little wilty. See, we didn't get that nice path that we were looking for. But in general, I think this one's trading at the bottom of a long-term channel. I think it wants to catch somewhere relatively soon. Maybe it flushes out to this 200-week. This one and CCJ on the mining side of things. These are the ones that I think are actually decent to just kind of buy and hold. What's their other one? CCO. Same chart. Yeah. Okay. So these are the higher quality in my book. The ones that are really wild are the actual SMR ones. These NNEs. This one getting hammered down about 75% from highs. 73. There we go. Oh, interesting. Oh, you want to see the strength of CEG divided by SMR. This is much more applicable. Sorry, I misread you there. So this is going to show the strength of these fundamental companies with fundamental reasons to own them. They're not just looking way out in the future and banking on something to play out. These guys actually do make money. They have contracts. They're much more established as a company as opposed to SMR, and you're seeing the market reward them for it. So even though CEG is down, overall this ratio chart much stronger here. Talk also mentioning CW. I don't even know what that is. Curtis Wright Corporation. Wow, look at that. So I'll have to do some research. Wouldn't be surprised if these guys are in the same kind of infrastructure space. Definitely looks like an infrastructure chart. AI infrastructure or something. Let's see. Going around the horn, what else is cracking? We got Stack in the house. Let's see how that one's progressing. Oh, we're getting a nice little bounce here. We'll keep an eye on this one here. Let's see. So potential little 5-minute inverted head and shoulders type beat. Going to a 1 minute. Really nice pop there in the past couple seconds here. So what we can entertain is the possibility of a neckline here and a little W. Not a super deep right side here, high or low. So it might need to come back down, wash out more. But in general, what we can look for here is a break. It looks like we're going to get a break of this neckline. You can play it on the back test if you really want to get involved. A little bit extended for me in the past couple minutes, but interesting look here. Talk giving us some more color on that CW ticker, by the way. That's nuclear, naval nuclear power. Okay, for subs. If I'm investing in subs, I think I want to invest in like Jersey Mike's or something. Maybe I'm just hungry, though. I think that's probably it. Stack here. What are we trading? Is this like, what even is this? I don't know. My brain wanted to say like Steak Shack or something. I think I'm just hungry. Steak and Shake. What's that company called? I don't even remember. Regardless, we'll keep an eye on STAK here. Interesting stuff there for the intraday setup. Real quick, we can check out some other high flyers today as well. So, biggest moves to the upside, TGHL. I think this is, the Grow Hub. I mean, they're growing. So we talked about this one a little bit earlier in the day, saying, hey, you could enter here, looking pretty decent. Does look like that trade's starting to play out. I also like just how tight it's setting up here again. I don't hate getting in this one right off this moving average cluster here. I would reframe the trade, say you get in right there, put your stop under VWAP probably, and target high of day for the first trim. That's too aggressive. I would take some off. Yeah, into 150 just in case it failed. I'd trim a little bit, and then on a higher low, maybe add that back, but otherwise, bigger play definitely through the high of the day and the potential for much more there. We can take a look at TAGHL here. What you'd love to see is a squeeze through the high of the day at 170 and then keep some of that position on for the big 250. The big 250. Basically, we're seeing a really nice volume here in the past 2 days. We got nice volume yesterday on the gap up, and it held the gap up. And then you can see overnight it ate the wick and ran hard. So, hey, we could see a similar thing here, holding and then running the wick overnight. I would really like to see it happen, well, just about right now. Just about right now with this break here. So we'll keep an eye on TGHL as well. TGHL stack, giving you a little entry off the rising 9 moving average there. You can get involved there if you want, but kind of a wide stop if you do so. So be careful with this one if you're playing off the moving averages. But that being said, we got some time. I'd like to see it pop, tag the VWAP, come back down and back test for a safer entry, I think. Come up here, back test right there. Somewhere in there would be nice. Could take a look at that. Going on down the big mover watch list, nothing too crazy today. Nothing over 100%. That's always worth noting when it's just a slower day like this. That being said, the charts don't look too bad. ATPC from the morning watch gave us the nice little level reversal, trying to break out here again. So you can also get involved in this one. You're chasing if you're buying right this very second. I would like to see strong candle coming back testing as these moving averages move up here. So I like my 9 and my 21. That's where we are right about now at 420 or so. But let's see how this one holds and plays out as well. One last small cap for you here today. IQST. A little bit interesting here, but nothing quite as compelling. So this one I would watch if it can break through those prior morning highs and really this prior swing high. So a higher low here would lead to, I would say, a pretty good move. But this is kind of a weird chart, I will admit. Nice volume coming in today. Nice volume came in before. Pardon me. Yeah, so if we can clear the high of the day, this thing can run to the 158 for sure, with room up to 170. Next level up at $2. Kind of textbook there, right? You know, if we get through the wick, then we run to this volume node. If we can get through there, then we run through the daily trigger. Final target for me on this bad boy would be 277 or so, give or take a few pennies there for that 200-day tap. All right, let's check back in on what SPY's doing real quick. We'll finish up our presentation here, and then I got to leave you for a little bit, guys, because in about 20 minutes, I will be doing a 15-minute spot on Trader TV. So I'll have to leave a few minutes early for that. But don't worry, don't go anywhere, because right at the top of the hour, I will be right back here with Trade the Pool again for Power Hour into our big earnings special. So we got a really good one for you today. I've been looking forward to this one. Netflix is doing the thing so far. I like this price action today. Acting bullish. I want to see it hold. I want to see this be an inflection point, a bottom on the stock. But what we might need to see is a little bit of just, you know, nothing too crazy in terms of a miss or anything, but just maybe a little bit of a reaction down, just to find buyers, confirm that there are buyers on this 1 week 200 moving average. That's what I'd really like to see. If I could be a buyer on a loss and reclaim of 70-ish, that I think would be really nice for a longer term position to get a little foot in the door there. The idea being, I know I've shared this chart a lot, but hey, we have the major prior level high. We've got a big range expansion. We come back down, start to kind of show that we want to bounce. You know, we came back down. They scrapped the deal with Warner Brothers, got a massive pop off that. At this point, got to look like exit liquidity when we're coming back and trading under that prior low. But now support's coming up with two different levels there, the horizontal as well as that 200 week. Does that mean it's going to do what I want here? Give me this pop into a right shoulder to add even more? Who the heck knows? This is very much wishful thinking, but I do want to watch and see what the reaction is at this key level. If we do hold and just power on through, well, we have some room to the upside. I believe it's about a 6% measured move today. We'll double check on our earnings presentation in about an hour or so. Yeah, right about an hour, we'll be getting into that. But yeah, a 6% move up would be a test of the 9-week moving average at about 79, call it $80. You can also see this low volume node here. So a couple reasons to rip it on up there. Also decent reason to flush it down 5% and get that long-term buyer cohort in under the 200 week. That's what I'm looking for on Netflix. But that's not all that's on tap for today. We got ISRG in the med tech space posting an interesting oops reversal by chance. It might be the start of an oops reversal into earnings. So very, very encouraging to see, because this sector's been getting punished. Oh, wow. Great day today, though. So I think these are bottoming. Definitely a little bit tricky here, but I'm liking some of these names. One more for you. These are longer term holds. It might take a while for them to really start working, but I'm seeing BSX as a very promising one as well. Did not get the inverted head and shoulder that I was looking for there, but maybe we get another one playing out like this or so. One down, there's the head. One more push down would be nice into this gap here. If ISRG misses, I would imagine most of these names follow suit, and we could get that entry on the 43-ish kind of area, on this gap fill area, something like that. These are tricky to play and tricky to chart, but I think long term, they're in places where you can just say, hey, it's a great company. I think that probably not a bad idea to buy once we're back into this neckline. This was one of the prettiest cup and handles I think I've ever seen in my life. It's just really, really a gorgeous one. Was it on the monthly? Yeah, I mean, it's very pretty. Maybe I refine this just a little bit there. Yeah. And just a gorgeous cup and handle. We have the back test of this major prior swing high. And usually I like to buy these when we're into the prior swing high and the 200 week is caught up here. As you can see, the 200 week absolutely surged because this thing got an amazing measured move breakout there. Look at that thing. Just straight vertical for 134% when this thing got rocking and rolling. And that's why you always pay attention to these high time frame patterns. Just really, really clean there. Now that we're coming back into the major level and potentially finding inflection points, I think this one's very compelling. Very compelling. You also have a lot of institutional, what do you call it? Yeah, just institutional trading basically on this. They've been loading it up. BSX, been watching this. Some very big flow targeting the end of the year. One other one that's in the dumpster, but I think could be time to buy. Again, with the large institutional holdings. And this one has a lot of people in government trading it too, long. So IBM, I think a bunch of senators own this thing. I like it. Look at that. There you go. That's what it was. It's the 200-week tap and into a prior major high. So see, it's the exact same setup, guys. This is what I'm looking for Netflix. The prior swing high, the 200-week, both coming down, giving you that high probability level there. So if I had seen that when IBM had crashed a couple days ago, I would have added there. I do own it. I will own more quite shortly here. Very, very strong day today. I will maybe wait for one little bit of a red day, just get involved, keep adding in. My cost base is sitting at 259, so about 25% underwater now. Oh, only 15. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. I'd only be down like 5% if I had bought the bottom there. What can you do? So still liking IBM a lot there. And let me catch up on some comments. Oh, man. Yeah, Diamond, good to see you in the chat. Sorry I didn't get to you before Talk did, but he's taking good care of you there with some more tickers, it looks like. What sub-tickers out there? Yeah, just that CW looks like. GEV, just absolute monster. What a chart. This is one, Talk, I haven't trimmed yet. Am I crazy? I only have a couple shares because it's such a, I'm a broke boy. $1,000 a share. I can't buy that much of it. Sure, I could sell half of one or whatever. But I haven't trimmed because this is one of the names that I still feel incredibly confident on. We got the tick higher, and I didn't take profit there like I should have. But this is the name that I want to be in for vertically integrated energy solutions. Only 3 companies to do that. Absolutely, absolutely. Just this is what I look for across all of the. Anything that I'm trading or not even trading, looking to invest in, I should say. So BSX, just it's a high quality company in my book. Everything that I've seen, I think this is more of a method of just liquidity, just hammering this space than really an indictment of the company itself. So interesting stuff there. We talked ISRG as well. Let's go to a weekly there, see if that's showing anything. It's doing the same darn thing, it looks like. So for this, instead of just using this top level, I kind of watched this level where it kind of majorly broke out from the prior high. And what I saw is it kind of went higher, knifed back in to test it, and then pushed up. But that kind of down and up move created a nice level in and of itself that when we trade back into it, you can kind of see. Maybe that's an even better one. Where this faded into where it caught and pushed up, you can see that basically forms a perfect little tap and go here. So just like the other ones, we got the confirmation off a prior high. Now we're about to reclaim this weekly 200. I like it. I think it's a good look here. BWXT is interesting. That's Babcock and Wilson. Babcock and Wilcox. Okay. And this is their spinoff in the nuclear space, I do believe. Incredibly strong chart as well, just finally getting some cracks in it. So that's where it's like, man, I don't know if it's time to buy this. Same with my BW. I do own a few shares of this still. Wish I just sold it all at 20. I'd feel a lot smarter. I do think it's about time to start looking at some of these again, or at least this one here. So BW, this part of the company, this is kind of the main company, very old company. This is an old coal company. This thing's like been around 200 years or something crazy, over 100 years. That being said, definitely big inflection point recently because what they've decided to do is start renovating old coal mines and retrofitting them for nuclear reactors. So very cool industry. I'm a big fan of, a stinky coal company doing what it has to survive in these modern times. And I think this is a beautiful way to pivot. The market's really rewarding it, or was, but this thing is a wild, wild stock. I think long-term, high time frame, we're buying a back test of this kind of W here. But, at the same time, we could need to carve out quite significantly if this is a right shoulder. In general, just a tough one to hold on like a midterm basis because of these wild swings. I mean, it was 20 before. I bought it at 10 a while ago. Now it's right back at 10. This thing could swing wildly in either direction. For me, it's a very long-term play, but I think someday I'll be cashing out some of these BW shares that I free-rolled for much, much higher. I know what I got. I'm holding. We got some new names in the chat here. Ashley, Kel, and Dan. I'm butchering your name. I'm sorry, but you're bringing up NNE. This is one that I'm keeping a little bit of an eye on as well. This one's one I traded up in this range, looking for the momentum breakout. Worked once or twice, didn't work a third time. I kind of took it off my radar, said, hey, you're not acting right, buddy. And yeah, not acting right here. Really just rough days on decent, but not crazy volume. So I can't even call this like capitulation or anything yet. But interesting stuff there. So guys, I have about 5 minutes left for you here. And then we're going to get into, I got to hop out for 15 minutes, go to Trader TV. It's going to be a lot of fun hanging out with Neil and Sean there for a few minutes, 15-minute spot, and then we'll be right back in here. So feel free to follow me over. Feel free to hang out. We'll put the scanners on for you while I'm gone. But either way, we're going to wrap up our little IPO presentation here. And actually, I've been yapping for a while. Let's make sure they haven't launched yet. No data. And I also just check the V just because that's what SKHY did as well. Snowman will be there. Appreciate you, buddy. Always good to see you in the chat. It always helps, by the way. I mean, if you like me, you can always go over there and say, hey, we love Steve. Not something like that. Just say a little, throw me a little love in the chat, and that goes a long way to getting me booked again. Whenever they see people sparking some excitement, they want to bring them back. So always appreciated, but no pressure there. Just happy to have you with me. STDN was the first one. C Square. Have I mentioned I'm dyslexic? Let's check in on that ticker. CSQR. Nothing doing yet. I'll let you know when I get the word on these guys. But honestly, guys, I'd be looking to short, if anything, short a little pop. That's the only way I'd be looking to play these. So getting back into it. We talked bull case. We talked bear case for STDN. Definitely probably a longer term one there. Awesome. Appreciate you, Smoke Tuna. So C-Square, real quick. We're going to just power through this here. Here's the deal. This is pretty far to the other end of the spectrum compared to our nuclear play there. C-Square is priced at 50 million shares at $21, raising roughly $1.05 billion there. And let's see. And this is much bigger in terms of institutional scale offerings here. So what we'd like to see is some resiliency here. Let me rephrase this. So like standard nuclear, it's priced below its marketed range. That's interesting. So the range was 23 to 27, and it came at 21. So both of today's deals cleared under where they hoped. It's a little bit worrying, right? But the reason matters. So with C-Square, this isn't a demand collapse on a speculative story. It's a big known infrastructure asset getting repriced to a level that buyers would accept in a crowd IPO window. So we've had a decent amount of IPOs recently, and I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't be feeling too confident that my IPO is going to go straight vertical based on how the biggest one in the world ended up reacting. SpaceX, it did get a pop. Now it's well under its IPO price and looking even heavier, like we predicted. I'm just saying, not like it was some crazy prediction. Oh, IPO, it's going to be an exit liquidity event. Yeah, I mean, easy, low-hanging fruit there, but hey, it's working. Sure is working. And that's the worry, this overhang risk on these guys. We'll see if we get our big target down here and get a chance to long a little bit of SpaceX under 100, but definitely some meat on the bone short here. If they give me the 9 moving average, they have not since the breakdown happened. I should have just taken a position, but kind of getting away from me here now, and I need a place to define my risk into. Back to C Square. So, one structural fact. Let's see. Yeah, what we're talking about. It's not a demand collapse on the speculative story like the nuclear one is. We're basically just below range on $1 billion cash flow in business, and that reads very differently than below range on a pre-revenue microcap. That's the kind of the crux that I want to get to here. One other structural fact to keep in mind all day long. So Brookfield remains the controlling shareholder here of this offering. This is not a company handing control to the public market so much as it's a private equity owner selling a slice and using those proceeds to clean up their balance sheet. So the net cash, it goes to repay the revolver, a promissory note, and part of its 2024 asset-backed notes as well there. So you're buying a minority position alongside a controlling sponsor there. Getting on into a little bit more of the details here. This is what $1 billion in revenue actually buys you. So C Square runs 64 data center facilities, like we mentioned, across 24 U.S. metro markets, serving more than 1,700 enterprise, network, cloud, and technology customers. The model is carrier neutral co-location and interconnection. So the neutral meeting points where networks and clouds physically plug into each other. So definitely a hot area to be involved in. Definitely looking better than nuclear in my book. And of course, the financials give me a lot more of a reason to expect this one to be more resilient. I still don't expect it to just go up and to the right, but you might see some popping out of the gates as opposed to standard nuclear. I just can't really imagine there being much of an appetite for it right now in this market. So yeah, unlike standard nuclear, the financials here are very real. Trailing revenue is about $1 billion. In the March quarter, revenue rose to $270 million from $233 a year earlier. Adjusted EBITDA climbed to $108 million, but still from 86, that's a pretty decent bump there. That's roughly 40% EBITDA margin and double-digit growth there. So this is a functioning and profitable company. And yeah, like going forward here, what else do I have to say? There's something else. What was it? We can like compare it to some public comps as well. So Equinix did over $9 billion in revenue last year at close to 50% EBITDA margins across 260 data centers. Digital Realty did about $6 billion. C Square is roughly 1/9 of Equinix and 1/6 of Digital Realty, so small enough to have a long growth runway if the AI-driven capacity demand keeps on growing. Compounding really, not just growing. It's established enough that you're not betting on survival so much, and I think that's definitely a pro. That's definitely goes in the pro column there. So the whole pitch is that enterprise digital infrastructure in the AI build out is still a hot button commodity here, and if there's an appetite for it, this one might do a lot better than you might anticipate off a new IPO. Still hard for me to get too excited about these IPOs considering how they've been acting lately and just what they represent to the market as a whole, which is a liquidity event. This is a time for, in general, for people who got access to this at a much lower, entry at a much lower level to get a nice juicy exit when their shares unlock. Like I said, with the structure with Brookfield, a little bit different on the second one here, but absolutely the case for standard nuclear. So getting on into summarized bull and bear cases for this bad boy, and then I got to jump on over. Bull case is a real cash-generating data center platform with 40% EBITDA margins, double-digit growth, riding that same AI infrastructure demand wave that's been lifting the others in the basket. We talked about Equinix and Digital Realty there. They're coming public at a discount to its range and using the money to delever. If you want AI infrastructure theme with actual earnings underneath it, this is a cleaner expression than most, and that could be a compelling case to buy this thing. The bear case, though, Brookfield keeps control, so minority holders are just riding shotgun here in terms of the capital allocation decisions. And the below-range pricing plus a debt paydown use of proceeds says that this is as much about fixing the balance sheet as it is about funding growth. So data centers are capital hungry, we know this, and the sector's valuations already a little stretched on that AI enthusiasm. We're seeing some punishment in some of those names in the WGMI, that NeoCloud index. The ones that don't really deserve it, they're getting smacked. So guys, that's all I have time for right now. Feel free to hop on over to Trader TV if you'd like to see me over there. If not, I'll be back here in just 20 minutes time. So thank you so much for spending a little bit of your day here with me. I will be back in a flash. Till then, trade safe, and I'll see you pretty darn soon here. going to switch back over to scanners here for a minute.